you are still going to a play. In church, the organist plays the organ. And in the book of Proverbs, it is written that the divine wisdom created the world by playing before the throne of God. Play also, you see, has a deep sense. When we say music, even the music of Bach, as a great master of what we call serious music, is still playing. And so in the deeper sense of play, the Hindu sees this world as play, and therefore that the intense situations, personally, socially, and so on, that we're all involved in, are seen not as bad illusions, but as magnificent illusions, so well acted that they've just about got most of the actors fooled, so that they've forgotten who they are. And man thinks of himself, when he's been fooled, as a little creature that comes into this world, which is all strange and foreign, and he's just a little puppet of fate. And he's forgotten that the whole thing has at its root the self, which is also yourself. When one speaks of awakening, it means dehypnotization, coming to your senses. But of course, to do that, you have to go out of your mind.
Sounds True presents Out of Your Mind, essential listening from the Alan Watts audio archives. Many of these lectures were recorded during the late 1960s in the home of Alan Watts, an old ferry boat in Sausalito, California. We begin with a lecture on the nature of consciousness with author, philosopher, and self-proclaimed spiritual entertainer.
Okay, this is called Laws of the Material World Nature.
Are traditional jobs really the only way to make a living? Just the other day, I was at my desk, just like millions do every day. But then
your attention wander away to the events of the day, don't get angry or irritable. Wait quietly for a few seconds and gently bring the attention back to the consideration of the area in question. The mind is bound to wander at the beginning of these exercises. It only requires some training and re-education. Bring the blood in your imagination to the lips, the mouth and gums of the teeth, the chin and the angle of the jaw. This procedure having been applied to the whole head, including the back of the head, you should pause for a little while to become completely aware of the sensations involved. Also note that the entire body should have begun to lose its gross attentions. Since the brain is the nerve center of the whole psychosomatic organism, when it relaxes, so also will all other subsidiary parts. The neck is the next area to be considered. The student should visualize the windpipe with all its component parts, if he knows them by name, together with muscles and glands in the front, sides, and back of the neck. They should be imagined as turning pink due to the dilatation of the blood vessels that, holding more blood, are gently warmed by its heat and thus being coaxed into relaxing. As the tensions begin to loosen, pass the attention to the powerful muscles of the shoulders and shoulder joints. Pay great attention to these, for they are unusually tense in most modern people, the price we pay for the benefits and stresses of civilization. Let the attention slowly wander from the shoulders down the arm to the elbow, forearm, wrist, hand, and fingers, dwelling for a minute or so on each part, feeling a sensation of warmth and tingling there, firmly telling each part to relax. Return in imagination once more to the shoulders. Visualize the entire chest cage. Within this cage are several large and important organs: the bronchial tubes, the lung, heart, large arteries and veins leading to and from them, and the diaphragm. Also make note of and feel the powerful rib muscles which aid the breathing function. Just make a simple picture of this cage and begin to feel that slowly the blood pours into every dilated artery, vein, and capillary. The muscular walls of these vessels relax, enabling them to convey larger quantities of blood than before. Because of this increased blood supply, a greater quantity is being generated in the chest, resulting in a generally diffused sense of relaxation. So far as the abdomen and pelvis are concerned, a similar technique is to be followed. Thinking of the large areas which include the individual organs that you know to be housed there. Feel the warm descent of the blood and experience fully the sensation of aliveness that the consideration of those parts produces. As you practice, you will at first become increasingly conscious of each bodily segment, becoming aware of each separate organ, rather as one does of each tooth, if and when there is a toothache. This awareness is succeeded by a complete cessation of sensory awareness. The relaxed portion, formerly standing out so vividly in consciousness, will fade utterly from view. Eventually, consciousness of the body as a whole vanishes entirely, with a deep and abiding serenity and stillness resulting. Having completed the irrigation of the pelvic area, imagine the life stream of blood dividing into two powerful rivers, each sweeping down one hip and thigh. Consider the thigh as far down as the kneecap, in a manner similar to that applied to all other portions of the body until you become aware of the warmth and relaxation of the heavy, thick muscles. Then pass downwards with the mind to the ankle and finally to the tips of the toes. Become fully aware of each minute part of the body becoming absolutely flooded by the bloodstream, which enables it to undergo this needed release from tension. The entire process from head to toe should take not less than a half an hour at first. More time would even be more satisfactory. As time goes on, less time may be necessary to induce relaxation, until finally the mere wish or thought to relax will spontaneously induce all muscles and tissues everywhere in the body to relax their chronic tension. Skill is the important factor, and skill is achieved solely by practice and constant repetition. In this way, a conditioned response may be built up with the almost instantaneous reaction that such reflexes have.
Hey, this is what I do almost every weekend, shopping real estate. You're probably not going to start with that deal right there or the one that I'm standing inside of right now, Sunday morning, but you need to start somewhere, okay? In about a week, or less than a weekend.
पुरोहितं यज्ञस्य देवमृत्युजं होतारं रत्नधातवम् अग्निः पूर्वे भर्षिभिरेभ्यो नूतनैरुता स देवाङ्गेरवक्षति अग्निना रेमश्रवत्तोषमेव दिवे दिवे यशसं वीरवत्तमम् अग्नेयं यज्ञमध्वरं विश्वतः परिभूरसि स यद्देवेषु गच्छति अग्निर्होता कविक्रतुः सत्यचित्रश्रवस्तमः देवो देवेभिरागमते रङ्गदाशुरे त्वमग्ने भद्रं करिष्यसि तवेर्तत्सत्यमङ्गिरः उवत्वाग्रे दिवे दिवे दोढावस्तर्धिया वयं नमो वरन्दये मसे नादन्तमध्वराणां गोपामृतस्य दीदिवीं वर्धमानं स्वेदमे सनः पितेव सूनवेग्रे सूपायनो भव तजस्वानः स्वस्तये संहिता देवीं वाचमजनयन्त देवास्तां विश्वरूपा पशवो वदन्ति सानो मन्द्रेण भोर्चन्द्रानादेनुर्वागस्मानुभजट्टुदैतु पदम् देवीं वाचम् अजनयन्ता देवाः तां विश्वरूपाः पशवः वदन्ति सा नः मन्त्रा इषम् ऊर्जं दुहाना धेनुः वाक् अस्मानि उप सुस्तुता आ येतो माला देवीं वाचं देवीं वाचं वाचमजनयन्त अजनयन्त वाचं वाचमजनयन्त अजनयन्त देवाः जनयन्त अजनयन्त देवाः देवास्तां तां देवास्तां तां विश्वरूपास्तां तां विश्वरूपा पशवो विश्वरूपा पशवः विश्वरूपायिते विश्वरूपाः पशवो वदन्ति पशवः वदन्ति सानाः सानाः नो मन्द्रेषम् मन्द्रेषम् ऊर्जं दुहाना दुहाना धेनुर्वागे वागस्मानि अस्मान् वागस्मानि उपास्मानि उपसृष्टोता सुष्टुतोता उपसृष्टोता सुष्टुतैतो सुष्टुतेतु सुष्टोता ऐतो येत्वित्येतु शिखा देवीं वाचं देवीं वाचमजनयन्त जनयन्त वाचं वाचमजनयन्त देवाः अजनयन्त देवाः जनयन्त देवास्तां तां देवास्तां विश्वरूपाः तां विश्वरूपास्तां तां विश्वरूपा पशवः पशवो विश्वरूपा पशवो वदन्ति विश्वरूपायिते विश्वरूपाः पशवो वदन्ति पशवो वदन्ति सानो नस्सानो मन्द्रा नो मन्द्रेणम् मन्द्रेणमोर्जम् इडमोर्जमिडमोर्जम् दुहाना ऊर्जम् दुहानोर्जमोर्जम् दुहाना धेनुः दुहाना धेनुर्वाग्
I'll just be an entertainer.
Shit.
Right. Just
Entertain me, bitch.
let your fans fan. It's some stuff I don't need to know.
But some people.
It's like when Clint Eastwood started speaking out. It's like, why are you speaking out? You have a great career that started with, the country westerns and all that. I loved Clint Eastwood, but then he ruined my idea of.
Don't mind Adrian sisters. This room is called Don't Mind Adrian Sisters. We can see how this goes. This is so funny. Don't Mind Adrian Sisters. Adrian sisters. See if anybody shows up. Oh, this is funny. Don't want Adrian sisters. Don't mind Adrian sisters.
His father's creation. This was Ares, the god of love. Ares poisoned men's hearts with jealousy and suspicion. He turned them against one another.
Only a god can kill another god. Zeus left the child he had with the queen of the Amazons as a weapon to use against me.
I compel you to tell me the truth.
I don't want to fight you, but if I must.
Zeus' son grew envious of mankind and sought to corrupt his father's creation. This was Ares.
I knew you'd come. Save me. Thank you. When people called you cruel and selfish, I defended you. I said they didn't know you as I know you. You've been by my side the entire time. Yes, I am complicit because I served you loyally. This is the part where the whore declares herself a virgin. You made a devil's bargain. You pulled me into it with you. Your sudden resurrection is an affront to nature and to God. Of horse shit. Part of me thinks I should kill you right now. Restore the natural order of things. But I can't. Not after all you did for me. Consider my debt to you paid in full. I knew you'd come. Save me. Thank you.
100 million.
200 million.
300 million.
Oh!
I
propose that the one with the most gold will win this book for exactly $1 more than a losing bid. James here will check each account to find out its limits. I'll set, boss. All right, we'll start with Mr. Satrakian here. What's the grand total?
$323 million.
What about the German here? What's he got?
$351.8 million.
Sold to the German for $323 million plus $1. Transfer the gold to my account.
Please, put it in the canvas bag for me, would you?
German's access to the Swiss bank account has been rescinded.
That's ridiculous. Obviously, a mistake has been made.
It's not a mistake. They checked twice. Access to the gold account is withdrawn. I guess this is yours, old man. Congratulations. I was rooting for it.
No. That's fine. Allow me to call the bank and rectify the situation.
No. 323 million is 323 million. I ain't rectifying jack shit. Hey! It's your last one.
100 million.
200 million.
300 million.
Oh! I propose that the one with the most gold will win this book for exactly $1 more than a losing bid. James here will check.
You'll match the neck piece to this. Soon you'll be doing this yourself. You must learn to control these contractions. It's difficult. It feels unnatural, I know, but you can dominate the urge. We mustn't forget the eyes. Windows to the soul. This is the mother our Isaac cries for in the night.
What is that light for?
Some people, they don't know they're infected, but UV light, those are goddamn worms right under the skin.
Match the neck piece to this. Soon you...
I knew you'd come. Save me. Thank you. When people called you cruel and selfish, I defended you. I said they didn't know you as I know you. You've been by my side the entire time. Yes, I am complicit because I served you loyally. This is the part where the whore declares herself a virgin. You made a devil's bargain. You pulled me into it with you. Your sudden resurrection is an affront to nature and to God. Oh, shit. Part of me thinks I should kill you right now. Restore the natural order of things. But I can't. Not after all you did for me. Consider my debt to you paid in full. I knew you'd...
The master is slain. I cut off his head. After centuries of pursuit, he is fallen.
I saw something. A red worm, crimson, not like the others.
If you did not kill the crimson worm, you did not slay the master.
What worm is this?
The essence of his being. He has not yet taken another host, but when he does, he will be just as powerful as before.
You might have told me. You might have tried to help me. How about I cut off your useless heads and expose the essence of your being? I risk everything, and you three husks just sit here or wait till the end of your days. Take a good long look at me. You will never see me again. Master is slain. I cut off his head. After centuries of pursuit, he is fallen.
I saw something. A red worm, crimson, not like the others.
If you did not kill the crimson worm, you did not slay the master.
What worm is this?
The essence of his being. He has not yet taken another host, but when he does, he will be just as powerful as before.
You might have told me. You might have tried to help me. How about I cut off your useless heads and expose the essence of your being? I risk everything, and you three husks just sit here or wait till the end of your days. Take a good long look at me. You will never see me again.
Do you really believe that I'm a man to be trifled with?
You humiliated me at the auction. You cost us the loot.
Please. It's Satrakian. My security team can have the book back in our hands before he's translated the title page. But only if you and your master pay me the respect I deserve.
How dare you?
How dare you? Without Eldritch's influence, without his abilities, without what he has done.
I see always deciding things.
We want the weight when we need it.
What do you think? My master.
These new terms, the white for immortality, do not materially affect our agreement. Use my resources as necessary. But do not ever take me for granted again.
The terms of our agreement remain unchanged.
No!
You're begotten of the Master, seventh original Strix. It's the desire you feel. Your thirst is your nature. Animal blood is not enough. You must feed on the very species you were created to save. The Master has surely been hunting you. You will remain hidden here with me until such time as you are ready to fulfill the prophecy. For you alone can rid this world of his foul scourge. You are the savior.
The Huntress has indulged your human half. I will put your resolve to the test. Their perfection will reveal your true nature.
I know that you also thirst. I am dying. You will continue to waste.
What was that? Harry, we show elevator one heading to the penthouse. Are you with that maintenance guy? All right, keep trying him. You got a situation? Let's go get the man.
Come on. You know, I used to know some guys that used to ghost ride elevators in the projects. How's that work out for him? How do you think? Let's go. Anybody here?
Here's we have 6 intruders. I never wanted this to happen.
UV light! I'll shield you from the light. Get up!
I can't be saved.
What are you talking about? Come on, get
We need you. Get out.
I'm out of here.
What was that?
Payback time.
No. Right now's not the time. You're gonna wake him up. So what? No.
Pigs bleed too.
Come on, keep moving. Let's go. Let's go. We got them all.
We can work for this Quinlan like Braceros? Don't think so. I make these calls, not you. Thanks for the weapons. Anyone else?
Now the rest of you can stay here with him, or you can get on the bus.
Payback time.
No. Right now's not the time.
No! Go!
We're wrong, Dad. Look at her. She needs our help.
Don't let her in!
F, give him to me. You never wanted him anyway. Let's let Zach decide who he wants to be with. I wonder who he'll choose. Come to me.
Kelly, where are you? Come on. You want to talk? Let's talk.
No, get off of it! Leave him alone! No, stop! Please, stop!
Zach?
No! Don't!
Admit it. You've always been curious about what's on the other side. You understand that? Flapping your lips all day. I'll finish this. Like rats. You cannot vomit the blood sinner. You are vermin. I want your master to say this. I have something to say to you. You are the hunger. You're still a parasite, and we will flush you out. Do not let the work I've done be in vain. Promise me. I promise. Mr. Quinn. Admit it. It was an ancient, hungry being, and as it gazed at the giant body, it smiled. So, you think you're going to kill me? Only that. My will, my soul, are to you. The blessing, I bestow them. Sardo returned to his village weeks later, but was never again seen outside his castle walls. Not in daylight, that is.
And soon, young children began disappearing from the village, vanishing from their beds at night.
Evil lurks in the world, Abraham, in many forms. You must stop it.
It was an ancient hunger.
Tell the master I need to see him. You listen to me. If the master doesn't save her, if she doesn't make it through this thing, I am finished. No more.
You are demanding that the master come here and release his own divine and invaluable essence just so you can continue fornicating with your secretary.
Master, you are here.
What's happening?
You are being saved.
Oh my God. What did you do to me?
That was the master. So much to tell you. I hated lying to you. But now you have experienced his power for yourself.
What are you talking about?
Cook, I helped him because I wanted him to save my life. And he did. And now he has saved your life too. Tell the master I need to see him.
What are you doing there, pal? Hands above your head. What you got in the sack, buddy? What you got in there, huh? Full of dirt. What are you doing in the middle of the night dragging that shit around, huh? I know you. You're the Singer Boulevard.
Don't touch that. You're not worthy to touch it.
This guy's high as a kite.
How can do that? The master's resting ground.
Come here! Freeze! Officer down, on the feet! Officer down!
He can see me through you, can't he?
Yes, he can.
Is he watching me now?
You know, I don't know what he's doing. So reanimated, you are still, in many ways, who you were before?
Yeah.
Especially the part that gets annoying when pompous pricks ask stupid questions.
Well, this pompous prick would like you to wait in the other room. I will allow you to be here, but not in here, or I will do no further work.
What are you doing there, pal? Hands above your head.
Holy shit. You are standing before beings of great honor, dignity, power. The ancients.
Are they alive?
In a way.
I mean, can't they speak?
I speak for them.
Well, why is he looking at me like that?
They're not looking at you. They're dreaming. If we wake them, we'll have to feed them. An ancient truce has been broken. An act of war has been declared. We need a human soldier who can move freely in the daylight. Someone who can use the power of the sun to massacre the unclean.
Sounds like you got a vampire turf war going on. Why should I help them? Or you?
Payback. And a rich payday.
I'm listening. Holy shit.
You are standing I would suck you dry and snap your neck, denying you one final time. But do you know that the master has a plan for you? Yes. He wants you to turn, to bear witness to that what you have been fighting against for so long. Never, I will release you, my course, to die like the soulless appendage you are.
I'm pretty sure he's right.
Easy. Hey, why don't you all step back?
Right. And all these gangsters are watching us. Because I'm dying for a chance to stick a piece of rebar in your right ear. Watch it come out your left, bitch.
I would suck you dry and snap your neck, denying you one final time. But do you know that the master... Don't come close.
When you're ready, what are you waiting for? Run! Zach! Stop! No! No! Let me see you. Zach! She took him.
She turned him?
Don't come close.
Let me figure something out.
You're always late.
It's on my face.
It's done.
You stole something that is mine.
Bomb is in my safe. I alone know the combination. We must work together now.
Perhaps it is in my best interest not to destroy you. I shall abide by the terms of our original agreement. Aldrich Palmer, eternal life is now yours. is for the necessary rules. And I now possess all of Palmer's knowledge and memories. Thus, using Palmer's memories, I have located the other nuclear device. Your conquest is assured, my lord. Stole something that is mine. Bomb.
He is found. He'll come here now.
Let him come.
No. You're not ready yet. The master is too powerful. We must go. Right this moment.
You are Invictus. You would take up silver arms against me. Your spirit, Invictus. The Huntress has indulged your human half. I will put your resolve to the test.
I am ready to fulfill my destiny.
Nothing matter, Invictus. Deprivation will reveal your true nature. Half-breed has chosen his path. Come to me, Invictus. I will show you and teach you things beyond your dreams.
Yes, I can only imagine. The wonder of your world, Lord, the majesty of residing underground like a snake, a fugitive of nature, afraid of the sun.
Need I remind you the night lasts as long as the day?
And I am doomed to stand astride both worlds, the light and the dark. You cannot control me as you do your creatures. It frustrates you, doesn't it? To know you will never be my master.
The Huntress has indulged your human half too well.
We will meet again.
Half-breed.
Zach, are you okay? What's happening? Things have changed.
Hal, that thing was trying to sting me.
What is going on here?
He's fine. He's just scared.
And you? Are you fine as well?
You're supposed to be safe.
Please get baffled. This cannot pass. There was a plan. It cannot be abandoned.
What can we do?
We must act. We will strike back.
What are you talking about?
Get back.
Why are you talking about my son?
Oh shit, they're fighting.
Turn the jammer on.
He jumped into Palmer's body. He's playing with us. You should have ended it when you had the chance.
The taking of a soul is but another blood meal, but you're suffering. This is a delicacy. What are you going to do? Chop my head off again?
Oh, we have something else in mind.
You're talking about?
Get back.
Why are you talking about my son?
The professor tells me you lost your son and that your companion was killed. Yet you waited all this time to come here and share the tragic news. What prompted you to come now?
I wasn't ready to talk about it. If you're capable of feelings, you'd understand.
It says free of the master's leash, I've experienced the same emotions as you.
Oh, right. You're half human. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask you about that. How does that work? Mr. Goy don't have plumbing for procreation. Did your mom go to a fertility clinic for the undead?
Does it give you pleasure to bait me? Or are you simply trying to distract me from discovering your true purpose here? Over the centuries, I've developed a keen nose for treachery, so I must wonder, what's the real reason you're here?
It's funny, I was wondering the same thing about you.
What did the master offer you for it?
My son.
Lumen will bring the master out of hiding when he comes straight. I'll kill him. It's not what's in the book that will destroy him, but what we do with it. Together we can use the book to save the world and your son. Professor tells me you lost your son.
Shit, get it off me, get it off me! What is that? What is that?
Think so. Well, there's no sign of worms. We'll go for surgery in 2 hours. You think you got it? I don't know. Happened too fast. Well, it's a good thing you were there.
The exploding Strigoi here targeted this place and Justine.
Feels like a coordinated attack to me, Doc.
The one you call the master. You injured him.
How do you know this?
The 7 share a common mind, but the 7th has the power to disrupt thought. When you injured him, he lost control, so they saw you fighting. And now, he has recovered enough to shield himself from you once again. You want? They want to make an alliance with you. Sometimes great enemies become allies so they can fight a common foe. Do they know how to kill him? I think for obvious reasons they won't answer that question. And I don't see how they can help me. No. You're here to help them. Over the millennia, they have gathered vast resources that could help you in your hunt. What are they saying? They're trying to decide whether you should live. The one you call the master.
Please, I've been trapped in here for days without food. Get me out.
I'm gonna need your ID card to open the lock. Angel bundles.
Hey, you have a choice to make. Illumin or Zack.
What did the master offer you for it?
My son. That book is the answer to both our problems. We will get your son back.
What do you want?
I want to strike a deal. I am willing to remove my...
It's a song from like.
Silence, please.
99. Yo. What? Why did people insult me?
Silence, please.
About why that's weird.
Recognize you tomorrow, just as I would recognize a whirlpool in the stream.
Who is that? Oh,
I didn't even have to look. I know your voice now.
Under the ground, but it's like it doesn't specifically say for how far under, exactly where, but it's I understand it's in the ground, but
Right. Yeah. The hell is a grave in the ground. It doesn't discuss how far. I've seen. I'm not going to say I've seen, but people have digged up graves where you go 4 feet under. People digged up graves where you go 6 feet under. It's not a distance.
yeah, but
How far and how deep you gonna go in that anus?
okay, but Lazarus he's like not, he's in this.
Well, I was gonna say interesting how Muslims say that though, because there is a hadith which says that Iblis touches every child except Jesus. So it's kind of like, okay, there is kind of like an original sin doctrine, but except for Isa.
Yeah,
and Mary.
That's strange. Is Jesus a prophet or God? I mean, the thing is right here. Why Jesus the only sin is prophet? Is he a prophet?
Ooh, okay, let me play this song. Ooh, I love this song.
So give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. What is so last? So give me 1 second.
Wanna be with you.
You don't get plurality from it. You don't get materiality from it. It's permanent. How do you get change? There's tons of more issues to bring up. It's dead in the water right from the very get-go, right? They take change for granted. They take unity and diversity for change. They can't account for permanence and change, unity and diversity. That's what Vanto would say, continuity, discontinuity, They got to at least cough up and answer to these things. That's why Paul lays down the gauntlet there in 1 Corinthians chapter 1. Where's the wise man? Where's the scribe? Where is the bear of this age? Let him stand up and answer these questions.
I try to dumb it down for them, and I'll go so I have an apple, right? So what would limit the apple's state of existence so it doesn't become an orange or something else? And I'm going to say God limits it, right? So what do you think limits it?
I don't know. Natural laws.
So I think that's a good way to explain it, to dumb it down. When you say unity, I feel 90% of the people don't even know what you're saying that are listening. I'm talking about unity and diversity.
Grundstückgelände des Hauskäufers sei bereits ein lebenslanges Wohnrecht angeboten worden. Dieses Angebot bleibt auch nach der Rückübertragung weiter bestehen. Jetzt kommt der Hintergrund. Nach dem Holocaust gab es zahlreiche jüdische Opfer, die entweder ermordet wurden oder keine lebenden Angehörigen hinterließen. Die Jewish Claims Conference wurde 1951 in New York geschaffen und vertritt Entschädigungsansprüche jüdischer Opfer der Nazis und
Hello? Hello?
Nobody.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Buddy, I didn't even stop ad-libbing, bro. You're being annoying right now. So be quiet.
I didn't say anything. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Let's have a second. You're saying that it's not like you're saying racism is systematic and it only could be systematic because of slavery or something like that, right?
No.
The history, what happened with black people and white people. But let's talk about.
Wir haben es hier mit etwas zu tun. Ich beende jetzt mal das Zitat, aber das ist klar. Wandlitz ist ehemals DDR. Das hatte sozusagen dort nie eine Rolle gespielt. Und jetzt, 35 Jahre nach der Wiedervereinigung, gelten die Regeln, die die Bundesrepublik sich damals in den 50ern mit diesem JCC gegeben hat. Das ist wohl der Grund, warum.
Das ist der Rahmen da, genau.
Ja. Das ist der Grund, warum es. Aber warum denn erst jetzt? Das frage ich mich. Warum denn 35 Jahre? Moment, das kommt ja auch. Sehr guter Artikel. Zitat: Mehr als 34 Jahre nach der Wiedervereinigung sind fast alle Fälle von Rückübertragungs- und Entschädigungsansprüchen in Brandenburg abgearbeitet, die im Zusammenhang mit der Wiedergutmachung von verfolgungsbedingten Vermögensverlusten zur NS-Zeit stehen. Also hier ist einer sozusagen der letzten Fälle in Brandenburg nochmal aufgekommen. Soweit der Artikel war das.
Ja, danke schön. Also, mir schließt sich zwar noch nicht, ob jetzt die Räumungsklage tatsächlich stattgefunden hat oder nicht, aber...
Es gab ja ein Angebot auf lebenslanges Wohnrecht.
Ja, hab ich gehört, genau. Wird sich zeigen, aber trotzdem bricht für die natürlich ein Lebenstraum zusammen. Das darf man ja auch nicht vergessen. Ne? Ist immer die Frage, ob es da nicht Alternativen gibt. Aber ich gehe mal davon aus, dass es da was Übergeordnetes gibt, wonach der Anspruch abzuleiten ist, weil anders geht es gar nicht. Also das ist, ja.
Schwierig, aber dass das natürlich polarisiert und dass das natürlich zu fürchterlichen Reaktionen wahrscheinlich wieder in den sozialen Medien und so weiter führt. Das ist ja programmiert.
Aber Peter, du siehst ja, wenn du den Artikel, der jetzt nicht wirklich ganz lang war, aber wenn man den dann sich durchliest, kriegt man unglaublich viele Informationen verschiedener Güte und die den Fall einfach auch helfen einzuordnen. Und in sozialen Medien, da ist halt das Bild und die Menschen vor dem Haus und eine große Überschrift und 3 Zeilen und viele lesen halt einfach auch nicht weiter und dann ist halt die Empörung halt da und da steht ja auch unten drunter, dass der RBB halt den Artikel irgendwie nach 20.000 Kommentaren geschlossen hat oder sowas, weil man es nicht mehr moderieren kann, weil man es nicht mehr im Griff hat, ne? Das ist halt einfach auch schade, ja.
Ja, der Kern ist, dass die Bundesrepublik Deutschland diese Vereinigung Jewish Claims Conference anerkannt hat als Rechtsnachfolgerin von Opfern. Und von Opfern, die keine Nachfahren haben. Das ist die Klasse, so wie, ich das mal ganz platt jetzt, das ist jetzt ein doofer Vergleich, nicht wörtlich nehmen, aber so wie die PDS Rechtsnachfolgerin der SED war. Ja? Und damit natürlich sämtliche einerseits Vermögenswerte der SED übernommen hat, gleichwohl aber auch alles, was sozusagen an Aufarbeitung von SED-Unrecht mit dann sozusagen in die Zeit der deutschen Vereinigung geholt hat. Und so hat die Bundesrepublik eben 1951 dieses JCC anerkannt als Rechtsnachfolgerin für genau diese Opfer, die selbst keine Nachfahren gehabt haben.
Ja, um einfach vielleicht auch eine Art Bereicherung der Unrechtsbringer damit gar nicht erst erwachsen zu lassen, sondern dass man sagt, okay, die Opfer die haben keinen Nachfahren, dann kriegt das halt deren übergeordnete Vertreterorganisation, wie auch immer, und nicht der Böse, der das Unrecht eigentlich mit
mit auf seiner Seite hat in die Wege geleitet. Ne?
Und mal ganz platt, lieber Axel, hat auch eine finanzielle Komponente, denn die Bundesrepublik Deutschland hat ja auch hohe Entschädigungszahlungen, ich will nicht sagen Reparationszahlungen, aber Entschädigungszahlungen ja geleistet. Hier konnte man natürlich dann in dem Moment, wenn man sagt, ihr als Rechtsnachfolger bekommt dann das zurück, was ja Wert hat, und könnte damit sozusagen genau die Arbeit leisten, von der ja auch der Artikel spricht, nämlich das Geld dann an Überlebende und an Nachfahren von Überlebenden zum Beispiel weiterreichen, hat sich damit ja auch ein Stück weit entlastet. Ne?
Ja, spannend. Ich habe übrigens den Anwalt kennengelernt, Peter, der damals, der ist noch jung genug, ich muss es vorsichtiger formulieren, aber der tatsächlich eingesetzt worden ist, um das Ganze mit zu überwachen, was die was das Vermögen aus den neuen Bundesländern anbelangt. Ich glaube, das hatte ich dir auch erzählt. Weiß ich jetzt gar nicht. Ja.
Sag mal, was ist denn mit Tine los? Tine hoppst immer rauf und runter hier. Was ist denn hier los? Tine, entscheiden Sie sich mal. Also wirklich. Ja, hast du mir erzählt, klar.
Ja.
Aber klar, das ist ein Einschnitt. Ne? Und es zeigt einmal mehr, das wird ja ungern diskutiert, dass in der DDR-Zeit ist diese Form der Aufarbeitung, auch diese Form der Wiedergutmachung, der Rückführung in dem Sinne so offensichtlich, ich wage die Behauptung, ohne sie jetzt komplett beweisen zu können, dass es das so nicht gab. Es gab in den 80er Jahren Annäherungsversuche der SED-Führung hin zum jüdischen Weltkongress, weil man sah, dass man auch weiterhin eine Anerkennung, die DDR hat ja immer um Anerkennung gerungen, vor allem im internationalen Kontext, um weitere Anerkennung zu bekommen, insbesondere von den USA. Das war Honecker sehr wichtig. Er hat immer davon geträumt, eines Tages mal als Staatschef der DDR ins Weiße Haus eingeladen zu werden. Also tat man so ziemlich alles in den frühen 80er Jahren, um mit dem jüdischen Weltkongress Beziehungen aufzubauen und Verbindungen aufzubauen. Und da ging es natürlich auch dann genau um diese Themen. Was ist passiert nach dem Krieg? Wieso sind Entschädigungen nicht geleistet worden? Weil es in der DDR eben kein Thema war. Und das ist interessant, dass nur über diesen Artikel sich jetzt auch ein paar Erinnerungen auch an das Thema Schulzeit, was hat man in der Schule eigentlich über den Holocaust gelernt in der DDR und so, sich jetzt doch wieder ein bisschen Bahn brechen gerade, Pades. Insofern ganz spannendes Thema.
Ja, so spannend, dass Matthias da ist.
Ja,
hallo Matthias.
Hallo Matthias.
Peter, als du es gerade erzählst, also mir ist das auch in Erinnerung, das war eine interessante Änderung der Politik oder Versuch der Änderung der Politik der SED in den Ende der 80er Jahre. Wie du sagst, zur USA. Und zwar, man wollte ja wirklich, das war ja der große Traum von Honecker, einmal vom amerikanischen Präsidenten dort empfangen zu werden mit allen Ehren, nachdem das Deutsch-Deutsche schon abgegessen war. Und in dem Zusammenhang ist mir erinnerlich, dass man diese jüdische Synagoge in der Oranienburger Straße wurde renoviert, und da war auch, das wollte ich immer mal checken, wenn ich in der Ecke bin, war auch, habe ich selber gesehen damals, so eine Tafel dran, eine Erinnerungstafel, und das eben unter der Regie von Honecker oder unter seiner Führung sozusagen wurde dort eine Stiftung dort gemacht, um praktisch das zu finanzieren, und das war ein Teil auch dieser Annäherungsversuche, um praktisch das Verhältnis zu Israel und auch vor allem zu Amerika eben zu verbessern, um diesen Traum wahr werden zu lassen. Und für Thales vielleicht nochmal diese Rückübertragungsansprüche. Das ist natürlich eine super tragische Geschichte, aber letztendlich war das gang und gäbe nach der Wende. Vor allem, wenn ich an so eine Region denke wie Kleinmachnow, wo ich mich ein bisschen auskenne, bin auch zur Schule gegangen, und ich glaube, die hatten 80% Rückübertragungsansprüche. Jetzt nicht dieser jüdischen Thematik, aber insgesamt war das eben so, dass Eigentum vor Entschädigung dagegen, und da sind eben viele
dann mussten dann ihre langjährig bewohnten Häuser dort eben verlassen. Und der Machno war zu DDR-Zeiten schon etwas edel und davor auch und jetzt wieder. Also insofern war dieses Rückübertragung eigentlich sehr, sehr häufig anzutreffen, aber jetzt nach so langer Zeit, aber das Recht gilt überall und wenn es eben so spät eben erst hochkommt und die Bundesrepublik das so entschieden hat, dann ist man natürlich gebunden, klar.
Ja, aber das ist richtig, also nicht nur Kleinmachnow, ich meine, es hat überall in der DDR Rückübertragung gegeben. In großem Maßstab, in weitem Maßstab und übrigens auch, deshalb ich erinnere mich da auch dran, war das zum Beispiel in Potsdam-Babelsberg, ich habe sogar mal fürs ZDF darüber berichtet, Potsdam-Babelsberg war eigentlich ein Villenvorort von Potsdam oder ist ein Villenvorort von Potsdam und viele dieser Villen dort gehörten Menschen jüdischen Glaubens und die enteignet worden sind, zwangsenteignet worden sind, beziehungsweise zwangsverkaufen mussten oder die einfach verschleppt wurden in der Nazi-Zeit. Und dann haben ja teilweise UFA-Stars, also Stars von Goebbels Filmfirma, diese Villen übernommen. Und das musste ja alles im Nachgang dann auch wieder geklärt werden. Und wie gesagt, zu DDR-Zeiten war das kein großes Thema. Markus fragt gerade, was hat man in der Schule zu DDR-Zeiten mit dem Holocaust gelernt? Ganz ehrlich, Markus, nicht so wahnsinnig viel, weil die Geschichtsschreibung der DDR war ausgerichtet auf letztlich das Schildern des antifaschistischen Widerstandskampfes. Und dieser antifaschistische Widerstandskampf war vor allem durch die Kommunisten geprägt, laut Geschichtsschreibung der SED. Matthias, wenn ich was Falsches sage, korrigierst mich. Und das hieß, man lernte in der Schule eigentlich rund um die Nazi-Zeit, den Aufstieg der Nazis und so weiter, vor allem die Unterstützung durch die Großindustrie, sprich durch den Imperialismus. Der Faschismus wurde auch immer als die aggressivste Form des Imperialismus bezeichnet in der Schule. Gott, das kommt plötzlich alles wieder hoch. Und das war sozusagen der Kern der Lehre in dem Sinne. Und dagegen standen aufrechte Kommunisten wie Ernst Thälmann und andere oder Kommunisten im Exil wie Ulbricht und Pieck und so weiter. Und die waren dann sozusagen die Stars des Widerstandes, jedenfalls in diesem Geschichtsbild. Das bürgerliche Geschichtsbild, das vor allem sich um den bürgerlichen Widerstand und den Widerstand innerhalb der Wehrmacht, Stichwort Stauffenberg, gedreht hat, hatte in der DDR keinen großen Stellenwert. Und auch die Opfergeschichte der Jüdinnen und Juden, sprich die systematische Verfolgung und Vernichtung der Juden, spielte in dem Unterricht, den ich noch in den 80ern mitbekommen habe, nicht die ganz große Rolle. Es spielte an der Seite eine Rolle, also Auschwitz war ein Thema, ja, aber nicht sozusagen, wenn man das in den wie sagt man, ins Verhältnis zum Gesamtbild setzt, das gerade so ab der 8. Klasse auch, das war so 14, 15, ne, Matthias, wenn es so um Nationalsozialismus ging, dann vermittelt worden ist. So habe ich es in Erinnerung.
Ist aber wieder, also nachvollziehbarerweise, wie ich finde, großes Thema an den Schulen, zumindest an den Schulen, an der Schule meiner Tochter.
Ja, klar. Heute sowieso, natürlich.
Ja, es war aber zwischendurch ein Wechsel. Also es gab gerade in der Pandemie, jetzt kann man natürlich sagen, dass es dem geschuldet ist, aber wurde das in Geschichte tatsächlich teilweise ausgehebelt. Ich weiß, dass die Tochter von einer Nachbarin also jedenfalls aus dieser Gegend, die ist immer irritiert und wenn die dann immer ein bisschen was erzählt, dann hat mal eine nachgefragt, hat gesagt, ja, aber ihr werdet das ja im Unterricht gehabt haben und bei denen ist es eben nicht behandelt worden. Aber wie gesagt, woran es liegt, sei mal dahingestellt. Ich denke, das hat wirklich was mit der Pandemie zu tun gehabt.
Ich würde noch gerne ergänzen, was Peter sagte. Natürlich war der Blick rein sozialistisch-kommunistischer und die richtigen Widerstandskämpfer waren natürlich die Kommunisten gewesen. Und da sieht man auch mal, wie Geschichtsschreibung in Ost und West unterschiedlich ist, weil die Würdigung auch der kommunistischen Widerstandskämpfer war ja nun kein Glanzstück in der westlichen Geschichtsschreibung. Das ist ja auch erst später aufgearbeitet worden. Also da
muss man auch von beiden Seiten mal gucken, aber auf alle Fälle ist es so, wie Peter sagt, aber was mir erinnerlich ist und wo es kein Vertun gab, ist, wir hatten ja die sogenannten Jugendstunden, das waren in der 8. Klasse, sofern man, wenn man sehr mutig war, eben nicht diese Jugendstunden da nicht dran teilgenommen hat. Also wenn du jetzt zum Beispiel gläubig warst oder sowas und gesagt hast, du willst nicht in der FDJ oder irgendwie, also der Freien Deutschen Jugend, irgendwie dort tätig werden oder sowas, aber die meisten haben daran teilgenommen und da gehörte mit dazu zu diesen Jugendstunden und zu Erwachsenwerden Besuch einer Konzentrationslagers. Und das war eine Pflichtveranstaltung. Und sicher war damals der Blick Antifaschismus nicht so umfassend, wie er hätte eigentlich dargestellt werden müssen. Aber ich fand das schon sehr gut. Ich war selber damals mit meiner Klasse im Buchenwald gewesen. Und das war schon eine beeindruckende Geschichte. Zumal wir natürlich das auch genutzt haben, uns weiter anzugucken. Und das sind ja, gehört ja auch zu einer der perfidesten Geschichten, dass die Nazis unmittelbar in dem Kulturzentrum Weimar dort auf dem Ettersberg dieses Buchenwald errichtet haben. Aber wie gesagt, da war man schon, fand ich gut, dass das so gemacht wurde und im Alter von 14 Jahren man sich das da anguckte. Und noch zum Thema Antisemitismus, das ist mir zum ersten Mal in den 80er Jahren im Studium in Russland oder Sowjetunion damals aufgefallen, das kannte ich nicht aus der DDR. Antisemitismus oder sowas. Und das habe ich aber dort zum ersten Mal erlebt. Das ist eine extra Geschichte, wo mir das da also zum ersten Mal begegnet bin dieser Geschichte. Also das war schon eine interessante Erfahrung, die ich aus der DDR nicht kannte.
Interessant, weil ich habe eine andere Erfahrung. Also jetzt Antisemitismus im Sinne von gegen Menschen jüdischen Glaubens, ich sage es bewusst so, habe ich so auch nicht erlebt. Jedenfalls nicht in den 18 Jahren oder sagen wir mal 15 Jahren, 13 Jahren, wie auch immer man das nennen will, die ich bewusst noch DDR mitgekriegt habe. Aber eine Ablehnung des Zionismus, wie er in der DDR genannt wurde, die schon. Also erinnere dich bitte, Yasser Arafat, PLO-Führer, war ein dicker Freund von Honecker, war ständig zu irgendwelchen Jahrestagen in der DDR, wurde gefeiert. Der Widerstandskampf des palästinensischen Volkes war ein Riesenthema. Palästinensische Kämpferinnen und Kämpfer sind ausgebildet worden in Stasi-Schulen irgendwo in den Wäldern Brandenburgs, des heutigen Brandenburgs. Also man hat Waffenhilfe geleistet, man hat Ausbildungshilfe geleistet für die PLO, natürlich im Kampf gegen Israel und gegen sozusagen dieses zionistische System. Das hatte bis Ende der 70er Jahre, hat das fröhlich Überstände gefeiert. Bei den Weltjugendfestspielen 73 in Berlin war Arafat mit auf der Erdtribüne. Und dann erst, wie gesagt, als man sah, und der Auslöser war übrigens 75, die Unterzeichnung der KSZE-Schlusserklärung von Helsinki, als, ich sag mal, die halbe Welt sich zu Menschenrechten bekannte und so weiter. Und da saß ja damals Honecker als fast noch frisch gebackener Staatschef neben Bundeskanzler Helmut Schmidt und, Achtung, das Foto ist berühmt, auf der anderen Seite von ihm, ich glaube auf seiner linken Seite, wenn ich mich richtig erinnere, sitzt Gerald Ford, damals US-Präsident. Und das war ein Riesenthema.
Das muss ich ja unheimlich Bauchgepinselt gefühlt haben.
Unfassbar Bauchgepinselt. So, und genau da, mal abgesehen davon, dass die KSZE später in der DDR keine große Rolle spielte und die Menschenrechtslage sich deshalb nicht wirklich verbesserte, aber der Auslöser sozusagen, sich offensichtlich auf internationalem Parkett bewegen zu können, wenn man denn gewisse Zugeständnisse macht, ich habe es vorhin gesagt, vielleicht dann auch irgendwann mal im Weißen Haus zu sein, führte eben die SED-Führung beides auch wieder näher an die jüdischen Weltorganisationen heran, insbesondere an den Jüdischen Weltkongress, und was vorher eigentlich überhaupt kein Thema war. Ja. Also er war eine antizionistische Überschrift, eine anti-israelische, ohne sozusagen jetzt zum Beispiel in der Schule gegen Jüdinnen und Juden zu polemisieren oder gegen diesen Glauben zu polemisieren. Dabei übrigens in der DDR
sowieso nicht über Glauben geredet wurde, also weder über den christlichen noch über den jüdischen oder den islamischen Glauben geredet wurde, verwundert es auch nicht. Das war ja eine rein atheistische Schullehre, die dort ausgeübt wurde.
Ja, Tommaso mit Friedländer, ne? Margot.
Margot.
Ja, genau.
Ich hatte, weil das Thema so passt, ich war gestern 2 Stunden mit Margot Friedländer bei ihr in der Residenz. Sie wohnt in der Seniorenresidenz in Berlin. Wir haben sie für ein Projekt fotografiert und dieses ganze Thema, was ihr gerade so, also die letzten 20 Minuten, die ich mit hatte, also dieser Moment, wo ich sie jetzt einfach gedrückt habe, das war wirklich so emotional, weil wenn du so einer Frau mit 103 Jahren, die ihre einen Großteil ihrer Familie im Konzentrationslager verloren hat, du richtig tief in die Augen guckst, das ist ein so wahnsinnig emotionaler Moment. Und also das ganze Team, wie wir dort waren, wir waren alle so bewegt. Also Margot ist eine so tolle Frau und so ein Mahnmal dieser Zeit. Und ich bin so froh, dass sie noch da ist. Und das werde ich mein Leben nicht vergessen, diese Begegnung. Und ich bin froh, dass jemand dieses Foto von uns beiden aufgenommen hat. Es war einfach unfassbar toll. Ich habe euch jetzt die ganze Zeit zugehört und ich dachte, ich komme jetzt nochmal kurz hoch. Und ich bin froh, dass wir gerade nicht, dass wir nie so eine Zeit miterleben mussten. Das, was Margot uns erzählt hat. Und vor allen Dingen ihr wichtigstes Statement ist einfach, egal welche Religion, welche Ethnizität, wie auch immer, wir haben alle rotes Blut und wir sind alle gleich und das ist, worum es geht. Das mag vielleicht ein bisschen pathetisch klingen, aber das ist ihre Message und ihre Mission und ich bin immer noch sehr tief berührt von dieser Begegnung. Also das war wirklich, ich kann das gar nicht in Worte fassen, wie sehr mich das berührt hat. Also, alle sind so ruhig gerade.
Nein.
Das war einfach ein so wundervoller Moment. Das ist ein so wundervoller Moment. Also, es ist eine so wundervolle Frau. Also, das kann ich kann das gar nicht in Worte fassen. Ich glaube, ich brauche noch 2-3 Tage. Ich habe so wundervolle Fotos und auch Videos von ihr gemacht. Und ich bin so unfassbar glücklich, dass das wirklich ein Privileg in meinem Leben, dass ich diese Frau kennenlernen durfte und wirklich dieser Moment, dann in die Augen geguckt habe, ich habe mich vor sie gekniet, ich habe sie angeguckt, sie hat mich angestrahlt, sie war überhaupt total glücklich, dass wir da waren und es ist einfach, sie teilt ihr Leben und das, was sie mitbekommen hat und ja, weißt du, ich als Ostkind aus Thüringen mit über 30% AfD, mich schüttelt's, wenn ich darüber nachdenke. Und ich finde es so wichtig, dass sie kann das nicht oft genug sagen. Seid Menschen. Und das ist gerade in unserer jetzigen Zeit einfach, ich glaube, Credo, oder? Sind wir uns da einig?
Ja, absolut. Also ich glaube, Tommaso, also einen Menschen zu treffen mit einer so, also ich sag mal, die strahlt ja so viel aus, über Bilder, über Videos, das kannst du gar nicht in Worte packen. Und mit ihr ist ja auch die Geschichte im Grunde genommen viel, viel präsenter. Das muss man ja auch mal ganz ehrlich sagen. Aber was sie sagt, stimmt eben. Und das ist auch, was tatsächlich mein Vater immer zu mir gesagt hat, dass eben das größte Drama eigentlich darin besteht, dass die Menschen sich wegen irgendwelcher religiösen Ansichten überwerfen, streiten, ohne zu realisieren, dass im Grunde genommen es doch nur um das Menschliche geht oder das Menschsein geht. Und ich glaube, das ist eben das, was viele was eine Herausforderung ist. Ich merke es ja selber, ne, Peter, in unseren Diskussionen, egal ob wir jetzt die Diskussion um die humanitäre Hilfe im Gaza haben, ob es um was auch immer geht, es ist immer schwierig, weil viele Leute einfach nicht den Blick von oben drauf werfen, sondern tatsächlich weiß ich nicht, darin vielleicht die Historie eher sehen, jetzt in dem Falle, anstatt zu sehen, dass es eben eine Frau ist, die einen Wahnsinnsrucksack mit sich bringt, von dem wir alle lernen können und von dem wir auch alle ganz viel sehen könnten, glaube ich. Ich weiß nicht, Peter, ob du das teilst, aber das ist meine Sichtweise. Ja.
Also das können wir uns, glaube ich, alle nicht vorstellen. Ne? Also was sie erlebt hat, also den Großteil ihrer Familie in Auschwitz verloren. Sie war an dieser berühmten Rampe, wo alle aussortiert worden sind. Und ich meine, das ist einfach nicht vorstellen, diese Unmenschlichkeit. Und das macht mir immer wieder Angst, dass der Mensch so sein kann, ja, dass er falschen Prinzipien folgt und dafür Menschen, die eben einen anderen Glauben haben, aber dasselbe Blut hat, umbringt, ja, in die Gaskammer steckt. Das ist etwas, was man sich überhaupt nicht vorstellen kann, diese Grausamkeit. Ich habe auch dieses Jahr einen Film, der mich sehr bewegt hat, The Zone of Interest. Diesen Film kann ich jedem nur empfehlen, dass er sich den mal anguckt, weil das ist wirklich ein Wahnsinnsfilm, weil ich weiß nicht, wer sagt euch das der Film? Ich will da jetzt auch nicht zu tief ins Thema gehen. Aber definitiv guckt euch diesen Film an. Der ist unfassbar.
Thomas, du hattest schon mal erzählt von dem Film. Das ist schon eine Weile her. Irgendwie kann ich mich erinnern, dass er das so beeindruckt hatte. Genau.
Ja, weil der ganz anders ist jetzt als, keine Ahnung, Schindlers Liste oder so, wo man auch wirklich sieht, was passiert. Das ist ja alles nur im Hintergrund. Du siehst einfach nur, wie der Lagerkommandant quasi, ohne jetzt so geschichtlich da reinzugehen und Namen zu nennen, das würde jetzt zu weit führen, da jetzt irgendwie einen geschichtlichen Diskurs zu führen. Aber der Film ist auch auf einer ganz anderen Ebene. Der erzählt diese Geschichte nochmal ganz anders. Und deshalb kann ich das nur jedem empfehlen, diesen Film zu sehen. Das ist wirklich ein Meisterwerk und sollte in jeder Schule genauso auch wie Schindlers Liste gezeigt werden. Also es ist einfach sehr wichtig, dass jede Generation, die auch gerade die junge Generation, Aufklärung erfährt und dass nie wieder so eine Radikalisierung stattfindet. Und leider sind wir jetzt wieder in diesem Zustand der Radikalisierung aus vielleicht auch anderen Umständen heraus, als es damals war. Wir sind genauso wieder an dem Punkt und das ist auch etwas, was Margot immer so betont, dass wir genauso wieder jetzt, es hat damals genauso angefangen, wie es jetzt angefangen hat, auch wenn das jetzt schon, ich sag mal, 7, 8 Jahre schwelt. Und ich hoffe inständig, dass wir so ein Leid nicht erleben müssen, weil das ist ein Leid, was wir uns alle nicht vorstellen können. Und wenn dann irgend so einer hinkommt und den Holocaust leugnet und sagt, ja, Auschwitz gab es nie, dann empfehle ich jedem mal, das leugnet, mal nach Auschwitz zu fahren und sich das Museum da unten anzugucken, weil ich habe da wirklich auch Aggression. Also wenn mir so jemand kommt und sagt, ja, den Holocaust, den gab es ja nie. Das ist so, und wie oft man das hört, ja, ihr wisst, was ich meine. Gerade hier auf Clubhouse gab es das ja schon 1 oder 2 Mal. Ja, haben wir schon leider wahrnehmen müssen, dass es war. Danke, Tommaso. Ingo ist zu uns gekommen. Hallo, Ingo.
Ja, hallo. Ich wollte im Prinzip eine kurze Bemerkung zu dem, was Paul sagte, machen. Allerdings, das wurde jetzt, nachdem was Tommaso gesagt hat, so ein bisschen quer kommen. Aber ich denke, ich kann es vielleicht anders formulieren. Ich würde mal sagen, einfach ein Mensch sein ist, denke ich, ohne Ideologie eher einfacher.
Ja, aber das, sagen wir mal so, Ingo, das haben wir auch alle schmerzhaft spüren müssen, die einen Staat, der auf Ideologie aufgebaut war, abgestreift haben, oder?
Ja. Aber es ist eben, Ja, es ist oftmals so die Meinung, dass es irgendwie das würde einem helfen, irgendwie ein besserer Mensch zu sein. Aber ich habe eben da Zweifel daran, das wollte ich eben andeuten. Also ein Mensch kann auch einfach so sein, denke ich.
Ja, darum geht es ja, Entschuldigung. Genau, das ist der Punkt. Eben. Ohne Ideologie sein, Mensch sein, ohne Ideologie, ohne Glauben, schwarz, weiß, gelb, egal wie, wir sind alles Menschen, wir haben alle rotes Blut und das ist genau das, was Margot propagiert und das ist genau richtig und das ist sowas von zeitgemäß und ich finde es so toll, dass eine 103-jährige Frau eine solche Energie hat und diese Aufklärung betreibt und das wird sie machen, bis sie den letzten Atemzug hat. Sie hat so viel Energie. Aber wie gesagt, dieser Moment, wenn du sie anguckst, in diese Augen, in dieses Leben, sie hat ja auch so eine, wie soll ich sagen, mit 103, du siehst das Leben, du hast die Falten und das ist so Wahnsinn, diese rehbraunen, tiefen Augen. Sie hat ja auch lange, sie hat ja über 61 Jahre in Amerika gelebt. Und sie war ja mit einem Amerikaner verheiratet und ist ja damals aus Deutschland geflüchtet und sieht halt eben, sie kommt ja aus Berlin und ist halt die Heimat und sie wohnt halt in Schöneberg, so in einer schönen Residenz und ihr geht's gut und betreibt einfach ich meine, sie hat ja jetzt auch den Bambi gewonnen und so. Es ist wirklich, es ist toll, dass sie da ist und ich meine, es ist ein Privileg, sie kennenzulernen, weil ich meine, sie ist am Ende eine ich glaube, der wenigen, die noch leben und überhaupt diese Message wirklich authentisch übertragen können. Und sie ist einfach ein lebendes Mahnmal. Und wir müssen uns das alle vor Augen halten. Gerade in der politischen Situation, in der wir gerade uns befinden, es wird nicht besser. Ja? Also wir müssen wirklich aufpassen, dass das nicht irgendwann einfach sich in eine falsche Richtung bewegt. So. Das ist einfach, also jeder, der daran zweifelt, ich sage, wenn ihr Margot kennenlernt oder überhaupt, das ist wirklich, ich kann das, also ich brauche noch 2-3 Tage, um das so zu verarbeiten und dann schreibe ich das mal auch alles nieder, so was ich da so erlebt habe und dann kann man nochmal in Ruhe drüber sprechen. Im Moment bin ich da einfach noch super emotionalisiert, ne? Also das ist wirklich eine wundervolle Begegnung gewesen. Ja, wunderschön und vielen Dank, dass du das mit uns teilst. Ich glaube auch, dass das Spüren, dass diese Menschen wie Margot Friedländer eben so zahlreich nicht mehr da sind, macht es noch kostbarer und noch solitärer. Ich glaube, es war auch dieses Jahr, ne, dass Margot Friedländer auf dem Cover der Vogue war. Und als ich das gesehen habe, habe ich zuerst überlegt, geht das jetzt nicht den berühmten einen Schritt zu weit? Und dann habe ich gedacht, nein, tut es nicht. Weil ich habe nicht nur den Post gesehen, sondern ich habe mir dann die Vogue mal genommen und habe gedacht, ach guck mal, was für eine intensive, schöne Würdigung dieser Frau, ihres Lebens und dann natürlich auch noch mit diesem, ja klar, mit diesem Besonderen, auch wenn es natürlich um Konsum geht in so einer Zeitschrift und eigentlich um Oberflächlichkeit und Mode ist vergänglich. Aber da ist dann Margot Friedländer auf dem Titel. Und da habe ich dieses Jahr auch drüber nachgedacht, wie weit doch dieses, von mir aus auch dann in dem Fall sogar kommerzielle Bewusstsein, das ist schon wieder eine Kritik, aber wie weit dieses Bewusstsein inzwischen geht, Tommaso, dass das immer wertvoller wird, weil es eben irgendwann vorbei sein wird. Dann wird diese Generation von Menschen nicht mehr da sein und dann wird sie aus dem eigenen Erleben die Schrecken nicht mehr an uns weitergeben können, im Sinne von die Erinnerung an diese Schrecken weitergeben können und damit auch die Erinnerung wachhalten können. Das heißt, die wir danach kommen und die wir weitere Generationen danach sind, können auf diese Menschen dann nicht mehr zählen in der Erinnerungskultur. Das müssen wir dann selber leisten. Und in Zeiten wie diesen, wie du sie auch gerade richtig angesprochen hast, in denen das so schwierig geworden ist, weil es Leugner gibt, weil es Relativierer gibt und so weiter und so fort, ist das eine ganz, ganz schwierige Aufgabe, glaube ich. Das merken wir jetzt schon, aber es wird noch schwieriger, wenn genau dieses Erinnern irgendwann nicht mehr da ist. Weißt du, wie ich meine? Total, du hast das sehr, sehr gut auf den Punkt gebracht. Dem ist nichts mehr hinzuzufügen. Das ist genau so. Sie hat einfach eine super, super wichtige Aufgabe und ich hoffe einfach auch noch, dass sie noch ein paar Jahre macht.
überlebt und ihre Mission so oft und sie soll das jeden Tag wiederholt. Seid Menschen, weil das ist etwas, was wir vor allen Dingen in den letzten Jahren wirklich, wirklich verlernt haben, Mensch zu sein. Wir sind wahnsinnig egoistisch geworden. Also gerade seit Corona ist dieses Schwarz-Weiß-Denken noch viel schlimmer geworden und dieser Egoismus noch viel schlimmer geworden. Dieser Selbsterhaltungstrieb. Ich erinnere nur ans Toilettenpapier. Es ist vielleicht eine banale Metapher mit diesem Toilettenpapier, aber trotzdem ist es genau das, was ich meine. Der Mensch ist sich immer selbst am nächsten und das ist ein großes Problem. Und genau, das ist, ja, mein Gott, da gibt so viel zu sagen, meine Güte. Ich bin da auch gerade so überfordert mit, das auf einem irgendwie gemeinsamen Nenner zu bringen. Aber es macht einfach etwas unfassbar Wichtiges und das ist Aufklärung. Und jeder Mensch, der den Holocaust leugnet, der soll sich einmal Margot gegenübersetzen und ihr mal eine Minute in die Augen schauen. Und dann geht da ein Film los. Also du siehst ihr an, was sie erlebt hat, was sie gesehen hat. Und das kann kein Historiker oder kein Hochstudierter, der das alles da geht es nicht um Details, da geht es um das Erlebte. Zeitzeuge sein. Und das ist das, um was es geht. Ja? Und genau das eben hast du hervorragend auf den Punkt gebracht, Peter.
Ich glaube, ehrlich gesagt, dass also ja, es ist wichtig, aber die Menschen werden irgendwann leider auch natürlich ihre Reise antreten. Was ich viel, viel wichtiger tatsächlich finde, ist eigentlich das, was du eben am Ende gesagt hast. Ich glaube, dass mit der Spaltung und das, was also ob es jetzt Egoismus ist oder man andere Bezeichnungen dafür findet, aber eben wirklich das große Problem ist, ich habe heute unter anderem auch gelesen, dass ich glaube 58% der Menschen fühlen sich alleine, echt alleine. Und ich sehe, ich habe da also wirklich drüber gelesen, das wurde aufgesplittet, auch nach der Altersstruktur. Was mich persönlich erschreckt hat, war tatsächlich, dass es sehr viele jüngere Menschen betrifft. Aber ich glaube, das führt alles auch ein Stück weiter dazu. Und die Zeit der jüdischen Verfolgung, ich benenne es auch jetzt so, ist das eine natürlich, was uns alle eigentlich immer wieder wachrütteln müsste. Aber ich glaube, die Sache ist einfach die, dass dieses Mitgefühl und das, was man eigentlich so gerne fordert, abhanden gekommen ist. Und ich frage mich wirklich, ob das durch die Pandemie entweder verstärkt ist oder durch andere Sachen. Das Problem ist einfach, dass die Leute nicht mehr, also weißt du, so, ich weiß gar nicht, wie ich das vernünftig formuliere.
Das ist auch ein schweres Thema, Pades.
Ja,
das ist einfach
finde ich auch, ehrlich gesagt.
Ich finde auch, das ist immer sehr schwer, da irgendwie die richtigen Worte zu finden, weil wir haben das nicht aktiv miterlebt. Wir kennen nur die Bilder, wir kennen die unzähligen Dokumentationen, aber wir waren nie an der Rampe in Auschwitz, wo 85-90% der Leute, die da aussortiert wurden, sofort in den Tod geschickt wurden. Ob Schwangere, Kinder, Alte, Gebrechliche, Sinti, Roma, es waren ja nicht nur Juden. Es ist ja wirklich alles radikal einfach. Menschenleben ist ausgelöscht worden. Und was ich nie verstehen kann, ist, dass in so einem System, das war ja nicht nur Hitler, es haben ja auch alle anderen mitgetragen. Ja? Also es ist ja, Hitler war der eine, aber die anderen haben es alle mitgetragen und die haben es ausgeführt. Und deshalb empfehle ich wirklich auch Zone of Interest, weil das wirklich so eine andere Art der Erzählung ist von der Zeit, die das eigentlich noch schrecklicher macht, weil es ist eigentlich in so eine Normalität gerückt hat. Da hat man sich darüber unterhalten, der Lagerkommandant hat sich dann mit deutschen Konzernen darüber unterhalten, wie sie eben die Verbrennungsöfen effizienter gestalten können. Ne? Und da wurde nicht von Menschen gesprochen, sondern von Einheiten, wie viele Einheiten man da verarbeiten kann. Das ist wirklich ein Grauen, was eigentlich nicht in Worte zu fassen ist. Und braucht man gar nicht über die Lebensumstände in den Lagern zu reden. Aber allein, dass das Volk, die Deutschen, das getragen haben, mitgemacht haben, das ist, was mir noch mehr Angst macht, dass wir irgendwann wieder einmal in so einer Situation sein können. Ich meine, unwahrscheinlich ist es nicht. Also es ist einmal passiert, es ist zweimal passiert. Wir hatten den Ersten Weltkrieg, wir hatten den Zweiten Weltkrieg und Margot hat ja sozusagen quasi beides miterlebt. Ne? Und sie sitzt dann trotzdem da und sie hat ein Lächeln und sie sagt, ich liebe Menschen. Nach allem, was sie erlebt hat, sagt sie immer noch, ich liebe Menschen. Und das ist etwas, was ich unfassbar bewundernswert finde.
Es gibt unglaublich viele Menschen wie Margot Friedländer, die den Mut gehabt haben oder den Mut auch haben bis heute oder eben leider ja viele auch nicht mehr. Ich will nicht sagen zu vergeben oder zu verzeihen, aber doch Deutschland den Deutschen eine zweite Chance zu geben. Ich muss eben gerade sofort an Hans Rosenthal denken, der als Kind versteckt worden ist in einer Berliner Schrebergartenkolonie weil er nach Auschwitz transportiert worden wäre. Und der nach dem Krieg dann, ich mache das kurz, das weiß ja jeder, glaube ich, die Lebensgeschichte von Hans Rosenthal, einer der wichtigsten unterhaltenden Radio- und Fernsehstars in der Bundesrepublik Deutschland geworden ist. Und der eben sein Glauben übrigens auch nie abgelegt hat oder nie verleugnet hat und sein Leben in diesem Deutschland dann aufbauen konnte. Übrigens in dem Vertrauen, und darauf will ich hinaus, weil wir reden hier ja. Jetzt hast du Let's Talk About drüber geschrieben, das vorhin stand da Vertrauensfrage. Jetzt bin ich gerade beim Vertrauen, weil er offensichtlich das Vertrauen gefunden hat oder wiedergefunden hat in die Deutschen, dass er in diesem Land leben kann, als deutscher Jude. Und das ist, glaube ich, ein ganz wesentlicher Punkt. Man kann heute natürlich Sorge haben und Angst haben, gleichwohl aber hat es jetzt auch 75 Jahre Grundgesetz gegeben. Und dieses Land, von dem wir reden, ist jetzt seit 75 Jahren eine gewachsene Demokratie. Und ich habe übrigens auch Vertrauen, dass trotz aller Anfeindungen und trotz aller Tendenzen zur Spaltung und so weiter es eine Grundkraft in diesem Land gibt, die eben das, was du ansprichst, Tommaso, nicht wieder zulassen wird. Dieses Grundvertrauen will ich einfach mir auch nicht ausreden lassen. Sondern ich will mit diesem Grundvertrauen auch leben dürfen. Ja, das kann man anders sehen, das kann man diskutieren. Aber ich will mit ihm leben dürfen, damit ich übrigens auch als ein Mensch, der möglicherweise wäre ich in der Nazizeit 40 oder 50 Jahre alt gewesen, wahrscheinlich auch Opfer geworden wäre durch meine Lebensweise, durch das, wie ich lebe. Ich hätte einen rosa Winkel bekommen und wäre in ein Lager gegangen.
Nee, ich hätte dich noch bei mir irgendwo untergebracht.
Alles klar, aber ich will nur sagen, ich will da gar nicht drüber scherzen. Ich will nur sagen, dieses Grundvertrauen, das jemand wie Rosenthal haben konnte, finde ich sehr beispielhaft. Und dieses Grundvertrauen übrigens auch von Margot Friedländer, dass sie lange lebend in den USA, aber trotzdem ja nach Deutschland wiederkommt.
Genau, sie hat gesagt,
Berlin sprechend, genau.
Ihre Heimat.
Ja, sie redet davon von ihrer Heimat. Ignaz Bubis, wie sie alle heißen, großartige Menschen, die alle dieses Deutschland West oft in den meisten Fällen, aber doch als das ihre Deutschland auch gesehen haben, dieses Grundvertrauen. Wenn die das haben konnten, dann sage ich ganz offen und vielleicht ein bisschen polemisch, Tommaso, können wir das doch auch.
Da bin ich voll bei dir. Übrigens haben wir das auch im Kontext vom Grundgesetz fotografiert. Übrigens, Pades, wir müssen noch mal telefonieren, weil ich möchte unbedingt, dass du bei dem Projekt auch dabei bist.
An mein Herz.
Nein, du bist ja auch einfach prädestiniert für das Thema und
ich habe ja jetzt meinen Lieblingsartikel genannt.
Ja, genau, und das müssen wir unbedingt machen. Ja. Also wir haben jetzt noch, wir fotografieren ja für das Projekt insgesamt 146 Leute, weil 146 Artikel. Ich glaube, die meisten, wissen gar nicht, wie umfangreich das Grundgesetz ist. Und ich meine, wie wichtig dieses Dekret ist am Ende. Und was es uns für einen Luxus hier in Deutschland beschert.
Und vielleicht.
Meinungsfreiheit und was weiß ich. Ne?
Ja, genau.
Ja.
Und vielleicht, und dann binden wir gleich Julia und Emil noch mit ein, aber vielleicht für alle das Projekt, was Tommaso leitet, also ich selber habe auch bei Crowdfunding mitgemacht, ich glaube, das läuft darüber, ne? Kann ich wirklich nur jedem ans Herz legen. Es ist ein Traumprojekt, zumindest für jeden, der für unsere Demokratie ist. Es ist eine unfassbare Arbeit, die dahinter steckt und ich bin wirklich, wirklich, wirklich jemand, der das gesehen hat und mit Herzblut tatsächlich sofort mit unterstützen musste, es auch bei mir im Kreis weitergeleitet hat. Also ich kann nur sagen, es wäre großartig und es ist großartig, wenn es auch unterstützt wird, auch ein bisschen vielleicht, zumindest ist es so ein bisschen meine Liebe dabei zu Clubhouse, denn was gibt es Schöneres, als dass von uns jemand das ganze Projekt sozusagen mitmacht und damit eine Erinnerung auch für uns bleibt an diese Sache. Und Tommaso, ich kann dir nur sagen, ich wäre sofort dabei. Ja.
Das machen wir auf jeden Fall,
ja.
Weil es wird ein Buch geben. Wir haben jetzt schon wirklich tolle Leute fotografiert. Auch Politiker, wie zum Beispiel Cem Özdemir, wir werden, Robert Habeck wird dabei sein, wir haben jetzt, ich hoffe auch Gregor Gysi wird dabei sein, und wir haben wirklich jetzt auch queere Leute, wirklich ganz viele also wirklich ein Querschnitt durch die Gesellschaft. Und was ich mir jetzt wünsche, dass wir dann auch noch, sag ich mal, normale Leute so wirklich aus der Gesellschaft raus haben, die jetzt nicht irgendwie einen prominenten Status haben, egal ob sie Musiker sind, Politiker sind oder was, weil die Stimmen müssen auch gehört werden. Aber ich habe wirklich das Gefühl, dass die meisten Deutschen gar nicht wissen, wie wichtig dieses Grundgesetz ist und was es uns für Rechte gibt. Ja, also es ist wirklich, ich bin ja immer so ein bisschen skeptisch, wenn es um die Politik geht, aber das Grundgesetz ist wirklich, wirklich, wirklich wichtig.
Julia, Vertrauen.
Julia, genau. Hallo.
Hallo. Also ich höre schon sehr lange gespannt zu. Tommaso, ich habe ganz viel Gänsehaut von deinen Erzählungen und kann es leider nur ansatzweise nachvollziehen, aber ich möchte es versuchen, wie es dir geht. Und ja, wenn man so Personen der Zeitgeschichte erlebt und dann auch noch, dass Menschen eben sich nicht von so schweren Gräueltaten, die an ihnen verübt werden, nicht verbittern lassen. Und das ist, ja, allein vom Erzählen macht das ganz viel. Und dann habe ich ein bisschen gezuckt, als Peter sagte, er möchte Vertrauen darauf. Und ich kann das nachvollziehen. Ich möchte auch darauf vertrauen, dass der Kern des Menschen gut ist. Dass Menschen immer lieber in Liebe und miteinander leben als in Krieg und Ressourcenverteidigung. Und gleichzeitig, und ich glaube auch nicht, dass du das so meinst, Peter, aber darf es eben auch kein blindes Vertrauen sein. Und ich finde, ne, ich kann ja auch darauf vertrauen, dass mein Mann mich liebt und trotzdem an meiner Beziehung arbeiten und schauen, gibt es Zeichen oder leben wir uns auseinander, wie auch immer. Und es gibt Zeichen. Es gibt einfach Zeichen, dass wir vorsichtig sein müssen, dass wir genau diese Verfassung jetzt mehr denn je schützen müssen. Denn es gibt, du hast gerade das Wort Einheit benutzt, es gibt genau diese Entmenschlichung wieder im Vokabular, das wir hören. Es gibt wieder verfassungsfeindliche Kräfte, die im Parlament sitzen und die aufgrund dieser Verfassung da drin sitzen, aber gegen sie sind, mit jeder Faser ihres Daseins. Und gegen die wir nichts tun, weil wir uns nicht trauen oder weil wir immer noch diesen Glauben haben, es wird schon nicht so schlimm. Und ich glaube, dass dieses Vertrauen, das die Menschen früher hatten, wirklich, wirklich und zu Recht darauf gefußt hat, dass solche Gräueltaten kein zweites Mal passieren können. weil sie so entsetzlich sind und weil sie, weil es einfach nicht wiederholbar sein kann und darf. Und ich sehe das nicht mehr viel. Und ich sehe Menschen, die hier in einem ungeheuren Konsum leben und eigentlich in Freiheit und Frieden und erst auf der einen Seite nicht mehr wissen, was sie da haben und auf der anderen Seite darum kämpfen, das bisschen, was sie haben, zu behalten. Und ich sehe eben auch andere, die das für sich nutzen und die Armen gegen die noch Ärmeren ausspielen und Menschen gegeneinander hetzen und aufeinander hetzen. Und das ist genau der Nährboden, den wir in der Weimarer Republik hatten. Dieses Gefühl von, ich werde ungerecht behandelt und jemand anders nimmt mir was weg, was überhaupt nicht stimmt. Und das macht mich macht das immer sehr rat und hilflos, weil es nämlich nicht angefangen hat, damit das plötzlich Auschwitz gebaut wurde. Und es hat nicht damit angefangen, dass Menschen abgeholt wurden. Es hat damit angefangen, dass Menschen gesagt haben, ja, vielleicht hat er ja recht, wenn er sagt, dass die Krankheiten bringen und dass die schon immer ein böses Volk waren oder dass ich denen nicht vertrauen kann und vielleicht nehmen die mir wirklich was weg. Und dann ist es mit der Gleichgültigkeit weitergegangen. Und dieses Vertrauen, das ich auch gerne haben möchte, es darf nicht in die Gleichgültigkeit verfallen von, na, das wird schon nicht passieren. Es wird passieren, es kann passieren und wir müssen das schützen. Und wir müssen da hingucken und sagen, halt nicht mit mir. Und wenn das überdramatisiert ist, dann ist das so, aber ich bin lieber einen drüber als einen drunter.
Julia, man kann das gar nicht genug betonen, genug traumatisieren, weil eigentlich gibt es da nichts zu traumatisieren, weil das war so, wie es ist. Es war dramatisch. Ich meine, da gab es irgendwelche KZ-Ärzte, die aus Menschenhaut irgendwelche Lampenschirme gebaut haben. Ich meine, wie krank und perfide war das bitte? Wie menschenverachtend war das? Und das ist eben genau das, was ich mich immer frage. Das ist wirklich, also auch wenn ich jetzt Bosnien, Kosovo und so, diesen Krieg, das waren ja auch unmenschlich und jetzt brauchen wir gar nicht mal reden von dem, was gerade überhaupt in der Welt passiert. Weil das, was damals passiert ist, dieser Genozid, der Mord an Schwachen, an Wehrlosen, an Leuten, die einfach nur einen anderen Glauben hatten, die aber dasselbe Blut hatten, in sich fließen, das ist etwas, was ich niemals verstehen kann und niemals respektieren kann. Und ich empfinde tiefste Verachtung dafür und Scham, vor allen Dingen auch Scham, dass es so weit kommen könnte. Ich meine, wir sind alles Menschen. Also Entschuldigung, ich sage es jetzt mal einfach so banal, aber wir müssen alle einmal am Tag kacken. Wir müssen uns einmal am Tag den Hintern abwischen. So, wir sind alle gleich. Wir sind alle gleich. Wir brauchen alle Wasser, wir brauchen alle Essen. Wir sind alle einfach gleich, um es mal ganz einfach auf einen Nenner zu bringen, oder? Und ich kann es einfach nicht verstehen, wie das damals so weit gekommen ist. Und ich hoffe sehr, sehr inständig, dass wir nie wieder so eine Zeit erleben, wobei ich, wenn ich momentan auf die aktuelle Weltsituation schaue, wirklich ein großes Fragezeichen am Kopf habe und mich frage, ob wir nicht bald irgendwann wieder in einer ähnlichen Situation sein werden. Ich meine, wir sind es auch teilweise schon wieder. Es ist einfach so ein multifaktorielles Thema, da kann man stundenlang reden, aber Julia, du hast einfach recht.
Weil es eben auch nicht, also so doof wie es ist, aber es war nie weg. Wir sehen das gerade. Es gab nie ein komplettes deutsches Volk, das gesagt hat, jetzt sind wir alle Erdenbürger und tolerant. Wir sind ein sehr, sehr tolerantes Land. Das müssen wir auch mal sehen. So, ne? Wenn wir uns andere Länder dagegen angucken, ist es hier schon alles sehr geschützt und da ist viel passiert mit der Verfassung und Toleranz. Und trotzdem sind wir nicht gleich. Und trotzdem gibt es das noch in den Köpfen. Dass andere gleicher sind, dass es Klassen gibt, die mehr verdient haben, dass es nur noch umgeht, wer kann höher, schneller, weiter. Ich meine, der Raum hat ja angefangen, Entschuldigung, aber der Raum hat ja angefangen, sich gegenseitig zu erzählen, wie viel Geld man mit irgendwas machen kann. Ist das echt? Ist doch unser Parameter so, das frage ich mich. Und wenn Konsum und Materielles und also Geld, materieller Reichtum und Geld und wie viel Geld haben wir denn und wenn das der Parameter ist, dann kommen wir nur noch in die Ressourcenverteidigung. Dann lassen wir genau das geschehen, was gerade passiert. Guck mal, der Bürgergeldempfänger nimmt dir was weg, was überhaupt nicht stimmt, aber es fällt auf so so fruchtbaren Boden. Und es zeigt immer, dass wir sind nicht gleich. Wir benehmen uns nicht so, als wären wir gleich. Frauen haben nicht dieselben Rechte wie Männer. Die LGBTQ-Community hat nicht dieselben Rechte wie weiße Menschen. So, wir müssen, ne? Und das müssen wir schützen.
Da muss das Grundgesetz übrigens noch nachgearbeitet werden bei dem Thema, also bei den LGBTQ-Sachen, bei den Queer-Sachen. Da muss im Grundgesetz noch ein bisschen nachgearbeitet werden.
Wir müssen da wirklich auch mehr aufpassen und das schützen und sagen, nee, geht nicht. Und ich verstehe das nicht, dass wir diese Kräfte nicht verbieten. Wir können das verbieten, wir dürfen das verbieten. Und wir müssen nicht, weil wir den schnöden Mammon haben und irgendwem mal erzählt haben, jetzt komme ich in den Entschuldigung, dass ein Staat oder ein Land, das auch noch Währungsausgeber ist, wie ein Unternehmen geführt zu werden gehört. Das stimmt nämlich alles überhaupt nicht. Und genau so mache ich Menschen Angst, bringe ich Menschen in die Angst, bringe ich Menschen in die Unsicherheit und in die mangelnde Zuversicht, dass es sowieso nie wieder anders wird. Wir haben 14,2% der Kinder in Deutschland leben in Armut. Gleichzeitig ist der deutsche Aktienindex das erste Mal über die 20.000 Punkte Marke gestiegen. Juhu, geil für, weiß ich nicht, irgendwelche Crypto-Bros oder den Scheiß. Aber hier leben Kinder in Armut. Und wir sind genau auf diesem Nährboden von, wenn jetzt noch einer kommt, der uns nur noch einen Grund gibt, warum der schuld ist, ist es einfach so, dann kippt das. Und ich
glaube nicht, dass das, entschuldige, wenn ich jetzt mal reingehe, sorry, ich habe hier einen grünen Stern gekriegt, das ist ja ganz toll, vielen Dank. Julia, sorry, weil Emir und Markus sind auch noch zu uns gekommen. Und vielleicht hören wir einfach erstmal auch den beiden nochmal zu. Und ich würde gern dann direkt nochmal, wenn ich darf, Paris, auch darauf zurückkommen, was du gerade sagst. Und vielleicht nur ganz kurz. Wenn ich von einem Grundvertrauen spreche, spreche ich von einem Grundvertrauen in die Stärke der Demokratie in sich. Wenn die Demokratie natürlich nicht funktional ist, also wenn die Menschen sie nicht als das erleben, was sie sein soll, nämlich partizipativ. Ich habe etwas davon, dass die Demokratie die Staatsform ist, die Gesellschaftsform ist, in der ich lebe. Wenn sie nicht für eine gewisse Gerechtigkeit sorgt, sozusagen zwischen dem, was du gerade angesprochen hast, dann unterminiert sie sich selbst. Ja, das ist doch klar. Also das sehe ich genauso und da bin ich nicht naiv, aber ich will mir diesen Glauben an das Grundvertrauen in eine starke Demokratie, wo Menschen wissen, was sie an der Demokratie haben, um dann auch diese Demokratie zu verteidigen. Und es gibt immer noch eine starke politische Mitte in diesem Land. Das möchte ich mir ehrlich gesagt auch noch nicht ausreden lassen. Aber das ist ja auch ein alter Streit, den wir beide gerne mal führen, Julia. Lass uns
es gab keinen Streit. Ich kann das total nachvollziehen, Peter. Ich bin da total bei dir.
Bevor Emir und Markus dran kommen, würde ich gern, weil es ist echt schwierig, dazwischen zu kommen. So. Zwei Aspekte. Zuerst einmal, Erkan ist jetzt weg. Emir, ich weiß jetzt nicht, ob das jemand ist, mit dem du connected bist oder nicht, aber es wäre großartig, wenn in den Chats nichts drin steht, was ich zumindest nicht übersetzen kann oder lesen kann, weil ich nicht dann kontrollieren kann, ob da irgendwas drin steht, was gerade bei so einem Thema indiskutabel sein könnte oder eben auch nicht. Ich weiß es nicht, weil ich halt die Sprache nicht beherrsche.
Dafür kannst du ja nichts. Also das ist...
Ja, aber ich lösche es. Also ich sage es ganz deutlich, ich lösche es. Und vielleicht das Zweite, was mir noch so ein bisschen brennt auf der Seele. Ich glaube sehr wohl, dass wir aufpassen müssen. Ich glaube auch natürlich, dass unsere Demokratie wehrhaft genug ist, Peter. Aber was ich immer wieder feststelle, ist, es fängt doch schon im Kleinen an. Und es geht gar nicht so sehr darum, ob jemand, weil du das eben sagtest, und wir haben vielleicht für die dazugekommen sind, uns anfänglich über Bitcoins unterhalten. Ich will da jetzt auch gar nicht näher drauf eingehen. Ich finde, es ist legitim, sich durchaus auch darüber zu unterhalten, auch wenn es jetzt nicht mich betraf. Gleichzeitig muss ich aber dann den Vorwurf tatsächlich auch zurückwerfen und sagen, warum gucken wir eigentlich immer nur oder gucken wir nicht mal bei den Kleinen? Ich habe heute wirklich einen Bericht auch gesehen, der mir selber sehr nahe gegangen ist. Ihr wisst, wir sind in der Weihnachtszeit und da hat das habt ihr sicherlich alle verfolgt, weil das aus Schleswig-Holstein stattgefunden hat. Da haben Kinder an den Weihnachtsmann geschrieben, weil sie von dem Großvater missbraucht werden. Das Ganze ist zur Staatsanwaltschaft gegangen, richtigerweise. Das ist auch aufgenommen worden. Weißt du, wenn wir nicht mal auch im Kleinen hingucken und da die Grenzen unterbinden, wie willst du das auf übergeordneter Ebene machen? Du kannst, und ich glaube ehrlich gesagt, dass das Margot damit meint, sei doch ein Mensch. Ich finde es unfassbar, um es mal wirklich auf den Punkt zu machen, wenn wir, ein Thema Neid ist auch so ein Beispiel. Ne? Ich darf das nicht und der andere darf das. Warum gönnt man es dem einen oder anderen auch nicht? Und wieso ist es zulässig, dass man debattiert oder darüber diskutiert? Ich habe neulich mit jemandem mal diskutiert, wo ich gesagt habe, ich finde es total verwerflich, wenn man über andere Menschen schlecht redet und dann ablästert und der eine empfindet es als bösartig, mit besten Grüßen auch tatsächlich an die Person, die zuhört. Der eine empfindet es eben nicht als bösartig, der andere empfindet es als bösartig. Das sind Grenzen, die überschritten werden. Und ich kann immer wieder nur sagen, das ist wirklich etwas, was Gott sei Dank, zumindest bei den Juristinnen, die ich kenne, tatsächlich überall verankert ist. Das sind Grenzen, die überschreitet man nicht. Und wenn man schon im Kleinen nicht dagegen angeht, wie willst du das auf übergeordneter Ebene angehen? Du siehst, es wird jemand gedisst oder auf dem Schulhof streiten sich welche. Neulich sagte mal eine Lehrerin zu mir, ja, sie kann ja nicht jedes Mal dazwischen gehen, wo ich sage, doch, das kann man. Man kann es, weil es ist ganz, ganz wichtig, dass eben da die Grenzen nicht überschritten werden, um dann eben genau das zu verhindern, was eben die aktuelle Gefahr ist, nämlich die Gefahr von Rechtsextremismus oder Extremismus im Allgemeinen. Das brannte mir noch auf der Seele und damit, Emir, schön, dass du auch da bist.
Hallo, schönen guten Abend. Das mit dem Chat, das war an mich gerichtet. Ist nicht so schlimm, hast du gut gemacht. Keine Frage. Was ich zum Thema sagen wollte, ist, ich habe dazu gehört, wo ihr über Margot geredet habt. Margot ist eine unfassbar beeindruckende Persönlichkeit, die wir missen werden. Ich hoffe, nicht sehr bald, aber wie Pat es auch schon gesagt hat, jeder wird mal seinen Weg einschreiten und das stimmt, seine Reise beginnen. Ich habe in der türkischen Community, vielleicht könnt ihr euch daran erinnern, gab es mal die Frau Genç, die Frau Mevlüde Genç, die ihre Kinder in Solingen verloren hat bei diesem Brandanschlag. Und sie hat auch wie Margot gesprochen, vor allem der türkischen Community, dass die Community keinen Hass auf Deutsch haben soll und dass das nicht der richtige Weg ist. Und im Nachhinein, als ich dann älter wurde und mir ihre Reden dann auch angehört habe, sie hat recht. Sie hat recht gehabt. Inwieweit die türkische Community hier in Deutschland das geschafft hat, kann ich nicht beurteilen. Aber was ich sehe, ist vor allem beim Thema AfD, dass es Leute gibt, die aus Familien mit Migrationsgeschichte kommen und für die AfD sind. Und wenn man die fragt, wieso, dann sagen die sind nicht gegen uns, sondern gegen Flüchtlinge und gegen Leute, die später gekommen sind. Und dann denke ich mir, was ist der Unterschied zwischen dir und einem syrischen Flüchtling zum Beispiel? Dann wird mir immer geantwortet, ja, wir sind schon seit 60 Jahren hier, wir haben uns gut integriert und wir haben sehr viel für die Wirtschaft getan, keine Ahnung, aber die halt eben nicht. Und dann denke ich mir immer, wie kannst du das beurteilen? Ich kenne andere Geschichten aus der türkischen Community. Ich kenne Geschichten, wo man sich schon auf den Kopf fassen könnte. Und da, wo Tommaso gesagt hat, ich weiß nicht, ob es an der Pandemie gelegen hat oder an irgendwas anderem, dass sich die Leute entfremdet haben. Ich kann nur sagen, ich sehe Ausblendung. Man blendet es aus. Man denkt, dass wenn man kein Flüchtling ist und wenn man hier Staatsbürger ist, wenn man integriert ist und dies und das, dass man nie ausgegrenzt wird. Und dann denke ich mir, wir haben andere Beispiele gesehen. Und für meinen Teil, ich sehe dieses Ereignis, ich sehe dieses Phänomen und ich habe mich zum Beispiel, unser Oberbürgermeister in Nürnberg hat per Instagram einen Aufruf gestartet, dass man Wahlhelfer braucht. Ich habe mich angemeldet, ich habe das zum ersten Mal gemacht, weil ich habe immer darauf vertraut, ja, wir leben in einer halbwegs stabilen Demokratie. Es gibt auch Mitbürger, die packen das schon. Ich gehe halt nur wählen und dann gehe ich wieder heim und Schluss ist. Aber diesmal habe ich mir gedacht, nee, du musst deinen Beitrag mit leisten, weil wir leben in schwierigen Zeiten. Und das ist einfach ein Nehmen und Geben, wie Peter auch gesagt hat. Ich bin auch eine Person, die das Vertrauen hat, in einer stabilen Demokratie zu leben, wo ich weiß, ich bekomme meine Rechte und ich vertraue an dieses System. Und ich bin erst 31 und werde erst 32. Und ich bin in einem demokratischen Land wie Deutschland aufgewachsen und ich will das nicht missen. Wegen Leuten, die sich selber verachten, da kann ich nur als Beispiel Alice Weidel geben, die genauso eine LGBT ist wie ich, aber die gegen LGBT-Leute hetzt, die genauso eine Liebe. Nach Deutschland emigriert, sagt, ihr habt hier nichts zu suchen, ihr alle, die anders seid, aber ich.
Did he just call him an N-word? Did he call him a nigger?
Wow.
Hey, wow.
I don't want to be your wingman if you're going to use that kind of language.
No, Madara, you got to, respond back now, man. Can't be, taking insults all the time. Just look
why don't you just make me the mod?
Come on, Madara.
Who's burping in the mic? Is that Madara?
Yeah, it's Madara.
No, look, fuck you. That was other guy. I didn't know that.
That was Morale. Morale is burping. Morale, man, you just killed the room, man. Come on, what is this? It's not a good conversation. Yeah.
What about Madara or Espresso?
Yeah,
Who's
it's
better?
so childish, man. And then Midas comes in and you guys start yelling at him.
Yeah, Midas is good, man, but
N-word.
he doesn't listen to the rationale. You know, he just reads it from anti-Hindu book and comes straight with that 1036 stuff. Doesn't actually think about what they're saying. It's a good point. You know, look, when they make a point like that and they quote the scripture, you got to respond, guys. You can't just stand around and act like 1036 doesn't exist.
Midas is a prime example of why IQ is race-based.
Look, is it a bad thing? It forces us to read more and know more. It's a good thing to get challenged.
It's not a bad thing, but the guy just doesn't listen. You say anything to him, it just goes in through one ear. The boy doesn't even go in through the ear.
No, he knows. He's a smart guy. He knows that we got him on the temporality. The fact that it's prior to Hinduism existed prior to Christianity, and so he just wants to deflect from that. He won't go down that road. He knows he can't win there.
No,
so he's a smart guy.
that's what it is, right? He's not seeking the truth. He just wants to be right. That's what.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't care about being right. He wants others to convert.
We have a word for
he sounds more like a Muslim guy.
You idiot, Madara! Shit, change your picture. You know, at least Madara, put a different picture. Fuck it, don't put your face. Change this gay ass picture.
Hey.
Just change the picture, man. Don't even put your face. Change the picture.
Can you show us your dick pic? Sorry, no pic. Wait, I'm so used to.
Dude, put a picture of some food, right? So at least we can, look at the food.
I meant the nose pic, man. Nose pic.
Fuck the nose pic. This guy's not going to show his face. We already know.
Can you
just
show
put
us
some
your
food,
dick
man.
pic? Hey, Madara, just put on the dick pic, please.
Dude, I'm beautiful.
Yeah, Madara, just put a picture of some food, man. I'm tired of looking at these trees.
He doesn't know how to do that.
Yeah, no, I don't want to change my picture so many times. Come on, I already did that.
So you guys want to see the girl I banged?
Got banned.
No, JR, no.
Wow.
So what is my picture?
What? Who? Look, look, PTR. Look. Isn't she sexy? Oh my god, look at her waist.
It did not update.
Oh, fuck. I think this shit is slow.
You need to do it again.
Espresso, you said you don't mind about the looks. So, am I still not suitable for work? Are you kidding me? Can you guys see the PTR?
Yeah.
Schumer and his wife. What do you think about Schumer's wife? He's a very powerful man, very elite.
Disgusting.
But that's what you're in the market for that.
I said not fat.
That's a Senate leader. It's not just a regular guy.
Oh, I don't care.
What else do you notice about Leader Schumer's wife besides the overweightness? She's not even really that overweight.
She's way too overweight. Like, I need a girl who can run like a 9-minute mile.
PTR. This is a girl I tapped, literally.
Bro, this is so gross. Like, stop showing us this crap.
Wait, what's wrong with Come on, guys. This is just locker room talk.
Yeah, I'm standing right next to her. I'm also naked. But
can you give us a little higher shot? You can see the full back.
This is gross, man. Like, why are you doing this?
And you will also see me naked. Then that's a problem.
What are we gonna do seeing your ass crack?
So, what do you think of
well, I'm facing up, so it's actually a.
What do you think about the fact JR's handling that?
The fact that GR is getting anything is impressive.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's a good point.
But JR, you should come to my rooms with the Indian women. I think if you're respectful, they'll enjoy talking to you.
This image isn't from the summertime or something? Are you sure this image is like
Indian women are so dumb, man.
JR.
Madara, the amount of self-hate in your body and hate for your mother is just beyond the chart.
JR, how do you get tan lines like that in the wintertime? I'm not a smart guy, but I don't understand how you can get tan lines in the wintertime. Hello? Am I audible?
Yeah. He's not going to respond, though.
Hey, stop being jealous. I don't know who you would be, but...
It's interesting to get tan lines in the winter in the northern hemisphere. What's going on?
Maybe she travels, man. She goes to San Diego and all these places. I see her on Instagram all the time, man.
It's not a San Diego tan, sorry.
Sounds like you may have just copied the picture from Instagram too, and then, huh?
No, that's real.
Oh, this is for real?
Like, why do you like Indian women?
I mean, I have the proofs. I have the receipts.
Why do you like Indian women? They're shit.
Indian women are the finest women on the planet.
No, they don't even wear, I don't know, bikinis to the beach.
Have you seen girls from South Delhi?
I don't know what's
like, do you live in a bubble? I mean, maybe you're disgusting, dark-skinned, ugly South Indian women. You find them disgusting.
Man, stop being racist, man. Come on, they're all brothers.
South Indian women do.
No, I'm talking about the dark-skinned ones. Your ugly, dark-skinned women. Sure, maybe they don't wear clothing, scantily clad clothing.
No one wears bikini in India.
Look, man, you don't know what type of trouble you're getting into with these Delhi girls. I hate to break it to you.
You understand that the girls I'm talking to, they're not from Delhi.
This NCR gang you're dealing with is vicious and cunning.
I don't talk to the NCR people.
It's best.
All I'm telling Madara is that Indian women definitely wear bikini.
You just told her.
You do get quite good-looking women in the US as well. You don't need to talk to these women. You know that, right?
He's getting
I'm not going to do anything with these women. They're just practice.
There's arbitrage there for him. I get it. You know, look, he can do better with them than he can NRI girls. Full stop. So
okay, I'm spending the next 4 months at Stanford, right? Basically every day. If I can't get someone in 4 months, I give up. I give up, quite literally.
What are you going to do after giving up?
Marry one of these Indian girls.
No, you don't need to do that shit, man.
Who's going to come to the U.S. The requirement is you come on your own 2 feet to the U.S., you get a degree, and then we'll talk.
Don't you know how hard that is?
It is hard.
Why wouldn't you just sponsor them?
No. I already told you, I need a woman who can help me raise my child till age 5.
So how does their visa work status have to do with that?
Other than physically, I'm not physically going to get anyone here.
Women anywhere.
So physically, you got to get them.
Try a little bit, and you need to be.
I have no problem picking up girls. Okay, I just don't want to. I have no problem picking up girls.
You should have a lot of problems picking up girls with that face of yours.
Madara, show us your disgusting Malu face, okay?
Yeah, coming. It's funny, man. Today's a real good funny room. It's a little too much abuse, Madara. Come on. You need to show your face like you promised. Just a little skin.
I always love it. Look at my monkey face, man. It's still better than espresso.
Can you even name the type of monkey that is?
Sapabon.
Be more specific.
Don't be specific enough. Come on.
How are you allowed to put your picture, but then I get blocked for mine?
No, GR's is blocked as well. It's just the main picture has been cached.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just make sure you remove it if it's blocked, because if somebody reports it, then your whole account goes.
Wait, I removed it. What the fuck? Like, can you?
Yeah, once you remove it,
There's a delay. There's a cache, you idiot.
Okay.
Careful. If somebody reports you, JR, you're fucked.
The only person that can report me is you fucking.
Hey, Roger Utham, they're hitting Schumer's wife really hard on the internet. People are really going crazy with TDAR. So the Schumer's wife is low-hanging fruit, pun intended. She's featured in my profile. She looks a little bit like Austin Powers. I don't know why these people like espresso go for this stuff.
What? What do I go for?
Like Schumer's wife.
She's disgusting, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, but I mean, how is she disgusting?
She looked unhealthy. She looks like a pig.
Oh my God. Is there anything else? Does she look like something else?
No.
She doesn't look manly, for instance?
No. Okay, no.
She
Not
doesn't
at
look
all.
exactly like a man in drag?
No, she does not.
She
No.
doesn't look like 100% like a trans?
No.
Oh. Okay. Because I kind of did think that. I thought
You think everybody's trans, Morel? You think Michelle Obama's a man?
If you don't think that this is way more heinous than Michelle. Michelle at least passes. But once they get older, they have a lot of trouble passing.
I don't care, man. I don't care about your fascination. I don't care.
No, I mean, you don't care that she is?
No, I don't agree with you, and I don't care to entertain your fascination either.
You don't agree with me that she is? You think it's extremely unlikely, or what?
There's a 0% chance that she is what you say she is.
Do you think, on a scale of 1 to 10 of manliness, do you think
0
is high?
She's a 0.
Oh, so you think she's very feminine?
Yes.
The woman pictured Miss Leader Schumer's wife?
Yes.
Wow. Why do you lie like that?
I'm not lying.
Like even a liberal.
She looks like an Italian grandmother.
There are many more angles.
I do not care one whatsoever.
Bill Gates' wife also fits the bill. A lot of people asking about the Wives Club. What about Amal Clooney, George Clooney's wife? Amal Clooney.
I don't know.
This is beautiful. You don't think so?
Certainly a stunning type of look. When she was younger, you never think twice. But as they age, the secret comes out. Victoria's Secret, if you will. Things aren't all as they seem. The age just gives it away. Like Macron's wife. You can't get away. You just got to turn your back to the camera. try to not get your face shot by the cameras. It's tough because it's tough to tell in some of them, like Miss Clooney or Taylor Swift.
So that's me in university. I used to be pretty jacked. I think that's the time frame when I used to get the most amount of women. I mean, now I'm dating someone, not really, but yeah. So that's the easiest way to get women, actually, I would say. Start fucking working out. Getting noticed.
We're trying to teach the kids about the gym. Right now.
I mean, if your thing is to pick up women, then yeah.
Gotta feel good in the gym. Gotta feel comfortable there. Oh, he loves it. He's in the pull-up machine.
What I do, I'll show you from what to what I went. Right before that, I used to look like this. So I'll show you. That used to me like right before I went to university, like from undergrad. Can you see? So, yeah, that used to be me right before I left, and then I started working out a lot during university. And then the whole like face structure, body shape completely changed.
Well, it was a good room for where it lasted. It was a heck of a fight between Espresso and Madara. This is exactly why I come to Clubhouse. What you want? Yeah. Javier, Vish, I'm gonna get to basketball practice. We'll catch up soon.
a satisfying relationship with someone, like physically speaking. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what do you mean by that? That doesn't compute to me. This guy is very weird to me.
It's a major surgery, as evidenced by the X-ray.
Ever free from the penetrating glance of an all-seeing eye that watched everything you do. I have a friend who is a humorous Catholic, and in her toilet, she has the old-fashioned kind with a tank on the pipe going down to the seat. And right on that pipe, there is a little tile with an eye on it. And written underneath in Gothic letters, it says, "Thou, God, seest me." So everywhere, there is no escape. At the most intimate moments or in the most intimate thoughts, you are under judgment. You are being watched. Big Father is watching you see? Now that made the Western world more and more and more uncomfortable. They couldn't stand it. They felt that this was the paradox involved. To believe in that kind of a God, a personal God, has this good thing about it, that it's saying that the ultimate reality, that which underlies everything that happens, is intelligent. And not only intelligent, but beneficent, even if in a rather stern and authoritarian way. But at least it's alive. The universe, in other words, has a heart. But we switched to the opposite mythology because we couldn't stand it. And in the course of the 18th and 19th centuries, evolved the idea that the universe doesn't have a heart at all, that it is an accident, a really deplorable accident. But what a monstrous system in which the tender, sensitive nervous systems that we are could appear in a world that consists principally of rock and fire. That is an impersonal, vast, gyrating nonsense which has no consideration for us men whatsoever. Now, why did such an idea possess the Western world? Why could it be that in the 19th century, Freud could talk about the basic energies of the psyche as libido and compare them to the blind forces of brute emotions, Think of that language. At the same time, Ernst Haeckel and T.H. Huxley and so on were thinking about the world as the manifestation of energy. Say Henri Bergson with the idea of the élan vital. What was the nature of this energy which manifested everything? Essentially, it was something like electricity. Now, electricity, it does wonderful things for us, but essentially electricity is rather dumb. You switch it on and switch it off. Supposing I could just switch you on and switch you off, you see. But just like that, say, please don't bother me anymore. And you would vanish. But that's the you see, they thought of the world as being just a surge of like this, you see, but completely stupid. Only after how on earth they ever got intelligence out of this is a miracle, but they did, by explaining that if you gave it enough time, it would eventually become intelligent. Well, that's the most nonsensical idea anybody ever thought of. That it's just time, you see, would make things more complicated. Now, I want you to, this is the thing that is difficult to today, because that idea of the mechanical universe that is essentially dead is a very persuasive one. And most intelligent people today, who are products of the college and that particular system of propaganda and indoctrination, really feel that this is the case. That they are strangers in an alien world. And that when you die, it'll just be like you were a caterpillar that was squashed. And that will be that. That you're, in other words, an interlude of consciousness between eternal darknesses. And that's all there is. It doesn't mean anything. It is just that. And not much of that, anyway. Not much of a that. Now, what is important is to understand that this is a myth. There are, just as the other thing about the great cosmic king is also a myth. There is no foundation for it in fact whatsoever. But it's a way, you see, of putting the world down when it had been put up too much. It's a reaction. The world had been put up too much by being made embarrassingly intelligent. You see, there was that all-seeing eye who was saying to you, every minute, you see. Better a dead world than one watching me like that. Now let's look at certain elements in the 19th century myth, the Newtonian myth, that are very interesting. First of all, let's consider what it says about the nature of human consciousness, of the mind, of being aware. There really is no such thing as a mind. What we call mind and life is a kind of scum that grows after a long time on the top of rocks. You see, it looks upon the human being as a cell-infested skeleton, just as it looks upon the earth as a life-infested rock. It sees no real connection between the rock, which is the earth, or the fiery metallic ball, and the life that's creeping on its surface. That's an excrescence. Now, excrescence means something that grows out of. But look how we use the word. An excrescence is something. It sounds almost like excrement. We use it in a deprecatory way. And you've got to watch very much how people use words and the tone of voice they put into them, because that shows you what game they're playing. So when they say life is an excrescence, or they got another word they had at those times, an epiphenomenon. A mere epiphenomenon. Note the word mere. That word does more damage in philosophy than any other one I know. It's merely energy, you know? You are, all the matter with you is you're merely nervous, or something like that. So, in this system of things, they explained that the whole world is merely mechanical, but that we are here is a sort of accident, and we are an excrescence, we are a fungus, we're a sort of growth like lichen on rocks. And that's all we are. Now, this was to say, on the one hand, that man is a product of nature. He's not the special creation of the supernatural God. But they didn't, as a result of feeling that man is a product of nature, become friendly with nature, as you would have supposed they might. They hated nature all the more, and all the more furiously, for bringing us forth, and therefore waged and initiated the war against nature that began with the 19th century, and has been pressed into the 20th, the idea, in other words, that the only hope there is for the human spirit is to beat the environment into submission. Because it's an alien environment. It's a hateful, mechanical, stupid bunch of nonsense. And if we don't get in there with our cleverness and power and smash it into submission, we have no future. We're just going to be wiped out one day when the sun gets too hot and blows up. And that'll be that. But before that happens, which may be a million years from now, we expect to inhabit other galaxies, have the sun under control, all sorts of wires fixed into it and things, and so it'll behave itself. And then we'll rule the roost. Now, having examined then these two mythological forms, which underlie the Western man's intense feeling of alienation and separateness, we have to go into another dimension of the question. And that is the influence upon who we think we are of our social institutions. We know that there are things like the family, marriage, the police, the courts, the law, the church, and we know that these are social institutions. But social institutions are far more subtle than those things. Time, for example, is a social institution because it is a matter of convention. That is to say, of coming together to agree to measure time in a certain way. And we have international agreement about that. Likewise, obviously, money is a social institution. So are weights and measures. So are ideas of value. What is the good life? Who is contributing to society and who is working against it? So you see, we were discussing this morning, among other things, the idea of survival. And that survival is a good thing. And to survive as long as possible is a very good thing. But that is a form of social institution. It is something we have come to agree about. It isn't necessarily true in the sense that, shall I say, the French language is not a truer language than the English. But so long as people agree to speak a certain language, they can communicate. And they've decided that communication is a good thing. So any language that makes communication possible is a good language. And in a way, the more people who agree about it, the better. But it is a matter of agreement. You see, same way, the lines of latitude and longitude are conventions. They don't exist. You can't tie up packages with the equator. But it's a very useful idea. And so in the same way, the ways in which we have shaped the constellations, that we all agree that the stars called the Big Dipper look something like a dipper. And though, there aren't any strings tying them together, the constellation is not there as a constellation. So in a sense, we project our institutions onto the world in rather the same way that psychiatric patients project images onto a Rorschach blot. And what interests the psychiatrist is what sort of images this person produces. That tells him something about the person. In the same way, our social institutions tell us something about people. When we see some very exquisite pattern, we look at it and say, my, isn't that wonderful? Isn't that intelligent looking? I wonder who did it. Because we associate all intelligence with a who. And when you look at a plant, it's obviously intelligent. Its shape, its rhythm, all its wonderful tubes inside, its complex relationship to bees and birds, and to the surrounding atmosphere and light. This is a very intelligent affair. Now, in just the same way, we are related to the external world, as plants are, in amazingly complicated ways. And by and large, we don't notice them. Because the aspect of our consciousness with which we notice things is very limited. It notices what it calls facts, things and events, and pinpoints them, it pulls them out as significant. You see, when you remember coming here and what you saw and who was here, you only remember very tiny bits of the whole scene. You will not remember what very many people wore unless you happen to be interested in clothes. You won't really remember how they did their hair, what their styles were, unless you are peculiarly interested in hairstyles. You probably won't notice their shoes at all. And goodness knows what else that nobody has ever thought to notice. But when, under certain circumstances, our consciousness becomes expanded, as in mystical vision, you begin to become aware of things that you don't notice. One of the most important things that we don't notice is space. Most people regard space as nothing. It's just a void in which we move around. But actually, space is terribly important. It has properties. We are all something happening in space in rather the same way that a whirlpool occurs in water. Space has terms in it. It has ripples in it. It has places where it's denser than at other places. And this is all becoming clear in physics. But it's certainly not impinged upon the consciousness of the average intelligent person. There is no manifestation of energy without space. Also, we can drag in time, but I don't want to make it complicated. I want to make this little image as simple as possible so as to understand the importance of space. That is to say, of the surroundings of things, of the background. And the background is ignored in ordinary consciousness. But in mystical consciousness, the background becomes important. You become aware vividly of the fact that you, as an individual, imply by your existence everything else that exists, or ever has existed, or ever will exist. You can't exist as the kind of person you are without all that. Now that's the secret to the connection between you and the cosmos. Just as a back doesn't exist without a front. In just that sort of way, all of it doesn't exist without you, and you don't exist without all of it. Even if you die, you see, and disappear totally. Nevertheless, the fact that you have existed is still a fact. And a universe in which there has been a person like Socrates is quite a different universe from a universe in which there hadn't been a person like Socrates. Socrates, having existed, is a symptom of the way things are. So fundamentally, we get a picture of the cosmos in which the self, the real I, is the whole thing. Just as we say of an individual human body, you are John Doe, and that's all of you. Although if we look at you very carefully under an electron microscope, we will find that molecules in your blood are further apart than the Earth and the Sun. What makes you think you're a unity? It's quite a thought. Well, it's space. And so in the same way, such a relationship exists between our galaxy and other galaxies and so on. It's obvious. So then, by various conventions and social institutions, we develop the impression that this isn't so. We learn to ignore. We learn not to notice certain things. And you know, not noticing is very, very important. In the Hindu theory of politics, what are spiritual virtues have political counterparts. For example, in the spiritual domain, the word upaya, U-P-A-Y-A, means merciful techniques for awakening people. Clever devices used by a teacher In the political domain, the word upaya means cunning, deceit. Likewise, in the spiritual domain, upeksha means equanimity. In the political domain, upeksha means overlooking. When, for example, the boss of a big concern finds that one of his employees is taking out a little bit of the petty cash, now he figures out, is this man worth it? Are his services really worth it? And shall I merely ignore the fact that he's doing this? That would be upeksha. Now, in our whole society, we do an enormous amount of upeksha. The things we overlook.
Yeah. No, I'm saying you got me on something. You pointed out some dumb shit I said yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's every day, honey. What are you talking about? That's not important. Like, how would I remember that?
Yeah.
Every time we
every day I get vulcanized. Don't I?
You get vulcanized.
Like a moron.
Millith, do you think that that Luigi should be tried for murder?
Yeah,
Come on now, say the right
of course he should be tried for murder. He committed murder.
Well, I think he should be tried for murder too.
Wait a second. Wait a second. That's not right. Okay, so Sully, you think he should be tried for murder?
Yes.
You think what he did was good?
Well, I never actually said that.
What? Oh.
I made a bunch of stronger points, man. You have to listen to me.
No, I
destroy him. He's hedging his arguments now that
Do you think his death was?
Yeah, it's 100% because Millith.
I'm joking.
Is he edging or is he good?
Okay, guys.
No, see, like what I'm trying to say is that like I don't think. No. What I've been trying to say, like I'll give you like my broad take, I guess, right? My take is that I think that I understand why it was done. I don't feel bad for the guy that got shot. I kind of feel bad for his family, kind of. I think that you're going to see more and more of it. I think he should actually stand trial for murder, and he probably is like legally guilty of murder. But like, if the event is going to do anything good, then I think like his trial is actually just part of that. You know?
Wait, you're just saying that you think it's possible, like it has potential to essentially bring about some kind of greater good, right? That's your one.
Yeah.
Well, sure. Okay.
Shouldn't he be tried under suspicion of murder? There's good reason to try him, but he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be tried for murder because he committed murder. That's yet to be determined.
Sorry, JJ. We're assuming this is the guy that shot the dude. Okay, if it's him, should he be tried for murder, or should he just be completely let go? Because he's a hero and he did the right thing to help effect change. He's a good man.
he should be, in my opinion, if his intention was to be a martyr, if his intention was to make a sacrifice for a greater good, he needs to be tried and convicted and spend the rest of his life in prison and also treated as a hero.
Wait, what's his intention with or his desires?
Robin Hood shit, to be honest.
Yeah, if he wanted to.
No, but you think, is that your opinion, or are you saying like if that's what he wants, that's what he should?
I read an article. So there was a few things that I had seen. One of which was a couple of reviews that he had left on like Ted Kaczynski's book, like The Unabomber, in which he had outlined a distaste for such practices that he had ended up killing for. It's hard for me to articulate it right now, but he has in his like browsing history and stuff like that evidence that suggests that he was just kind of like really pissed off with how healthcare was kind of being run. So there's that. Now, if that aligns with his intention, and his intention was to go about that process, and in his mind he was thinking he was doing a greater good, then all right, stand by your greater good. Like, it really irritates me that if he was doing a greater good, he ran and hid so that they had to find him. Like, stand by it. Stand by your steaming pile of shit. People will support you if they agree with you. But in either case, you knew that prison was on the table when you committed it. You should be man enough. If you're man enough to take a life, you should be man enough to face the consequences.
I heard you say that the other day, I don't agree with that. Look, if the law is against you and the law is wrong, and you know it's morally right to do what you did and get away with it and go do it some more. So
that's not how
I just want to ask
like,
I don't
how
agree
the law
with that.
works, though.
Should we get rid of car insurance? No, listen, I'm saying if the law is wrong, if the law says who cares? Who cares, Andrew? I'm joking.
Okay, so like, should we get rid of car insurance?
I'm gonna get
like,
Mike
should get rid of dental insurance?
Well, yeah, dental.
Why are you asking this question? If somebody, but why?
Dental insurance is making money off the misery of other people.
Yeah, I just said that. Okay, look, when it comes to like doing a single payer system, I think dental and vision should be included too. Are you list like?
Okay, yeah,
no years.
That's fine, but it's not. So like, okay, what about car insurance? What about life insurance?
Shut the.
One last time, the solution is to at least make insurance companies not for profit. That's not doing away with insurance.
That's a dumb solution.
The dumbest thing in the world.
But that doesn't mean that the insurance companies don't make. That doesn't mean that the people in the insurance companies don't make money. I'm not.
Why even fucking have insurance companies if you're going to engage in that kind of like bureaucracy?
The whole purpose of a nonprofit is that the company doesn't have a profit at the end of the year. So that means all the people who are still making money, all the people who are still making money still make money.
I understand. You would probably need further regulation. Granted, but you start with making them not for profit because
and he's got free healthcare.
No.
Yeah, no, that's
free healthcare. We can just skip the fucking bullshit middleman. Free health.
You don't need to do health insurance.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's lots of other solutions. Sure.
Better than yours.
What about like Sully? Honestly, it's an honest question. What about life insurance? Is that like allowed?
Jesus.
Is it allowed? I mean, I'm okay with things sort of that are like you might want to consider them like luxury items.
No, but I'm saying life insurance is a luxury item to you.
Yeah, but car insurance is a protection, and it's not.
Yeah, car insurance is mandated by the federal government
it's not
in the US.
obligation.
Yes, exactly. But
Miller, no, I'm saying like you don't have.
But that's a smart obligation, right? But it's
They're not obliged to provide
you get into an accident and you can't pay for the other person's car.
You don't have. You don't have an obligation to drive, nor like be given a vehicle or something.
But if you have a vehicle, you're obliged to buy car insurance.
Yeah, we agree.
The pictures that Sully is painting, though, Millie.
You're not obliged to buy life insurance.
Jeez, you won't need life insurance.
I just responded.
What do you need life insurance for Millith?
Are you serious?
The car
all the stuff.
The car one is hilarious because like it's a function of the fact that people's wages, don't keep up with what they buy, and so they end up buying on credits. And so this has been like a massive problem with the history of automobiles, basically, was that they were initially affordable on the salary of an average worker, and then the price is inflated over time to the point where most people buy them on credit. And so that's one of the reasons that car insurance seems like a necessity, is because people don't make enough money to be able to afford car repairs.
No, it's actually a necessity,
and that they're already underwater.
The person you get in an accident with.
Hold on, wait.
Dude, I know how car insurance works, Millis. You don't have to explain.
Okay, well,
wait. The reason that it's like a false equivalence here is because what's being argued for is free healthcare. That it's like a human right, and if you pay taxes and if you have a government that's meant to like represent your interests, then they should insure it. That's the argument right on the table.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're talking about car insurance and life insurance. No one's arguing that like for anyone who dies in this world, like their family needs to be given some like grant or bursary or something.
And most people aren't going bankrupt because of car repair bills.
You should be given a car. Like you have a divine right to possess a vehicle. So obviously it's like not equivalent.
Yeah,
like we're going to be committed to say,
you're just confused. You're just confused.
Car insurance as well as
people are being confused. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. So people are just they're being driven to poverty, right? Because of the cost of medical expenses, right? Driven, fucking asshole. Because of the cost of medical expenses, not because of the cost of the insurance, right? Necessarily. Like the thing that's problematic with the insurance companies is that before, like a lot of the Obamacare,
but we just talked about risk pools.
Insurance companies were able to like give you lifetime mandatory maximums. They were allowed to, deny you if you were like past your mandatory maximum, right? And like, so a lot of those things are what the problems with the insurance companies directly are, right? The problems with people going broke because of medical expenses has nothing to do with the fucking insurance company.
Yes, it does. Because if you understand the difference in price, right, per capita. So let's look at like total healthcare spending per capita. You look at that. For countries that use private health insurance markets, which we're basically like the only one that uses it like ubiquitously for everything. You look at that versus countries that have universal health care, you'll notice like a drastic decline in the per capita spending, right? And that's partially because there's billion-dollar industries that are built off of just being the middleman in terms of how it gets paid.
Oh,
okay.
Look, I'm sorry if my mic is back, 'cause I'm in a restaurant, but medical fucking bankruptcy is the number one cause. Like, to argue against that is insane, Millet. You're fucking crazy.
I said medical bankruptcy is the number one cause of bankruptcy in America.
Then why the
it's just
fuck
not
would
the
we
insurance
just
companies.
socialize it like we do the military?
No, but it is because of the insurance companies, Millis. So explain to me why it is that, like, the only thing that's changed in these other, or, at least let's say we could look at certain countries where they have just a universal healthcare system, they've gotten rid of private healthcare insurance, right? And they don't have this medical bankruptcy problem as a result.
Well, one of the
how can you say that that's not, like, related at all?
Like, what's wrong for like medications are so expensive in America compared to Canada, right? Is because you didn't for a long time before, again, the Obamacare package. I think it changed this, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
You have an entire country negotiating the cost.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, we have a bunch of
You guys were never allowed to have Medicare and Medicaid. You guys were never allowed to have Medicare and Medicaid negotiate the cost, but now you are, right? And like, so just think about like the legislation.
But the cost is different for people buying through Medicaid.
I don't understand the legislation that was just passed to cap the cost of insulin, right?
Dude, what do you? Okay, look, Jesus Christ! It's not just about. Do you think
the healthcare?
Can you calm down for a second? It's not just about how much it actually costs, right? It's not just about what the bill is from the hospital or from the pharmaceutical companies, right? It's about how people receive the care. So if in single payer systems, right, at the point of service, you don't pay anything. You don't pay anything at the point of service. It's handled through taxes, right? So that's why people aren't going bankrupt there. And it also just turns out the prices are fucking lower because of the way that the negotiations turn out, because they have a larger risk pool. So I don't like, how can you say that it's not the result of the private health insurance market?
Well, do you think like the cost of insulin in America was driven up by the cost of?
I don't know why you're saying that. You're not addressing the point I just made.
Okay. There's multiple different reasons why the healthcare costs are so inflated, right? It's not.
You could hold the healthcare costs fixed, even if everything costs the same. Even if everything. Oh my God!
Speak over me, dude. Like this.
Because you're not addressing the point. You're just saying the same thing you said previously, right? Even if the costs, right, from the hospitals and from the drug companies were the same as they are in Canada, people in the United States would still be going bankrupt. It's because of the way it's paid for, Miller.
What do you mean?
I just explained this to you.
Okay.
Skinny, yell at us some more.
So if you're at a hospital in America, right? Like the hospital can charge you pretty much anything for like an Advil or a Tylenol, right? And there's hospitals that are notorious for doing this, for charging people like exorbitant rates for like a bed.
Why would they do that?
And a Tylenol, right? And that has nothing to do with the insurance market. That's just like the pharmaceutical companies and the healthcare providers.
Okay, so why aren't they doing that in Canada then, though?
Because there's stronger regulations in Canada from the federal government that disallow that type of.
Why are you talking about pharmaceuticals?
Well, because that's what the cost of the medicine in America is largely driven, right?
Yeah, but those aren't the healthcare costs we're talking about.
What healthcare costs are you talking about? You're talking about the cost of healthcare insurance? You're talking about the cost of healthcare insurance?
Yeah, generally the pharmacy industry and pharmaceuticals are held separate. Like,
yes,
even
exactly.
in countries that have universal healthcare, that you still pay for the system for paying for the care, the system for paying for the pharmaceuticals are entirely separate. Now they're capped too in a sense, but I don't understand why we're talking about pharmaceuticals when what's being addressed is other things.
Well, so the pharmaceutical company is allowed to charge the hospital anything they want, right? So the pharmaceutical company develops some new drug or whatever. They say that like they put so much money in R&D into it, right? So basically they say because the American government doesn't actually regulate how much gouging these companies can engage in, right? The companies charge the hospitals an exorbitant amount, and that gets pushed down to.
Doesn't get this. It's not even relevant. None of this is relevant because the point is that the way that it's paid for
healthcare
is directly from the person who's buying
America than it is in other countries, as far as I know.
What?
The cost of healthcare insurance.
That's not the point either. First of all, private healthcare insurance, like I was saying before, is like barely even a thing in most other developed countries. It's barely even a thing. Okay? The way that it's paid for in countries that have single-payer systems. Okay, hold on, Miller. In the single-payer system,
vision's a thing, yeah.
Why do you keep saying this? The way that it's paid for in these countries is that you go in, right, and at the point of service, you're not charged, right? So you're not on the hook for anything, right? It's covered through tax funding, okay? So how could a person in that country go medically bankrupt, right? They can't. Okay, but maybe they're avoiding their taxes or something, but that's about it, right? Now, the point is, if you fund healthcare by having the people who require healthcare pay for it themselves, right? Then you don't even have insurance companies at that point. What happens when you have insurance companies is that you have sort of a company paying on behalf of a group of people now, right? And so the point is like. You'd rather have, if the idea is to bring down the cost by having a larger risk pool, you want it to be as big as you can get it, which is the entire country, which just means you should fund it through tax dollars again, right? But if you're doing it the way we do it, the reason people go bankrupt is because their insurance only covers a certain amount, and then they need to stay at a hospital and receive a bunch of procedures that cost thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, right? And it wouldn't make a fucking shit of a difference if the pharmaceutical prices were less. It doesn't make a difference. Even if the prices of the treatments were what they are in Canada, because of the way that we're paying for it, people would still be going bankrupt. So I don't know why that's...
Also, cost for care accounts for 90% of healthcare costs. The cost for medications is, in the grand scheme of things, not very significant.
Yeah, but the point is the hospital can charge you what it wants for its shit too, right? So the hospital buys the MRI machine and they can charge you what they want for an MRI scan. The hospital buys it's not just the pharmaceuticals, right? I was just telling you there's a bunch of different inputs that go into this. Like I get Sully's point that like a single payer system is better. I get that, right? I agree. Is that his only point, or is it
What
like?
is the point? What is
No,
the point?
my point is that
What is the point?
Or is the point about like it's okay to kill pharmaceutical healthcare insurance? No,
What I'm saying, oh my God, is that are you seriously like that lost in the conversation that you think that's what I'm saying? Dude, no, we're on a different point right now, which is that the primary reason there are so many medical bankruptcies in the U.S. is because the primary means of paying for healthcare is private health insurance. That's the reason why. That's the reason why. Because the countries that don't have it, right, they don't have this problem with medical bankruptcies. Okay, and so I'm saying you could set the price point the same, like whatever, the hospitals are charging the same amount, the drug companies are charging the same amount, whatever. That doesn't even make a difference. You could set them equal. Like, we could get all the way to having the same cost as Canada, and people would still be going bankrupt.
I don't even understand what.
I think the health insurance companies in America are saving people from going bankrupt. There would be more medical bankruptcies if there weren't these healthcare companies, right? Yes, exactly. So I think they're saving people from going bankrupt. I don't think they're the reason people are going bankrupt because of medical costs. Oh my God! So
No, but that's not the. That's not the point. The point isn't that more people would have become bankrupt had the insurance companies not been there. The point is
no, but that's also not true. Nobody is going. You're not saying. I'm just saying you're replacing it with, and you're just acting as if there would be no system at all. People would just be paying. You know, every man is an island paying out of his own pocket for health.
Yeah. I'm saying that's the alternative. The point is just that nobody is going bankrupt in single-payer systems from healthcare. That's the point. That's why it's superior.
I agree.
In this context,
I agree.
Okay, then what are you arguing against?
The thing I'm arguing against, right, is that like the insurance companies in America are responsible for the absorbent healthcare costs. Right? They're, if anything, they're like a bulwark against those absorbent costs.
Okay, what? The costs are higher.
Okay, I'm not going to go over it.
You're not going to go over it again. Okay, that's fine.
What you just said is like heavily absurd.
It's like obvious that what you just said makes no sense. You said they're a bulwark against the costs going higher? Why is it that our costs are so high then?
Your costs are so high because you don't have adequate federal or state government regulations.
Oh, are the health insurance companies preventing that from happening? I didn't realize it. Why is it happening again?
Are the health insurance companies preventing that from happening? I don't think they are.
Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, they're not really a bulwark, are they? Not much of a bulwark.
Do you know that healthcare companies, insurance companies are lobbying politicians
to
advocate against single payer?
Fucking rubes,
right? You understand how they're lobbying?
Yeah, like every fucking company lobbies.
Yes.
You gonna get rid of K Street?
And no, I'm just saying you seem to be resistant to the idea that the insurance companies are part of the problem.
Wait, did you call them rubes?
Yeah, like
do you understand how they're actively working against
a bunch of rubes?
Do you understand that they're actively working against the solution that you agree is a more efficient, a better one?
But that's not like that's in their right.
Do you agree with?
Yes, they should be lobbying for their own.
So they're part of the problem.
They should be lobbying for their own interests.
Yeah, they should be bribing the politicians.
Everyone should be bribing the politicians. It's up to the fucking voters and the politicians to actually.
Politicians should be taking bribes from everyone.
They're not taking. It's not bribes. It's fucking.
The problem doesn't have just one variable.
Campaign contributions are bribes.
You're a genius. The problem doesn't. You're a genius, Melith. The problem doesn't have just one variable. Congratulations, you got there. The point is just not only are they inflating costs, they're actively working against more efficient solution.
They have their right to lobby.
Jesus Christ, who the fuck cares about rights? Do you agree that not only are they inflating costs compared to single-payer systems, they're actively contributing and spending billions of dollars.
I don't think they're inflating costs.
Compared to the single-payer.
Yeah, I don't think the fact that health insurance companies are in the scene does not, like, I don't think that inflates costs. I think it actually helps bring
you
down
agree
costs.
to this 4
That's
minutes.
why our
right?
costs are so low, compared to other countries that don't have health insurance.
Hey, Millith, you agreed
That's
2
why our
minutes
costs
ago
are so
that
much
a
lower.
single-payer system would be more efficient than the current private healthcare industry.
It is more efficient.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you agree that they are inflating costs. Their existence, the existence of the system is inflating costs compared to a single-payer system.
Right. That's not, no.
Right?
No. Like, the existence of the system, yes. No, you're right about that. The existence of the system, yes. But that doesn't mean the healthcare, that doesn't mean the insurance companies are responsible for that. That's my point.
They are spending billions of dollars maintaining the status quo.
Great.
They're part of the problem.
Thanks.
You don't.
Every company lobbies for their own interests.
Yes, of course they're Moron. How is that a response to anything I'm saying?
Do you think you're actually saying anything? Like, I don't get what you think you're saying.
Jesus Christ, you're an actual retard.
It's crazy that, like, you sitting on your ivory snow tower in Canada, look at the U.S. and go, yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Everybody there is doing well.
I'm not saying it's totally fine. I don't think they're doing well, but I think that's a matter of.
You agree with me that the private healthcare industry is a worse system.
No,
you agree with me that they spend a bunch of money. Shut up. You agree with me that they spend a bunch of money perpetuating the system. And when I say, yeah, so they're part of the problem, right? Your response is just to say, well, they're a corporation. They have a right to sustain, they have a right to sustain their own existence. Nobody fucking disagrees with the fact that this is what they're doing and there is like a legal framework allowing them to do so. But that doesn't mean, that's not a response to, hey, are they part of the problem?
Oh my God. So listen, if the legal framework doesn't change, right, then there's nothing, like, these companies, right, have to act in their self-interest as long as the legal framework
disagrees with that. Jesus Christ.
Can you imagine if people were like selling, like, I don't know, this company that's extorting sick people has a right to exist, okay? It has a right to defend itself.
It does.
My God, the million
Imagine if slavery was an industry, and there are like these companies that are responsible for the industry, and then I said like, hey, yeah, not only is this industry bad and more inefficient, they're actively like spending billions of dollars like bribing lawmakers, and you're like, well, of course, these companies are like just trying to maintain their own survival. How's that a fucking response?
How is it not a bribe, Miller? This is like another point.
Imagine I use a different word because nothing turns on it actually being a bribe or not. You just chose the most irrelevant aspect of what I said.
Millith, are you rich?
No.
Like I could have said not bribe, but political contribution, and the point would have remained the exact same.
Yeah, like you okay.
Yeah,
you're right. You're right. It's the healthcare company's fault that the healthcare system is so fucked up in America. Absolutely.
Well, I'd like to see, is there an article that someone can send me to show that they are lobbying against single-payer healthcare?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
We'll do the homework for you.
This is like one of the most...
Wait, stop. I did a search and nothing came up. Okay. You have something.
It's fine.
What are you supposed to?
It's fine. We can assume that they're lobbying.
What did you research for?
Millith, you feel like you get the opportunity to express yourself?
Yeah, I feel like they're talking over me and they don't know what they're talking about.
All right, give Millith a minute. Go on. You got 60 seconds. Cook.
Right. So the reason that the healthcare system in America is so fucked up, as I've said 100 times, it's not because of the insurance companies, right? Insurance companies are but the insurance companies are effectively making that system better, right? So, like, insofar as you allow, like, insurance conglomerates to, like, effectively negotiate prices, right, for medications with the actual drug companies, then you usually get a lower cost, right, once that type of stuff starts happening. But there was like governmental policies that were in place that disallowed that from happening, and that's where the anger and the aggression should be pointed towards, right? Like, there are
political institutions in America, like the Republican Party, right, that like effectively work to make things for poorer people as bad as possible, right? And those are the people who are actually responsible for the poor state of healthcare in America compared to all other like first world nations, right? It's not the fucking insurance companies.
Are you like a provincial hick? Where are you getting these ideas from?
Well, I just want to see the data that the insurance companies...
It was Todd Socialism.
Yeah, what does that even mean? But like, where's the data that if the insurance companies are causing so much the healthcare? Because I can show you a ton of data.
He's a neoliberal.
I can show you a ton of data about like how the Obama healthcare legislation, which allowed for like Medicare and Medicaid to negotiate drug prices, drove down the cost of drugs. Right? I can show you tons of data on that. I'm just wondering where the data is that like it's the insurance companies that are causing these insane medical expenses.
You do understand how price elasticity works, right?
Yes. Okay.
You taught him that word too, man.
Who, this guy? Yeah, I'm sure I did.
I just want to be clear. I've known that word for a very long time. You didn't teach me that word, Millis.
Okay.
You don't get to own words, sir. Everybody has access to
whatever you say.
I learned that word. Ideas.
Look at this.
I have a degree in economics, so
you're an elastic.
Yeah, whatever.
Millis, he's looking pretty elastic here.
Yeah, let's see how far he can stretch the truth, right? The issue with the insurance companies is that drug elasticity, the price, there's a type of elasticity that's built into the inherent cost that the consumer is going to bear, right? So it magnifies the elasticity because the consumer only pays the premium for the cook.
Inelastic. Demand is inelastic.
Yeah, but we're talking about the cost.
No, but but that's not.
The point is, the point is if all you have to pay is your premium, no matter what, then drug companies can charge more because your insurance company is footing the bill.
Well, yeah. I mean, so that's part of the reason the costs are higher. But I was trying to explain to Millis that the problem is actually
they now allow insurance companies. Sorry,
mode of the way that we pay for that.
Yeah, like I understand that. Like, okay, like honestly, that's fine. I don't know. I don't see what I'm saying is so objectionable. It seems pretty straightforward, right? Like
after his Millis' 60-second submission, how do you guys feel, Bob and Sully?
Doing what?
Totally redeemed yourself.
After he just, I don't know. I wasn't listening to a word of what he was saying prior to or during his 60 seconds. But I know you guys found it really egregious. So, like, what do you think now after he's had an opportunity to explain himself? What do you think?
You talking about Red?
Millie redeemed himself with his like some.
Oh, okay. The Millet.
Sorry. Millet. Earless Millet.
You guys see that guy?
Earless snake. Earless snake. Millet. Snake Jew.
Andrew, you almost got Millet banned.
Oh, what did he do?
Yeah, what the fuck?
No, you don't read the group chat.
He said murdering Republicans is justified because everything bad that happens to poor people is a result of the Republicans.
Oh my gosh. Hopefully,
does that mean Millet beat Sully and Bob or what?
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious.
What's happening?
They got clubbed in the face. I mean, yeah, we didn't hear any responses, so yeah.
Yeah, okay.
we'll move on.
Good job, Millet.
And Red, we're just to make sure you don't think that the murder of the CEO is justified, right?
Who, me? Well, I mean, I don't think any murder is justified just based on the definition.
Is it murder? Well, anyway, I do have a.
Wait, you were gonna murder?
Yeah, I want to.
What are your thoughts on it, Red?
Honestly, I haven't really looked into it. I mean, I live in my own bubble. I'm from another universe, and that just explains my fascination with possible world semantics because I'm not really from here.
Yeah, I forgot Red was the original.
The original what? Miller.
I mean, look, I believe in rule of law. No matter how flawed the justice system is, like, if you think you have a case, like, try it procedurally first and let's take it from there. If you want to shoot somebody on the street, like, they better have raped your daughter or something.
Yeah. So there's a guy down in the audience. His name is Slave Boy 2 Inches. I'm not sure what that's about. There's also another person. There's
one second, Andrew, one second. I just want to make one thing clear. So, Sully, do you think that? Do you think that do you think that there's no other way to remedy the social ills that America is experiencing right now besides violence?
No, I wouldn't say something that like absolute, right? I would say it seems to be going in that direction. It seems to be going in that direction, and like I don't know if you ever actually reach a point where you can say, "Oh, it's like 100% that like violence is the only answer now." You know what I mean? Is that, you know what a frog in a boiling pot of water does?
Yeah. No, but like, I just don't think that like there's any evidence really that like, democratic solutions have stopped working in America. But I'm open to that, I guess.
I mean, pretty serious out of it.
Is that the claim that was being made that democratic solutions have stopped working?
Have you seen like the American government lately?
Yes, it's fucked up. Yeah, absolutely. But like, I don't know, there were worse governments. Like, Woodrow.
It's been worse.
And his crazy wife was like the head of the American government for like 4 years.
Yeah, we could
Ronald Reagan had dementia, and his crazy wife, who was like turning to like divination to like make decisions about the government. Like, I don't know, American governments were pretty fucked up before.
Wait. Did you just say divination?
He says all kinds of words.
I make up words like that's. I know what that is. That's trying to imitate Devin Larratt, the greatest arm wrestler of all time.
Oh boy. Just real quick, Sully. Just as you got me for, you got on me about squaring the circle, even though it proved to be impossible. The frog in hot water thing. That's actually not true.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, it's like an idiom.
Yeah, it's a bad
it's
No,
also
look, it doesn't have to be literal. Look, can we say caught really caught in a pickle?
Andrew
and Millith, I guess both are going to be like, you weren't really caught in a pickle. That's a terrible experience.
Well, you're a frog, so you were in hot water.
Whoa. I wasn't trying to say, by the way. I do just want to say something about that. I do want to say something about that squaring a circle thing. Right?
No, please. Unless it's
the whole point was that I was saying that, it seemed like in the conversation about square circles, you brought that up to be like, but like even like squaring the circle is like a euphemism for it being impossible. I mean, my point wasn't that it wasn't. I agree that it is a euphemism for that, and I agree that actually, I didn't actually know that it was proven to be impossible. I thought that was still open, but I guess it has been proven. But
I do appreciate
but the point I was trying to make was that like it doesn't mean like a square circle. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Why don't we
it means this other procedure.
Why don't we talk about Andrew being ambushed?
Yeah, that was very big of you, Sully. Thank you.
Andrew, do you want to talk about you being ambushed out of your own?
Well, I couldn't help it. There was no ambush. I mean,
couldn't help
it. Was more like you guys were giving mods. I guess Millett, or I don't even know who was giving mods. Tom, somebody, and then you guys just gave other.
I gave everyone mods. You gave me mods without explaining it and ran away. I just had mods and I had to sleep. So I just modded everyone that was on stage.
Just so everybody understands, when there's only one mod. Hold on. When there's only one mod.
You gotta go one at a time because we can't keep.
When there's only one mod and the mod gets removed, not removed, but whatever, drops out for whatever reason, then it just automatically mods that some person, and it's probably maybe the one that was first in the room or the one that was in there the longest, I heard. That's the person that'll get mods.
So
yeah, it's who's ever next in line if everybody leaves.
Okay, what happened before? What prompted you to leave?
Well, I didn't leave. I just hit that.
No, you did leave. Daniel, did he not leave?
I didn't leave. Leaving is like.
Didn't leave?
Andrew, you had to have left because Mills became a mod. Because
if you leave a room,
what I'm
the
saying
person
is,
next to you.
no. What I'm saying is I didn't like hit the.
You dropped out.
You dropped out of the room. You withdrew from the room, Andrew.
Yeah, I said your phone probably.
I don't know, but
you fled the interview, Andrew. You fled the interview.
Here's what I was say.
Should have been going to sleep. Leaving nor withdrawal is a proper way to capture.
Wait, so is this the new hill that you're gonna die on? That your phone died? A phone gate?
My phone didn't die. I said I had a job. I went out of service.
Yeah. Oh, job gate. What job do you have, Andrew?
Blowjob. I rob women.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
These contributions are getting a little bit.
Andrew's the I-9 strangle.
It's not weird. It's just that Andrew can't face the fact that he's.
Well, no, it seemed like you were kind of like the pressure was on a little bit. Tom came in.
I drop out at inopportune times sometimes myself.
Andrew, I would have helped you talk against these rabbits.
Degenerates.
Yeah.
Degenerate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here's the thing. Daniel messaged Tom invariably and said, "Get in here. Hoodie's not here. Come in here and do your nonsense." And so Tom came in, and I was like, "Oh, this is perfect." I knew I had a job, and I didn't tell you guys. I knew I probably would lose signal, but I was like, "Yeah, whatever. I don't care." But at the same point in time, what Tom was saying is that I was doing. He's like, "How are you doing an internal external critique?" And somebody on here, by the way, said, "Whoever says internal external critique." Oh, it was Bob. He said you can just discredit whatever they say.
Yeah, that's true.
There is such a thing. There is such a thing as an internal critique and an external critique. It's actually a thing.
Yeah, but is the internal critique external or?
Oh boy.
Wasn't the question, is the problem of evil an internal or an external critique?
No, we were talking about me having a conversation.
Is that an internal or external question?
We were talking about
Was the question asked to you though?
Poor Tom, Andrew.
No, he asked me
not
about
even you're slippery enough to get out of this, bro.
He didn't ask. Oh, thank you, Daniel.
Oh, what did he ask you?
He was asking me about my conversation with Chris Raw, and I said I was giving him both an internal and an external critique. And then for some reason, Arianis tries to say, "Oh, you were doing them both at the same time, huh?" And I'm like, no, they weren't the exact same sentence.
That's literally what you said in the recording.
Yeah, I said I was doing
Daniel.
Did he internally or externally say it?
That's not even the point, Andrew. Andrew, that's not even the point. Andrew, that's not even the point, though. Andrew.
It's hard to have, but
Andrew, that's not even the point. Like, you face planted on that natalism discussion. Like, you did horribly in that discussion.
I think he lost service again.
The time. How does he always do?
Did he internally or externally lose?
Well, I think he internally muted his mic, is what happened.
Yeah, it's all good. He has a response.
Muting your mic is external.
I did an internal and external critique, and I explained it to you. I don't know why you didn't get it.
No, you didn't. You claimed you did.
I did explain it.
No, you did. What was the external?
Which one?
Critique is,
what he is saying looks crazy by my lights.
Okay.
My lights, his belief in God determining that people go to hell.
How it's crazy.
Yeah, by my lights. That's my estimation. That's an external critique. Hello. That's an external critique.
What was the internal critique, Andrew? What was the internal critique, Andrew?
The internal critique is that he believes God does everything according to his good pleasure, and that he also doesn't desire that anybody gets destroyed.
Wait, but how is that coherent?
Tons of people are going to be destroyed. And he thinks there's a decree that goes contrary to God's good pleasure. That's the internal critique. So pay attention. Internal, external.
Yeah, but what was the point of that internal critique?
To show that there's a tension within his own view, which he couldn't answer.
Sorry.
God does what he desires, but he desires that people escape, all people. But he believes that most people are going to hell. That's the tension. Okay, pay attention.
I didn't hear what you said before the hell part.
God desires that all people be saved. The majority of people are not going to be saved. God gets all that he desires. That is the tension.
Like some sort of universalist like you and think in some sort of like temporary.
Are you asking what's going on internally or externally?
For Andrew, I'm asking externally for me and internally for Andrew.
At the same time, in the same time.
This is sad.
No, you're tracking.
It's time for self-reflection, Andrew.
You're tracking yourself. I still love you. I want to go back to the sacrifice conversation because
let's go.
That one I worked. That one I put a lot of work into because I thought.
Why don't we talk about why you got cooed out of your own room?
Well, that's because I got cooed.
Yeah,
it's like a microcosm.
Programming of the app.
No, it's like a microcosm for wider society because look what happens. Andrew, a white Protestant Christian male,
Jews get persecuted.
You see, and what follows? Blood libel. Miller gets blamed for absolutely everything.
Everything.
Dude, these jokes are like really bad. In the thing.
Yours aren't any better.
Thank you, JJ. That was a compliment.
I don't care what JJ is a fucking PDF defender, so I mean, I don't.
They're getting better. Here we go. Now he's getting funny.
Yeah, JJ, you're a retard. Like, why would I care?
Oh, we're all slapping our knees now. This is getting.
Okay. Well, the rest, the majority thinks that they're funny. So fucking diddler.
Jesus. I wonder if he understands the distinction between saying something funny and it being funny that you said it.
You're such a convoluted troll. Like, does Jack give you any shekels for sucking him off this?
Wait, can we get back to Andrew? Did Andrew leave?
No, Andrew's still here.
He totally dodged. Hold his feet to the fire.
Yeah, Andrew. So tell me, man. Give me a
January 6th
analysis. Yeah, give me a post January 6th analysis. December 10th analysis.
What?
What?
Should come up with something better than that.
What am I supposed to come up with? I don't understand.
Something better.
Jesus. What?
Andrew, are you there?
What? The N-word? Is that what you want? What do you want? I don't get it.
Yeah, you ready for the?
It's not even supposed to be funny. It's just what actually happened. What happened was Andrew was thrown out of his own room. It was sad.
His house too, right?
Yeah, his own.
Are you ready for the hot seat, Andrew?
Yeah, we should. Yeah, his entire fucking kingdom.
Oops, I think he lost signal. Again. Yeah, we need more proof of life, Andrew. Nobody wants to unfairly accuse you of dodging or hiding.
I'm not sure it's
not fun that way.
I'm not sure it's fair. It'd
be weird though if he was, because it seems like he loves this.
I said, to be clear, I said he was dodging the original question about the internal-external thing because he wanted to go back to God's sacrifice. He directly dodged that.
Pivoted.
He doesn't want to.
But Jane, he did that last night when he was trying to dodge points on the whole natalism.
All he means by internal is that you're utilizing his presupposition in your critique.
Yo, Go, can you use an appropriate PTR, please? Thank you.
Yeah, not the avocado. Yeah.
Avocados are hardcore.
Oh, this guy's back. Yeah, have you met Himothy? Have you met Young Zealous?
I'm a subscriber.
Of course.
They're
I subscribe to all of you guys.
Well, no, you don't. You don't know what my YouTube is.
Yeah.
But I didn't mean to ask you, Young Zealous. How are you keeping up with the music?
Yeah, that's what my other people were saying. Yeah, I'm just making merch right now. So I have a song that got lost because of the producer. Just to keep it short, my bad. The producer lost her laptop. Someone stole it. Basically, she didn't really lose it. They stole it.
Damn, bro.
And
you have a woman
and I was trying to make a
producing.
secular song called "Go Country." And,
you have a woman producing for you.
Yeah, she's dope. She sings.
Andrew, what do you think about that? Andrew, what do you think about that?
He's stupid.
Hey, Andrew, come on, man.
Yeah, well, good job, Arianis. Enough smoke, and now he's hiding in the smoke. It's your fault.
Yeah.
You're no goat.
Yeah, so who is it?
You're a big obscurant, is what you are. Look what you did.
Okay. Take it up with the note.
Obscure and
her name.
I just want to say, Goat, if you're going to manipulate my picture, the least you could do is put some fucking ears on.
Yeah, dude.
I didn't realize that was you. I thought that was Daniel. Was that supposed to be?
It captures your Jewish. It really embellishes.
It looks like you. Daniel, did you just said? Yeah. He's referring to
JJ thinks he's a tough guy in these rooms, he's Shamos or something.
What'd you say, JJ is a tough guy?
Oh, he's back. Oh, Andrew. So
Wait, you think Shamos is a tough guy?
He pretends to be a tough guy. He's not a tough guy.
No, you're saying a guy pretends to be somebody else who pretends?
How many people have you killed?
He's a pretender about his wealth. He's a pretender that he's some chat.
Wait, but you're saying somebody pretends to be somebody that is pretending.
No, dude, all of you lose.
Arianis, why do you take the bait every time? He's back, and now you're letting him talk about Shamos.
Oh, yeah, okay, but because these people needed to test these people. Andrew, yeah, you're right.
He's as slippery as an eel.
Andrew, wait.
Arianis to get you.
Wait, shut up. Look, Andrew.
Oh my god.
Andrew, so please tell me.
Please tell me what a sacrifice is. Tell me what a sacrifice is.
Why are you? Now you're proving my point.
Tell me what a sacrifice is.
Sacrifice is when you give up something of lesser value for something of greater.
Thank you, Sully. Thank you, Sully.
Andrew, why did you?
It's when you extort people. It's a sacrifice on your part.
Andrew, why did you leave your own house yesterday? You left your own house.
Why did you leave? I already told you. I explained it to you. I dropped out.
You dropped out.
Why are you asking me questions that are like? Yeah, well, if it was somebody else's room, maybe I wouldn't have dropped out. Maybe if I was in somebody else's room. Wait,
Andrew, don't devolve the room.
Why are you being an
No. But listen, maybe if I was in somebody else's room, I wouldn't have dropped out because that's really relevant as to whether I dropped out or not in my own room.
Don't you think a more plausible explanation is that you're scared?
Yeah, because that's usually what happens. Even though I walk into these rooms.
There you go.
Shut the fish up.
That,
But I will say, engaging with Arianas, you don't take all the facts into consideration. Otherwise, you wouldn't say such foolish things. Okay. But,
how is it
but
foolish?
It is foolish. It is foolish. It is foolish. I go in there and talk to Jack and Tom. I used to do that all the time.
It is foolish.
So it's not a matter. No, it is foolish what you're saying, and that's why I told you foolishness is. Listen, I read to you the Proverbs last. I read to you the Proverbs. I read to you the Proverbs. No. Every time you deal with me, starting from the first, I'm responding to you. Every time hey, listen, I'm responding to the first. I'm responding.
No.
Okay. I'm responding to the first time that you quote unquote.
Not good.
The first time that you quote unquote dealt with me. The first
Jesus moment, when Jesus.
You aren't letting.
Andrew smacked down this so-called goat.
No.
Go ahead.
You aren't letting. Well, I've already smacked it down.
And then
But the first time.
This is the problem.
Hold on. I don't know who's talking about Jesus, but we can talk about Jesus. And some people. Look. Jesus is going to come back with a sword out of his mouth, and he's going to deal with some folk. It's not a matter. It isn't a matter. Hold on. It's not a matter. It's not a matter. It's not a matter because he just talks all the time. He doesn't shut up. It's not a matter of being like Christ and just being meek and mild and tepid and limp-wristed. That's not how Jesus was. So people have a misunderstanding. Now, I do think we need to treat people with love. We need to treat people with love. But when you have people like Arianas that are so conceited and so warped and delusional, you do need to kind of smack them around a little bit and wake them up.
Why?
And hopefully, your self-aggrandizement is off the charts. Okay, it is. It's delusion. It's called delusions. It is actually a delusion. It's actually a delusion. And I'm going to tell you what it is. It's called delusion. It's called delusions of grandeur. And you have it, and it is unreal. But that being said, I've undermined what you said multiple times. The first thing that you tried to address, objectively, you are,
That's even a thing because
Ethan Muse. Ethan
Muse can't do half of the If Ethan was in that room, he would have kissed your.
Because I'm just gonna say, because we were talking about who the best reasoner was, and I said he said who's the best. I talked to Ethan for hours.
Listen,
a little bit of room.
He would kiss your feet, and by the way,
well, he doesn't allow for a response.
I know you're both continuously talking.
But I'm doing it because I'm trying to pause
now and again. They would line up.
He's giving
I understand
how
but
the goat died.
There is no delusions.
I started out by giving a response to him, and he interrupted me.
Excuse me.
So
since we're collectivists, right? Andrew,
I won't engage him if he can't just shut up.
What I'm saying is that instead of both continuously talking, just pause.
I understand, Sully. I didn't start though like that. I started by giving a response. And when I was giving a response, he just interrupted. Ethan is at the top of the charts. He will be. And until further notice.
The majority opinion, they did three polls. They did three polls.
The majority opinion is you.
They did
the majority opinion.
Are you going to allow?
Yeah, and Shamos, and apparently Shamos was the best.
They did 3 polls on Discord, and not from me, not from anyone else. They did 3 polls from Discord, asking who the best debater was, and I won all 3 of them by a landslide. Ethan got like 2 votes. I got like more than 85. So that's not even the majority opinion.
Were you the one? Did you have like a bunch of accounts?
I didn't have any accounts. See, that's what you do. You claim that there's rigged.
Well, that was a question. That was a question.
No, there's no evidence of bots being used. There's no evidence. It's one vote.
There's no evidence. There's no evidence that I'm guilty of this.
J6 or JQ?
J4 happened.
Yeah, which is more important? Actually, there's J4. We ought to bring him in. We got to bring J4 in to talk about J6 or the JQ.
Look how fucking like riled up you get because
I'm not riled up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Positive affirmation.
You don't have
Brother,
anything.
if you could listen to me. It's Arianis, you are out of your mind. Arianis, you're out of your mind. Hold on, let me respond to you. If you want to talk, we'll talk. But if you're just okay, listen, Arianis, you gotta let me respond. Or I'm just gonna let you talk and I'm not gonna engage with you.
Let me respond. They're talking over each other. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna flip a coin. Okay. In the chat, so that's there.
Dude. And that's
okay.
the
So
only
I gotta
say that he is that F word, right? Because there is.
Okay, look, don't do that. Okay, I'll bring you back up, but don't do that. Okay?
That's how that is.
Arianis isn't impervious to reason. Like, just you can even speak longer than him, Arianis. But just let Andrew respond.
Oh, you're a good mod.
I love how we're like muting people and bringing them down and like, hey, don't do that, as if they didn't know.
I know that he knows, but this is like warning number one.
No, but and if you do, it's gonna look like essentially you're gonna have to concede. There's gonna be a capitulation. If you use another slur and get kicked out of the room, and you know which you know is going to be the result, then you're basically just conceding to Andrew.
That's correct.
We will mark it as an immediate suicide by mob.
You drop an M-bomb.
I get an immediate W.
Yeah, straight. So that'll be Mason and Arianis in like 2 days.
Brian, chill, bro. Did you drop an M-bomb?
I want to go back to the sacrifice.
No, wait, Andrew. I just want to make sure. I
had to work hard for that, Sully.
You want to come back up?
Sully. Yeah, I understand. You're inviting him up. If you want to come up, Arianis, come on up and let's have a conversation. But listen, Sully, all I'm saying is do you know how it is to work really hard? Like you work really hard to get that juice, and you finally get a drop. You know, because it's like pulling teeth to get him to concede. And going through the sacrifice argument with him was just so tedious. And then finally, there was some kind of recognition that, you know, he kind of misspoke, and sacrifice probably people are appropriately picking out, you know, what actually is a sacrifice when they use the term, giving up something of different value or of lesser value for something.
Yeah, I actually still think he was right about that whole thing, but yeah.
Well, we can ask everybody here.
Hey, Timothy, can you try to invite him just to make sure that it's not a glitch?
Yeah, I invited him.
Yeah, sometimes it does that. Just hit your profile.
Should be blue.
Look, dude, I didn't want to do it. I'm forced to do it by my script.
It's funny, I still see him on stage, like he never left.
All right, go. Just hit your profile, Arianis, and hit accept invitation to speak. There's a little box there. Hit your profile.
All right, but anyway, you're wrong about this whole sacrifice thing, man. It's not a sacrifice if I give you something that sucks and you give me something.
If you fail to return to the stage, you also lose, Arianis.
No, look, you can say it's not a sacrifice because you think it sucks. That's the whole point. The whole point is that if you give away something that you don't think sucks, but you're giving it because you think it's worth it for something of different value or greater value, then you do that, and that is a sacrifice.
Yeah, but the point.
And he tried to say,
hold on. Wait, but this is why we kept getting into this like McChicken stuff. Do you remember that whole thing?
The dollar for the McChicken.
Like I value the dollar, right?
Some greater consideration.
Right. I value the dollar. The dollar has value, right? And I go and I buy a McChicken because I'm willing to part with the dollar to have the McChicken.
Yeah, this is the only thing this retard Andrew knows how to do. Just argue definitions all.
I'm not sure he's actually good at doing that.
Yeah, he's not even good because the animate debaters, they try and
I don't want to an impartial mind here, Sully. I'll have the dialogue with you, but you can't be on Ariana's side.
I was going to look. He just came back up. You can talk to him. I won't even.
I know, but you just said that I'm not good at doing that. So the whole point is.
Well, I was just filling air because there was a dead air. You guys can go back to it. I'm not going to do anything with your conversation. I just moved him down, by the way. So like what's the?
No, I know. I've applauded you for your modship, Sully. I'm trying to be consistent on things I hold to, even if I think you're.
I know. I just don't know why you would. I'm not going to unfairly mod. Don't worry about me using my mod.
I understand, but the point about me not being able to argue definitions all the way down while he's meanwhile doing ableistic slurs, I think, which is what you just did.
Look, I don't know, dude. I think I don't know. Is the R word banned? I thought the R word wasn't banned.
No, I don't care. I don't care, but I thought you guys do.
I thought it wasn't banned. I thought it was allowed. If somebody tells me it's banned, I'll enforce that too. But it seems like it gets used a lot. Like Mason wouldn't be allowed.
Andrew, now that you've been cooked eternally,
cooked.
Why?
Are you? Wait, what was I cooked on?
Yeah, you've been
cooked.
I cooked
on? On what?
On everything. Because you're a loser.
Okay. How about sacrifice?
Where's the winning?
How about sacrifice? Well, it's not even about Christian side. It's just every point that I've argued with you, pretty much.
I am so smart.
Sacrifice.
Let's go back.
Sacrifice.
You're
what do you think?
Pathetic ass 40-year-old.
Okay, well, if you're just gonna do insults,
you because you need.
Then I'm not gonna engage. Well, no, because you're wrong on all of the things that you're saying to me that I'm contending with.
That you've ever debated.
Okay.
Wait, let's have a debate. All right, let's try to have a nice, clean debate. You know what I'm saying, Arianas?
That's not really his style.
No, he likes debating people. He does both.
So this is dictionary.com. There's plenty. This is dictionary.com.
Files of you talking to underage girls.
I've got.
Oh my gosh.
It's over for you, but.
I've got my pants off. Let's go.
He's accusing you of being in relationships or trying to pursue underage girls.
Yeah,
JJ
exactly.
Woohoo.
I don't know, with Jack's acquaintances. You guys got your little virtual Sodom and Gomorrah over there at Discord. The Discord.
Place, by the way.
No, but Himothy is also like a plant. Himothy is also like an Andrew plant. I don't really trust him.
I saw this really bad Sodom and Gomorrah cartoon.
He also pretends to be like
one of those Bible
cartoons on here. Like, dude, I'd fuck this fucking toothpick up and not. It's a scrawny black kid. He didn't even make the basket.
All right, Arianas. Look, let's try not to devolve the room.
Just kind of lame.
All right?
Okay.
Let's try not to devolve the room.
Why don't we...
Arianas.
Now we're going to lose a single...
Arianas. You gotta stop.
Wait, can I just you literally would lose. I'm one of your supporters.
No.
If you shoot me, you literally do lose one of your
I don't think you're a supporter.
If I die,
that's one less supporter. I think you're
I'm like a fan. What the fuck?
You're not a fan. Come on.
No, he is, because we've had conversations with you not there, and you were definitely one of the top.
Bro, everyone loves you, man. What the heck are you doing?
I don't know. I heard he eats his own feces. That's kind of weird.
Eats his own fit. You think Matthew Adelstein? I'm not Matthew Adelstein. I never argued.
Could be.
JJ, didn't you get rejected by a Negro?
I don't think so.
I heard you got rejected by Clip.
From whom?
Yeah.
From whom?
I'm trying to get the fucking Screenshot of it.
From whom? Yeah. Yeah.
These are the things he says between servings of his own feces, by the way.
That was an elite response. So what happened to you and Andrew, Aaron? Is it over or what?
No, we can move on.
It was over
So you
before we
guys
started.
It was like an exposure.
Yeah. So let me just say
Andrew
one
is
thing.
like a worse legacy than.
So he came in. So one of the first, like, okay, I'm gonna say something now. Can you be honest?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. One of the first times pretty much the first time I really had any kind of back and forth with Arianis, he came in and we were talking about the sacrifice that Jesus made, and he's like, that's not even a sacrifice. And he's like, what people are picking out when they say the word sacrifice, like they're not actually picking out what is a sacrifice. Like what they're calling a sacrifice is actually an investment. So they're mistaken. And he like was almost like there was like an objective definition. It was pretty wild. And then I was like, okay, well, look, hold on. I'm not done. I didn't say you did say that. I said almost like you said that. So chill out. But let me finish what I said. Okay, so the whole thing was, I was like, well, actually, I think that's wrong. What people are picking out is that people are they're giving up something of value for something either of different value to them, so it's worth it. It's worth it for them to sacrifice that, or more often is you're going to be giving up something that you perceive is of lesser value for something of greater value. Now he tried to say giving up greater value for lesser value. That's what a sacrifice is. That is wrong. So hold on. I'm not done. When a woman works, all these jobs, and she works her fingers to the bone so her kids can go to school, that's called a sacrifice. And the reason that's a sacrifice is because she's giving up her freedom and her time and all this different stuff, or sleep, etc., so her kids can go to school. That is called a sacrifice, not an investment.
No,
and he's trying to say that and people say
values. It's more valuable to send her kids to school because.
Yes, that's what I said. That's what I said.
Important.
Yes, that's what I said.
Having an investment.
No, what you said is giving. No, who cares if it's compatible? You said it was wrong. That's not the point. No. And you realize it now. You're trying. The point is that it's not an investment. It's not. Sure, it's an investment as well. That's fine. You said that it was incorrect to call something like that a sacrifice, and that is a sacrifice. And when people give up,
that's the thing.
That is a sacrifice.
That's the thing I'm contending with. You fucking retard, right? So
okay, go ahead. You just admitted that it was a sacrifice. You just admitted that it's a sacrifice.
When I said that it was an investment, I was saying that you're giving up something that you perceive to be more valuable to you, like sending your kids to school, for something less.
No, you're giving up your sleep. What are you talking about? That is not what I just said.
You're changing the.
You're not. You're changing it. You don't. Okay, hey, just so everybody understands. No. Hold on. Just so everybody understands. Okay, I'm gonna respond to you, Arianis, and then you can respond. Okay. You just flipped it around.
You're just not good at.
You just talked about. Hold on. You just talked about sacrifice. Okay, if you're not going to stop, I'm not going to have a dialogue with you. You can't. If you can't be quiet.
It's not worth it, Andrew.
That's what it is.
Well, he's not being quiet. He won't be quiet.
He's not being honest. He's just trying to obscure.
He is trying to obscure.
It's all just bullshit rhetoric.
Arianis, you just said that she's giving up her kids going to school. Arianis, be quiet. You can't track. You just said she's giving up her kids going to school. She's not giving up her kids going to school. She's giving up her freedom, goofus. She doesn't give up her kids going to school. You're not tracking.
It's more dumbass.
That's called a sacrifice.
Accusing Andrew of not being good at this. That's just.
You're unreal, bro.
You're a fucking like wigger. See, I gotta reduce.
Good one. Yeah, sick burn.
I can't. I gotta be milk and toast Millith with the slurs.
I hope you know. Is this replay on? Yeah. Do not lose this replay. Do not lose this replay. There is a crucial exchange. What just happened as far as his like just blatant losing of just the entire track of the conversation. It just occurred. He has no
Ariana, you
idea.
just got destroyed by Andrew. Let that sink in.
No way. What do you mean? Andrew's wrong. That's not a sacrifice. You take care of your kids. It's like, what are you talking about?
That's not what I said, Mike. That's not what I said. Ariana is wrong.
You were talking about what somebody might go through to make sure that their kids
yes
some way. Yeah. Well, how is that a sacrifice?
It's a sacrifice for a woman to work a bunch of jobs, is what I said.
How is that a sacrifice? No, she's doing what she. No, she doesn't have to do that, right?
Well, she has to take care of her kids legally.
Well, okay, good. If you have to do something, then that's not a sacrifice. Now, if she wants to have her kids achieve above the bare minimum, that means she's doing more than she has to do, right?
No,
she's just fulfilling a fucking desire. She's just. What do you mean? No, look. You just said a second ago that she has. Yeah. You just said a second ago that she has to do a thing, right?
No, right? I said legally she can.
Everybody has to do something.
Okay. But you brought that up. You respond. Okay. Well, then why did you bring up?
Because you just said, does she have to take care of her kids?
Something you're not talking about.
Legally, she probably. Hold on. You asked me, does she have to take care of her kids? And I said,
legally, no, I didn't say that. I said taking care of your kid. I said taking care of your kid. I said taking care of your kids is not a sacrifice.
Yeah, but didn't you ask me?
That's all I said.
Well, no, you said.
That's not what
you said. You responded. You stop saying my name. You said. Why are you saying my name?
Because
what did I ask you? What did I ask you?
You asked if she has to take care of her kid.
Andrew, you said no, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You did. It's on.
I never asked you. Does she have to? Look, I never asked you. Does she have to take care of her kid? Okay. I said it's not a sacrifice. No, it's not a sacrifice to take care of your kids. That's not a question.
I said that it is, but you did ask me a question. You said, "Look, does she have to take care of her kids?" And I said,
well, look. It's not a sacrifice to take care of your kids, right?
It is a sacrifice. No, it can be.
Yes, you've also just been owned by Andrew. Good job.
Okay, good. You're not. Go talk. Okay, look. It's not. No. Look. Okay. You saying it can be, right, means that there's going to be a circumstance that you can find, right?
I gave out the circumstance in which it is.
What was your circumstance? Your circumstance was what?
I'll tell you what it is again. She's taking on jobs. She's working hard, working her fingers to the bone, sacrificing her sleep and her freedom so her kids can go to college. That is a sacrifice.
Yeah. Okay, great. Now, do her kids have to go to college?
No.
Okay, so is she doing more than she has to do?
Yes.
So is she just fulfilling her desire because she wants it to be done?
That's still a sacrifice.
No, it's not, because you don't have to do it. No, it's not. There's no obligation. All you're doing is fulfilling a desire that you want. That's it.
Are you obligated to your desires?
Yeah, just
no, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. Look, no, you're not. No, you're not. No,
Mike, hold on. Let me answer you. Okay, listen. Just because you desire something doesn't mean it's not a sacrifice. Those things are completely. They can be overlapping. That's not an issue.
No, I disagree.
Mike, the other thing to point out is that you said if it's an obligation, then it cannot be a sacrifice. Right. And now you're saying if it's not an obligation, it also can't be a sacrifice. So what is it?
No. I didn't say that at all. I didn't say an obligation is something that you have to do. If you don't have to do it, it's not a sacrifice. That's what I said.
That's insane. That's insane, though.
Why is that insane? Why is that insane?
Ago said that
no, I didn't. No, you just misheard. No, I didn't. I know clearly what I was thinking about, right? Like, for example, look. If I want to join a competition of some kind that involves some type of regimen that takes me out of the general idea of, like, enjoying the holidays, right? Yes, you might say, hey, you're sacrificing the holidays and eating and drinking and so on. But look, at the end of the day, it was my choice.
Right.
Wait, hold on. Hold up.
The other analogy isn't going to be helpful because when you asked Andrew initially, is she required to take care of her kids? And he said yes.
No, I never asked for that. I never asked for that.
You did.
I never asked her.
You did.
No, I didn't.
You
No, I didn't. Look,
And
I'll
when
tell
he
you what
said
happened.
yes,
It's
and
on
when he
replay.
said
I'm
yes,
telling you, you did.
when he
Well,
said
okay,
yes,
look, if it's on
it can't be a sacrifice.
You should probably trust
If
him.
No, I don't care. I don't care. I'll stand by what I said. Look, you're wrong, dude. Look, you're wrong.
Well, the question is being asked right now, Mike. Does she have to take care of her kids? Is she obligated to take care of her kids?
Yes. You got to take care of your kids. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, but
so look, but that's irrelevant to the point. Look, that's irrelevant to the point. That's irrelevant. Look,
Mike, okay,
You
can I
literally
read
said if she's obligated, it cannot be a sacrifice. Or you?
I didn't.
You did say that.
Okay.
Right? Take it back.
Look, an obligation is not a sacrifice. No.
That's crazy. That's
Right.
crazy.
Okay,
now watch. Now let's move on from
No, Mike.
Now let's
You just said if it's an obligation, it's not a sacrifice. And then you also are holding that if it's something you don't have to do, it's also not a sacrifice. So if it's either an obligation or not an obligation, and both of those, according to
No, it's not. That's not the case. No, that's
so nothing.
This is
is a sacrifice.
No, dude, that's not the case, bro. Look, that's not the case.
If
the
it's
idea is
obligatory, if it's obligatory, it's not a sacrifice. It cannot be. And if it's not obligatory, it also cannot be a sacrifice.
No, because
nothing is a sacrifice.
No, look,
awesome,
the obligation. Oh my God! No fucking.
Thank you, Jay.
Dude.
You're welcome, Jay.
The obligation of taking care of your kids is not the obligation of taking care of your kids is not a sacrifice. It's something that you fucking basically desire, right? Yep. So basically, there's going to be certain things that you need to do in order to make sure that your kids are taken care of, right?
Yeah, but going to
responsibility that you have
of those,
right? It's because of custodial.
Okay, great. Yeah, you're right. You know what? Maybe I could have rephrased it better. You have certain responsibilities that you took on because you wanted to have the thing. Okay.
Things didn't die.
And you agree,
Andrew over. This ain't it.
What did you say?
People naturally talk about like sacrificing for their children all the time, even though we all understand.
Yeah, I know.
Some obligation.
I know.
Okay.
So they can use the word, but it doesn't mean it's an actual sacrifice. All you're doing is what you want.
You know,
all you're doing is what you want.
Could you clear it up, please, Mike? Could you just clear up
basically,
what is an actual sacrifice? Let's just get his actual opinion. What is an actual sacrifice, Mike?
Yeah, because I'm absolutely baffled, Mike. Honestly, listen, if it's the case that the woman doesn't have to send her kids to college,
is what I think Sully said earlier, right? Basically, exchanging something for less, right?
No, that's great.
It was actually a good definition. It's basically.
If I build a treehouse for my kid,
Let him talk.
If I build a treehouse for my kid, it's like completely.
Yeah, Sully, he wants your definition because you just got it reversed.
Well,
he said.
Look, I'm
that
happy
your
to say
definition
that
was.
there's a bunch of.
Wait, let him explain. Let him explain his definition.
Like
You're the only one interrupting, retard.
Just to be clear, this was Arianis' definition that Andrew and Arianis were debating about like months and months ago. So that's why Andrew kept saying we should debate about sacrifice again because he thought he won that debate. And I was just saying, well, I actually didn't think his definition was like that bad because the idea was that, like you said, he was defining it as you give up something that's of greater value for something of lesser value.
Right.
Because then you've taken a hit, right? You're at a net loss, right? And so, it's kind of funny because the other so I think both of those definitions you could try to point out problems with. So like, if you actually want to capture all the use cases that are typical for the term sacrifice, it's going to be a little bit more nuanced than just like greater and lesser value judgment, whatever. It's probably going to be something a little more.
Okay, so let me respond to all that. So Sully did say he thought he was right, but Arianis is absolutely wrong. Across the board, what people mean typically when they're sacrificing something is they're giving up something of different value or something of perceived lesser value for something of perceived greater value. That's what a sacrifice is. Now, if you go to any dictionary like dictionary.com, it says an act of giving up something valued for the sake of something else regarded as more important or worthy. You make a sacrifice. So when somebody, hold on, I'm not done, please.
So when Mike says that, look, if you have an obligation to do it, it's not a sacrifice. Look, first of all, I didn't say she had an obligation to send her kids to college. She has an obligation by law to take care of her kids, and probably some moral obligation, and maybe even you might say she has some moral obligation, not legal, to send them to college, maybe, right? But the issue is here, is it's still a sacrifice because she's working herself to the bone. She's working all day. She's working, pulling 3 shifts, whatever the fish. She's doing this stuff. She's not sleeping.
Andrew, I understand.
Giving up. Hold on, can I finish my point?
I don't need a rant. I do.
It's not a rant. It's not a rant. It's not a rant. I was just trying to close out what I was saying. My point, I'm almost done. My point is that if she gives up all of that, gives it for the purposes of her kids going to college, she's giving up something that she perceives is worthwhile. It's lesser for something greater. And that's what I've said. That's what people mean. And that's why.
Okay. So I think what's causing some of the confusion here is there's these cases like sacrificing for your children, for example, or like working really hard, giving up, what you could have had for yourself for your kids, right? And I think part of the reason why that's considered a sacrifice is because there's no guarantee that your kids won't just squander what you've given to them, and you don't even know if you're going to get the thing that you value at the end, right? It's almost like a hoped for greater value sometime down the line or something like that.
You can sacrifice for opportunity or for potential, so that's not a problem.
Well, I don't. The point is that if all you're trying to do is say what rationalizes somebody to sacrifice, and you want to say, well, it has to be something that in order for them to be rational in doing this, they must get something greater out of it. They must achieve something, or something like that. But I don't know. I don't think that that's going to cover all the typical use cases. I think that it tends to be that when we say we're sacrificing, it's that we're taking. I think you're taking a net loss on yourself, right?
Okay.
Or something else.
So in all
in order to effectuate some other thing.
Yeah, when people are giving up something for something else, it's because they perceive it of greater value, and that's the whole point. It's you are giving up something, and that's why dictionary.com and pretty much any dictionary that I've looked at is going to say that you're giving up something of a certain value for something of different value or of greater value. And it doesn't matter if the kids are going to squander their whatever. Who cares? That's bullfish. Who gives a fish about all that? The point is what the mother perceives. She perceives that it is worth it for her to give up her sleep, to give up her freedom. She's tethered to these jobs now. She gives those things up. Why? Because she perceives it's a better thing for her kids to be able to go to college. Now, if all those kids F off and they don't go to college, or they just rack up, the bills and they don't finish their education, well, too bad. It sucks, but that doesn't matter. The point is, it was a sacrifice on her behalf to do that. And that is the issue there was that issue with Arianis, and that is typically how people use it. Now, the thing about the person who jumps on a bomb and blows up for the platoon, that's a sacrifice of their life. Why? They perceived that it was better to save the life of the platoon than to keep their own life. That's a sacrifice. And this is all in light of Christ on the cross. That's the whole reason this started. But I'll just say that that's what a sacrifice is. So I would be interested, Mike, if your response on this. But yeah, it is the case that that's a sacrifice.
Can I try to make a contribution to this relatively dumb?
You can try, Deepa.
Well, I was listening to everything you guys said. I think there's 2 things that maybe hasn't brought. One is I do think a sacrifice is an example, is a case of one thing of value being given up for something else of value. I don't think it necessarily has to be a relationship where one is of lesser value, the other is greater, right? Because it could be just irrational. Because that's orthogonal. That's whether the sacrifice was rational or not, right? At least that's my view. You could be rational and sacrifice something of greater value for something of lesser value.
I believe that was the case.
But I think more importantly, wait, let me, because when you think about your $1 example, right? Sacrificing $1 for a cheeseburger. And another example, well, people don't call that a sacrifice. And another case I think that's really instructive is think about sacrifices in chess, right? There are you can it's like sacrifice your queen for like a long-term strategic advantage, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't think it's just a gamble. I think it's the strength of the causal or the length of the. No. I think it's that's almost correct. I think it's like the length of the causal chain involved, right? Because think about like an exchange in chess, right? Where I let my bishop be captured so I can capture your knight, right? That's like an equal exchange. No one would ever call that a sacrifice because the length of the causal chain between the thing that's given up and the thing that's acquired is very short, right? Whereas like when I give up my queen for like some, advantage like 10 moves down the road, right? Because the length of that causal chain is so long, right? I think we tend to think of that as a sacrifice. So I think the sort of, I don't know what to call it, correlation, maybe it's not the length, maybe that's not exactly the right phrasing either.
There might be something to do with long-termness, and that's probably a
right. I think another aspect is whether like the thing that's being given up is in an entirely different category from the thing that's acquired, right? Which is why the investment thing also doesn't like a ordinary investment doesn't work. Like giving up like $100 of capital in order to make like $110, like
right. And even that does have the risk component is there too, and it's weird to say like sacrifice $100.
Yeah, it's hard to call giving up $10 for a pile of gold a sacrifice.
That's
right. That's the definition that you provided, Andrew.
Yes, that's right.
Well,
no, you're
I
right.
think there's this additional.
Deepak, I agree
just to
with what
conclude,
you
I just
said.
want to conclude. Like there's this. Yeah, just to conclude, right? I think there's a cluster of these sort of attributes, right? The riskiness involved, the length of the causal chain, the categories, like how different the categories of entities are, and so on, that determine whether it's like something that people call a sacrifice or not. So in some sense, I think it's actually a bit of a family resemblance.
Okay.
Let me I would agree. I think it's a little bit broader than these definitions you're debating. But I don't think it's like obvious that the definition he gave is like much worse.
I think it's well, no. The whole point that we were arguing about is what the common usage is, and with any dictionary and pretty much you keep thinking about.
I know, but said. Andrew, like the dictionary.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Every common No, I haven't. I'm not done talking.
You said you brought this up. I'm just saying.
Look, people are repeating all kinds of stuff, but let me finish what I'm saying, please. The common usage of sacrifice. Here's what's being captured. I'm perceiving something that is of value that I am going to give up for something of different or greater value. It is not of lesser value. That's retarded. Since we're going to use those words,
no,
that is retarded.
What you're saying is you're saying that no sacrifice can be irrational, right?
No, I just said it's retarded. Look, people can do that, but that's not typically what we mean. People can pick it up. People can pick it up.
Clearly, but the point is, no, wait.
No, Mike.
Hold on. It'll be fine. It's going to be okay, Andrew. Okay. Like the point is, the definition you're giving captures way too much. Right? It's too inclusive. It's capturing way more cases than we really want to. Right? That's why the McChicken example is given in the book.
Okay.
Give them $10 for a pile of gold. It's like that would fit your definition of a sacrifice.
No, it wouldn't, because I said of different or greater. I'm not talking. It isn't going to be. That is the wrong kind.
That is different or greater.
It's still
no. Listen.
It's the definition, Andrew. Come on.
You guys. No, listen. Giving up $10 for a pile of gold. If you think that if you think $10 has some value to you, that's fine. You can say that's a sacrifice, but that's not typically how people talk.
Okay, how about
that's what I said.
How about
that's what I said.
Hold on.
What is an acceptable item that stores value?
Andrew, listen. I just want to make sure Andrew heard what I said. I want to make sure you heard what I said, Andrew. I said it's hard to call that a sacrifice, even though it fits the definition that you gave.
I'm sorry. JJ.
Apology accepted.
No. But here's the point that's being missed about what I said. I said what people call a sacrifice,
That is not called a sacrifice. That's not what
that's not how you define a word. No, you don't define a word by saying whatever people mean by the word.
No. But Sully, the whole dispute that Arianis and I were having was over the common usage.
I know.
And the
I know. And the point is that your definition doesn't capture the common usage very well because it's too inclusive, Andrew.
No, because
you just appeal back to the common usage and say, I mean whatever that is when you're debating about what it is.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. You're not hearing what I'm saying.
I am hearing
okay, well, I'll respond again. When it is that people are pointing out a sacrifice, when they say this person sacrificed, the thing that they're capturing is the person is giving up something of either it's of different value or of greater value. That is typically they're giving up something for something of different value or of greater value. That's what they're picking out. That's what's being picked out, and that is what the definition says.
No, but that's
it doesn't have to look. That's fine. It doesn't have to be all they mean. It doesn't have to be.
It does have to be all they mean. If you're trying to
no, it's not all. Here's what it doesn't mean. It doesn't. It doesn't.
Here's what I understand the concept of.
But you're not hearing.
I'm trying to understand the concept of it.
Dear Lord,
I am hearing you. I said
no, I'm saying you don't give up something of greater value for lesser value. That's stupid.
You said not. Well, that is stupid.
You might say the person is stupid for doing it, but that doesn't mean it's not a sacrifice.
And then typically people don't call that a sacrifice. People won't look at that and say,
I don't know why
they won't. They would say that no, they wouldn't. They would say that person.
Andrew, wait, look. Think about the chess example, right? Like suppose, like there's this notion of an unsound sacrifice in chess, right? It's like when you make a sacrifice, you think you're gonna get advantage 10 moves later, right? And then it turns out that, you were wrong. You made a miscalculation and you're going to get checkmated, right?
No, that's not a good example. He's just going to appeal to the intention of that. That's not a good example.
What do you mean he's going to appeal to the... So you're...
He's just going to say they intended for something...
All right, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Perceived value or whatever.
Okay,
right. But the point is, like, you could sacrifice, I could sacrifice, $1 billion just to see like a little boy like smile, okay, or something like that. And it's like, yeah, it's actually not like worth $1 billion or whatever, but nonetheless, like I'm irrational and I make the sacrifice anyway. Right? Like, I don't really see
if we're conceding. If we're taking like
common usage, then you would never use the word sacrifice in any of these situations that involves like money or investment or price or change. If that's what you want to capture. So all these analogies.
No, I think you could say you sacrificed money, but I mean,
but nobody actually talks like that.
Yeah, when you donate money, is that a sacrifice?
I would think so.
Really? The point is, if you're trying to
think like
common usage,
charitable donations are like
nobody uses the word in that.
Yeah, but wait, I just realized something. If in the chess case, like that doesn't.
Wait, nobody uses the word in what way?
Like when we talk about like money in that sense, people usually don't use the word sacrifice to describe those situations.
Right, but I think so. I mean, if I'm charitably interpreting Andrew, he's saying that it's like a necessary condition of a sacrifice is that the thing you give up is not as valuable as what you get, or is what occurs afterward, or something like. Yeah, so I don't see how that would be a necessary condition.
No,
it would be vastly true, right? Because wait, hang on, because like in your chess example. Well, I'll tell you why I'm saying that, right? Because in the chess case, you said that, well, like...
It's vacuously true about the usage? How is that making...
But okay, just let me just try to say what I'm saying, right? Like, in the chess case, if an unsound sacrifice, right, it's still considered, like, a sacrifice because he perceived it as, like, valuable, right? And that would be true of practically every action, right? Just because, like...
No. The point is that, like, okay, that was the whole point about the rational-irrational thing that he talked. It's like,
right, but like,
it can still be a sacrifice, even if it's an irrational sacrifice, which is just to say, like, you would say, if I thought that I would, like, by giving up my, let's just say this, I want to lose the game, right? That's actually my goal when I'm playing chess is to lose the game, right? And so I sacrifice all my pieces to you. But I know I'm not going to gain anything by doing that. I know I'm going to lose, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but I would still be sacrificing a bunch of pieces, right? By making certain moves and then I'm sacrificing them.
Well, that's because, I mean, at that point, like, I don't know, it's a sacrifice with respect to the rules of chess, right? Like, you gotta, like, the usage
No,
is
because
like...
it would be called that, right? Like, if somebody didn't know what I was doing, if they didn't know I was trying to lose, they would say, well, he just sacrificed his queen. I wonder why he did that.
Well, a person doing that would be presuming that you're still trying to win the game by the ordinary rules, right? So he would actually...
Right, but that's why I'm saying that, like, the move that is called a sacrifice in chess, that's just, like, descriptively what it's called. It's just descriptive. It doesn't even matter, like, whether you're trying to lose.
I see. Okay. So in either case, it's like a technical term that doesn't map to, like, what the intentions of the... doesn't necessarily map to what the intention of the player is, the agent making the action.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. But then, okay, I see. Okay. But, like, in either case, right, like, whether or not, like, we're going to accept, like, quote-unquote irrational acts, right, as sacrifices, right? Like, Andrew seems to think that no such act could be labeled a sacrifice. I think it could. But either way, like, the more important issue is, like, you know, what are the things, like, even if, like, we're looking at acts that are rational, where something of lesser value is sacrificed for something of greater value, like, how do we rule out cases like investments and transactions and so on? And I think, like, all these things that we were talking about earlier, right, like, that cluster of attributes is what determines it, right? Like, the relationship between the thing that is given up and the thing that's acquired. Like, how strong is the causal link?
It's just as a matter of, like, linguistic convention. We don't use the word sacrifice in those.
But you get what I'm saying, is that, like, it seems like, wait, hold on. It seems like what's been going on, though, is that we're saying, like, we want to give an account of the common term usage for sacrifice, you know? And so Andrew says, well, I think the pattern is this, right? I think it's always like an exchange of something of lesser value or lesser perceived value for something of greater perceived value. That's like what's in common to all of these cases. And so I think there are still going to be edge cases where you could say this is a sacrifice that the person's making.
I agree.
Like, even if they're being irrational or whatever, where they're exchanging something of, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
And so the point is that, like, it's not a very good account of the usage. Like, we shouldn't hold that fixed as a necessary condition of the usage or, like, think that that's part of it.
Well, right. Okay, so that's why it's not a necessary condition. I mean, I agree with you there. But I think even more importantly, it's not a sufficient condition either, because you also have to, like, explain why investments and ordinary monetary transactions aren't sacrifices. And I think at that point, like, it's going to be hard to come up with, like, a succinct definition.
Right.
You just have to, like, do the...
This is why sometimes when you find something where you say, like, well, this is common to most cases, so it's part of the meaning, like, that can go wrong. Because if you think about, like, how many times you've seen, like, a square drawn with black ink, right? But it's, like, it's not part of the meaning of a square that it's got black.
Drawn with black. Well, yeah, but that's a different aspect of meaning, right, that you're talking about. I'm just talking about the fact that, like, I think sacrifice itself is a sort of family resemblance concept, right, in significant ways. Like you know, I don't think you can come up with, like, a succinct definition, right, that covers exactly those instances that we usually deem as a sacrifice. But nevertheless, that concept exists. You can sort of point to it by, like, you know, mentioning here's a cluster of attributes, right? Here's a cluster of properties about the action that make it more or less sacrificey. And if enough of them are true, then the majority of speakers will call it a sacrifice.
Like, the reason that I think, like, the sort of counter definition to the one he was giving also makes some sense is because, like, it does seem like part of the concept of sacrifice is that you're incurring a law.
Jesus gives me that sacrificey kind of vibe. I kind of go with T-Buck Sam.
Oh, you know what Elton John said, right? Like, he claimed that it wasn't really a sacrifice at all. He thinks it's just two simple words.
Is that like a famous Elton John song?
Yeah.
You know, as I get the structure now of the dad jokes, I don't get the references.
Oh, that's progress.
Do British people not know who Elton John is?
Nah, he's some like American guy, right?
Yeah. I think it's because Elton John is gay and like Timothy's not very comfortable with his.
He's not American. He's British.
Yeah, the other thing too that's like with the sacrifice language that I think is part of the concept is like you're giving up something that's significant. Usually it's something significant, and that's like part of the reason that it's called a sacrifice. And then, like however you want to understand that, it's like, you know, not just like value, it's like significant value.
Could
And then,
you unpack this significant part, please?
you know what gradation means?
Kinda.
Okay. Do you know what more mean?
Sometimes.
Okay. So like, you think of a range of values, significant just means it's like closer to, you know, the higher end of the range. So
Sounds like we're gonna have to talk about family resemblance again. Can we go over that again?
no. You can go read Wittgenstein on your own.
I just sleep with it under my pillow. Hope that works.
But the point is, like, it seems like the concept is more about, like, okay, it's significant value that's given up. It's done for a reason that's also important to the person. Let's see. There was another sort of, like, feature that I thought they all had.
Wait, but that second thing you said is, I mean, how is that any different from saying it's to acquire something of higher value?
I didn't say higher. I just said like something they take to be important. I mean, I tried already. It's not letting me do it. So if you want to try,
Nah, you can't unless we make someone else a mod to bring.
I mean, Piper might be able to. I don't know.
She would. She would never do that.
Yeah, I sent him a picture of it. It's glitching. It's like, well, but
make me a mod and I'll try.
Oh my! I would sooner give Millith mod.
I don't give a fish.
Deserves mods, to be honest.
Well, he does. I do sometimes feel bad. He kind of gets like pushed into the corner and heckled.
Well, you gonna do that? You there, Millith?
Well, he pushes himself into a corner a lot.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Make somebody sell a.
Okay.
Andrew, clearly it's me who deserves mods. Let's not go crazy here.
Huh?
I said clearly it's me who deserves mods. Let's not go crazy here.
Now you did something untrustworthy. I think. I don't feel comfortable giving.
But you should actually give it them as a reward for destroying you and Iwa in the debate.
Yeah, that's.
I think Elliott's a good mod, or Judge Fred's a good mod. Those are two good neutral people to pick.
Oh, Deepak's here though. Just give it to Deepak.
Okay, Deepak, you want to try to invite?
Wait, what happened? Oh wait, what? You made me. Oh my god.
Try to invite Ariana.
The GOAT.
That's an endorsement, a ringing endorsement of everything that's been said on the stage by Deepak. If anyone was wondering why he was the one who was chosen, he agrees with everything.
He's not the GOAT though. He's the GIT.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys are thinking that like I get heckled on here. It's just like a bunch of Jewish ricking. You just kick me down like cowards. I don't even know. You're all genetically inferior, and we get it. Like, you don't have to get in your feelings.
Yeah, I don't even know who did it. Yeah.
You're wearing the frilly panties tonight, aren't you, Arianas?
What are the frilly pants? No, I'm just showing testosterone, which is something that you lack, JJ.
The frilly panties. Listen better.
Listen better.
You know your favorite pair.
Yeah, I don't know what this.
Pretend like you don't.
Okay, Ariana, so you want to make the case? Can you make the case for the sacrifice?
No, I'm not doing this whole sacrifice.
Can you do like a little bit?
He lied about the whole conversation being about common usage. He's a fucking retard. He should be kicked.
The big tap out.
It's not a tap out.
Well, it's a family resemblance.
So, like, what do you get out of this, like, these conversations, JJ? I mean, you, like, barely participate.
A raging hard-on.
I'm glad to know that my voice gives you a hard.
Wait, what was Mike
Enjoy.
saying? What was Mike saying? I didn't really, like, what? I didn't get what you guys were discussing. You seem pretty impassioned.
Mike's just angry.
He's actually a really chill guy, but is Andrew saying that something that is sacrifice is a sacrifice, or the opposite?
Dude, who cares? Like, Andrew, the only thing that Andrew knows how to do is, like, wave a bunch of, like, semantic victories, quote unquote, and
I was saying, bro, just a minute ago, you guys were shouting at each other. Has it been resolved?
yeah, I guess so. If he wants to be an adult and not fucking be a fucking retard who just gets mad because there's this guy on the
what is retarded, though? That's what I'm asking you. Like, what's the thing?
Everything he said was retarded. I could write a whole book on how everything he said was retarded. I don't want to go into
This is very specific.
I don't care about.
I like how precise you're being.
I don't care about semantic disputes. I really don't.
But do you care about syntactic ones? Syntax.
You need tic-tacs or what?
Fuck. I don't know. I'm too tired.
Syntactic. It's really easy.
Thank you, JJ.
Are you Native American, JJ? I call you Pocahontas, by the way. Can I call you Pocahontas, JJ? Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Wait, are you Native?
I mean, I was born here.
No. Fucking, are you what some would call Amerindian?
No. No, I'm like Irish. Except the opposite, probably.
Good man.
Yo, why are you hating on this Dune show?
Oh, man. Well, I mean, we don't want to talk about it now. That's just stuff I don't like about it. You
people, there's no pleasing. There is no pleasing.
Look, I don't know what Brian Herbert wrote. It's probably a bunch of crap. But he decided he had to explain everything that his dad wrote about from 10,000 in the future, 10,000 years in the past. Apparently they know all these things that are supposedly secrets 10,000 years in the future, 10,000 years in the past, about the Fremen secrets of Shai Hulud being the maker of spice, all this other stuff. Maybe, but it kind of ruins the mystery in the story, and I think he's probably just a shitty hack writer.
Well, the Bene Gesserit. Hold on, really quick, Deepak. The Bene Gesserit, I believe. Well, they didn't have the spice essence. That was the same thing, but they did have the water of life. So it was like.
The fuck does it have to do with what I just said?
Yeah, JJ.
They couldn't have known.
Yeah, first of all, this show, there's no fucking Bene Gesserit in this show. Those are an offshoot of the Witches of Rassak, or whatever the fuck it's called. Right? They're not even Bene Gesserit yet. And yeah, they had the Rassak poison, or whatever the fuck it's called. They went through an agony. Blah,
in the show,
blah.
that's what happened.
Yeah.
It's not the same as the spice agony, though.
Is there any violence in the show?
Yeah, that's all Brian Herbert shit. Fine. It was all very mysterious when Frank Herbert. Yeah, there's a little bit.
It's all right. It's okay. It doesn't suck.
The thing is that, like, the
After
original
this latest
books,
episode, I'm starting to hate it.
Because, like, the thing is that, like, probably a lot of the lore you have in your mind from the actual books is, like, you're not remembering them right because in the first book, it's just like Jessica doesn't know, like, what the water of life is. But then when you get to the second book, the Reverend Mother, like, above her or whatever, she knows all kinds of shit that they weren't telling her. So she just doesn't know a bunch. So it's like the first book is told from the perspective of characters who are like in the dark about a bunch of stuff. Like
I understand.
The parent is like massively confused about shit that's going on. And, you get a lot of exposition. And so it's like there's a lot of room for this sort of like lore building, and I'm not like against it. It seems fine as long as it doesn't like fuck up. It seems like it's in the spirit of the original.
Sometimes in the spirit isn't enough, though.
But wait,
what else?
Is this TV show based on the Brian Herbert book?
To the main narrative.
Okay, nerds, talk about a different topic.
Wait, is the show based on like the Brian Herbert books? Because those are like vomitory.
Like it's
because they're no, it is.
They treat them as canon, but they like skip ahead and do a part of the timeline that those books don't.
Well, and they also changed the book. They also changed the book canon too, and I'm fine with that. As long as it's done okay. Like the stuff with Dula, that's fine. It's different, but it's interesting. And this is just what I know of the books, having not read the Brian Herbert books, because I don't care to read his shit.
Oh my god!
But like,
why are you even engaging with this?
Frank Herbert
is a fucking blasphemer.
No, Frank Herbert was a great man.
Heretic.
There was one thing cool about like one of the Brian Herbert books, like the Gom Jabbar. Like in one of them, like one of the characters does a Gom Jabbar, and it turns out like there's more than one way to do the Gom Jabbar. You can do it with like the pain thing, like Paul did, but there's also a version where like you're like filled with like vast amounts of joy or pleasure or something, and you have to resist that. Or something.
Deepak, have you read this bullshit too?
The original books, yeah. I mean, Dune, the first one is like probably my favorite science fiction novel of all time.
That's a popular opinion. I approve of it.
It's crazy. The movie is okay, but it sounds like absolute bullshit.
It's like 6
hours. It's bullshit. 6.5 hours.
That's bullshit.
No, like especially the stuff where you like there's like Islamic concepts. It just seems so like thrown together. I don't know. It seems terrible. It could be good though.
Well, look, I mean, yeah, there's a version
ridiculous.
No, it's really good.
Oh, you think it's implausible that Islam takes over the fucking universe?
Totally. It's not just the Islamic Catholic or your Catholic Bible.
That's completely different.
I'm not just saying that there's
Totally,
what's the runtime on the room?
There's a bunch of. I just told you it's like 6.5 hours.
Okay. Are you going to close it?
The Islamic part is actually quite subtle. It's not like the Fremen, like, it's not just like this endless sort of really kind of non-subtle kind of, imposition of Islamic, whatever, like ideas and culture. Right? It's just one aspect.
But it's actually inherently paradoxical because I think there's a line in the Quran where it says something like Satan has like blue eyes or like the devil has blue eyes or something. Don't the Fremen have like blue eyes?
Yeah, but that's because of this.
That's like blue-eyed jihadists are like,
What's up, paradoxical?
Yeah, but it's all like twisted. The point is that it has influences from the cultures of Earth because Earth is actually in the past of the whole.
I mean, it's also got like Christianity and medieval Europe and stuff, right? With the caste system, it's like Roman-esque, European-esque, right? So it's
feudalism,
Islamic shit.
And it's actually a democratic kind of
more Rubenesque.
Deepak, did you read Heretics?
Yes, Heretic is the other one. Is the second best, I think, in the Dune in the original. I think so. Yeah. Oh, sorry, not Heretic. Sorry. Chapter House. Sorry, I meant Chapter House is the second best.
See, those are the two I didn't read. I never read Heretics and Chapter House. But what I think is funny is I think it's
God Emperor, because God Emperor, like literally nothing happens.
But that's not true.
one of the. It's like the second best, maybe.
How do you know, JJ?
That could be true.
I read Up to God Emperor. I just didn't read the last two. But
you have read the June book. You made it seem like you didn't read
No, listen carefully. Jesus, fuck. I didn't read the Brian Herbert books. That's Frank Herbert's son, who said, "Oh, I found my daddy's notes. I'm gonna write all these books." So he didn't get a chance to write, and I think he's full of shit.
But
I asked about heretics, and what's interesting about that is from what I know, that's fuck off. What I understand is that's where you get the introduction of Jews, which I think is kind of.
That was later, right?
Like, that's
later than what? Heretics?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I think it is Heretics.
Maybe it's Chapter House. I think it's Heretics, though.
I think it's Heretics.
And you can't get much later than Heretics, and you certainly can't get later than Chapter House.
No, you can get up to Chapter House. No, what's the last one?
Chapter House.
Is the one.
There's one after Proposed.
No, that's the second.
Oh, then I'm confused. What's the fifth one?
Heretics.
Oh, then Heretics is the second best. Sorry, I was thinking about the fifth because that's where they introduced like the honored matrices or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the one that's so that's where you get the first big. It's completely new characters. There's no characters from any previous one.
Except for like Duncan Scolas.
Well, he doesn't count. But yeah.
A good question to ask people who read the first book is like if you could guess like which character in the first book shows up in every subsequent book, like which one would it be? Right. And obviously no one's ever going to guess.
You'd never guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's things I like about the show. There's things I don't like about it. And some of it, I don't like.
Like I said, I think there's no pleasing you. I think it.
Well, I don't like.
What do you think about God?
I don't like pandering fan service.
I mean,
you understand? I think there's a lot of pandering fan service, especially for fans of the Villeneuve books. Probably. I mean, it's. I'm glad that they're doing something that's not written, right?
Yeah.
Something that happens between.
I'm just saying, like, you could fuck that up so badly, like, you know.
But you could do it better.
I think they did. I think it's pretty good so far.
It's okay.
Like, I think if my theory ends up being right, because what I like about it is like, I feel like they are putting a bunch of connections in there. Like they're putting like breadcrumbs there for like certain theories, and it's like if those theories turn out to be right, then I feel like I appreciate what they did with the source material. You know what I mean? It's like it depends where they go. It's like if they make it really stupid and the payoff isn't very good for the kind of stuff that they're setting up, then you can do that.
Right. And I'm expecting after the latest
retard.
After the latest episode,
stop talking, you fucking
I'm
retard.
skeptical that they're going to do it right.
Fucking retard.
I hope.
Did you go to the T-Jump School of Communication?
No, just stop talking.
You know how much you sound like T-Jump?
When the goat talks, you stop.
Yeah, you sound like T-Jump.
Yeah, I don't sound like anything. I'm better than T-Jump. Right? I can't be a gump.
That's something that T-Jump would say.
Yeah, who cares? I'm more relevant than he is.
Yeah? How many subscribers?
Why would subscribers be a measure of how relevant you are? No one talks about T-Jump other than T-Jump fans.
What measure are you using?
This community.
What's crazy, Piper, is that I don't think any conversation about the things I put in the title of this room.
No, they were never talked to, except for.
I imagine it was just like meta involving Andrew Darth and a few other people the whole time.
Well, we did talk about Luigi Mangione, and then we talked about healthcare.
Oh yeah, Paul.
Wait, I want to get Piper's take on the whole. Can you give me a commentary on Luigi Mangione? I haven't heard you.
I mean, it's not really that surprising to me when the United States.
Oh,
your system is as predatory as it is. Like, I don't know.
And the Andrew question is it murder?
He got sacrificed. That's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, no. I mean, well, like, it's weird because I don't think he should have done it, but it's not because, I feel bad for the insurance company guy. Just like, rather than changing anything, I mean, these kind of tactics, rather than changing anything, like, just, ruin your life. So, it like wasn't good from a strategic perspective. But as far as like, me feeling bad for the guy,
I feel like that remains to be seen.
Well, I'm just saying that's like the sort of historical precedent. Like, there are all kinds of social movements that involved like, sort of wolf terrorist attacks, and usually what happens is those people get killed or put in jail, and often actually it leads to further suppression of the movement. So it's not a very successful strategy.
But have you ever seen the reaction go like this before to it? I feel like the reaction to it is unprecedented. At least in modern times.
I mean, it's an interesting question. Nothing comes to mind. I mean, but like, I feel like it's more of like just a cultural meme. Like, I'm not sure that it's actually going to inspire anything.
In terms of a similar cultural impact, like maybe like Occupy, right? I mean, obviously it's a very different category of incident and so on, but like something similar stuff.
Had anywhere near the impact that Occupy had.
Well, but at the beginning,
it's likely to.
Well, okay, that might be like it's too early to be.
I mean, Occupy didn't really accomplish very much.
But I mean,
it was widely known about.
But I mean, Occupy accomplished very much. I'm just saying what it did do was, it created this massive cultural impact, and I'm sure like. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, at the very least a year from now, nobody fucking talks about this anymore.
But you gotta think, like, it's a weird point in history where, somebody gets, like, assassinated or whatever for this kind of reason, and there's, like, a manhunt going on, and everybody knows about it, and they're all just like, yay, we love this guy. Like, that is really odd.
There
really happened in my life.
But what percentage do you think are actually churning it on?
Like, you go back to like the 19th century, you look at like Russia in the 19th century. I mean, the Russian populist movement was all about like trying to assassinate the Tsar, assassinate government officials, and sometimes doing it, right? Like,
Yeah, but think about it though. It's just like it's different with like in the modern era, like especially because of the internet and so on. And it's like,
well, yeah.
It's like you get this immediate spread of information, and you get this like immediate feedback from like everybody. And it was like, did I send you the meme where it was like, the video and then the frame below it just says like everybody liked that.
Yeah. How big do you think the support for this guy really is? Because like if you read Reddit, like it's like everyone is like on his side, right? But
they're everywhere I've seen on social media. The bulk of people are like, yeah, or they're like outright just like, or they're just outright praising him and stuff. I mean, I know it's
that's social media.
That's like part of my point.
I mean,
I would think it's like a majority though that's like supportive in some ways at least, right? But like,
I'm not saying you would get that result if you did a poll. I'm just saying that like the reaction. The sort of like loud reaction that you see is like unique. Like it seems like
what's your guess what the percentage is? Because like another thing that people are claiming is that it's also like a thing that unites the left and the right. Like somehow it's populist from both sides. And
well, that's a populist
right. The right is never
populism from both sides.
Yeah, you know what I mean, right?
That's the whole point of populism is that like it can be grabbed by either side, and it's sort of just like the will of the broader populace.
Any given issue is like going to like in the current climate in the U.S., right? It's going to be like picked up on one side and immediately opposed by the other, right? Just on principle almost. But like the claim is like, this is a case where the left, people like ordinary people, like non-elites, right, on the left and the right, are kind of united in being like, healthcare sucks, and what this guy did was at least forgivable, right, if not awesome. Or at least like in the view that like, okay, look, maybe what he did was wrong, quote unquote, but the real crime is like what the United Healthcare like CEO.
We could look at stats. I'm sure that somebody has conducted at least like a shitty poll at this point on like what do people think about this, but like it's still, even if it's not like a majority of people are in favor of it, it's still like a significant portion of people are not just like okay with it, they're like praising it, and it's like considered a murder by the feds. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, like
I think it's a majority.
That's the sort of thing that like is so unusual that maybe it could actually do something different from the past.
Oh, and by the way, Sully, social democracy suck.
It's true. Yeah, what's the argument for that? Premise one, please.
Later.
All right then. Guess social democracy is standing for now.
Yeah, standing for nothing. Yeah.
Neoliberalism kind of, made it non-standing, but.
Michaela, I'm sorry that everybody's always mean to you.
Well, not everybody.
Although I feel like you enjoy coming in here and getting attacked by everybody.
I mean, I don't know. The only thing that annoys me about her is like, just without fail, you can predict what side of the conversation you're gonna come in on, like whatever side is like ideologically convenient.
Oh yeah, I mean,
she's like Agamemnon, except like.
That's a brilliant point.
Except like less. She's like less dishonest.
You know what she said?
I think a lot of us are probably fairly predictable.
You know what she said today? She said that.
No, it's like most of us, I think, will at least disagree with people on our side when they say stupid stuff. I don't think Michaela does that.
Yeah, Michaela, a good example. A good example is that Michaela said today that quantum mechanics being uncaused points to God.
Yo, uncaused quantum mechanics, let's go.
What is that an example of?
It's funny because these guys always, I mean, look, I try to be straightforward when I'm saying to somebody, hey, look, this definition you gave or this thing you said, like, it doesn't capture what you, like I just said to Andrew, I'm like, your definition like doesn't capture the right cases and it includes too many cases, and it's like some people just like I get it, like Agamemnon will do it where he'll say something in a really authoritative voice and you have to explain why it's wrong.
His is sassy as hell.
Sometimes people are just like
that is completely ridiculous.
They're just like developing their thoughts about this stuff. That's why I like to go after like Steelman versions of these positions, because it's like I'll just give you a bunch of stuff that you want to put on yourself. Like I'll just let you like put on a bunch of baggage and heavy jackets and so forth of commitments. Yeah, I'll let you take all of them. Just go ahead, take all of them. Go ahead, and I'll agree like all the way along. And then it's like, yeah, the criticism I have still stands.
Sully, did you see that NSFW message? The Shamos with the black dildo next to his.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean about democracy, right? Like, have you guys heard this argument that like one of the advantages of democracy is it actually helps build credible commitments between like two political entities that are themselves a democracy? I forgot why. I mean, I guess it's somewhat counterintuitive, right, when you think about how democracy works, but apparently it's the thing. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, I was trying to find the reference again, but I can't find it. But I know I've seen it before. So the idea is that, like, if two democracies are, like, doing things like, let's say, like signing a treaty or something, right? the commitments between them are more credible if they're both democracies, essentially.
Sully, do you think that capitalism is compatible with democracy?
When you say compatible, what do you mean?
Well, obviously it's logically compatible, but do you think, like, in the long run, like, that type of system is sustainable?
Well,
without one withering away.
I think if there's a problem, it's that like capitalism isn't sustainable. You know, like if there's a problem, the problem is probably just with capitalism, not democracy.
But do you think that capitalism withers away democracy over time?
Yes.
Okay.
Sort of like pure capitalism.
So then why do you support social democracy?
It's specifically like a hybrid model.
Yeah, I know.
It's not like pure capitalism.
If you agree that capitalism as an economic system withers away the type of democracy, at least that we have in the U.S., then why would you, advocate for it if you're pro-democracy?
It's modified. So like it's modified in a way so that it's not so unsustainable and like corrosive and
yeah, but
it's basically, you don't have to call it capitalism. It's basically just like retaining certain things.
Yeah, I know what a mixed economy is. Like, vast social safety net with like a regulated market. I know what it is, but I'm just saying that like if you're like
don't know your movement, that's your problem.
Well, no, Don, I think you don't know what you're talking
and they're questioning the morality of Zionism is not here.
Don, are you a Muslim?
No. And they have an answer.
Don, you're obligated.
Otherwise, well, at least they have
are you a Muslim?
The humility. They had the humility to actually pose this question. Say, hey, what are we doing? Is this a moral thing or no?
We're living in our
they didn't say, oh, Yahweh promised us this land.
No, we don't even have to say that.
Right?
We're saying that we're living
the religious ones actually justified it in some, at least with humility also, right? But people like Marx,
do you have a right to a homeland,
atheists. Let me think. Now you're being like Soren.
Well, no. You're going on and on and on. I thought we're having a conversation, not a lecture.
Please mute up. Let the audience. Of course, when there's a philosopher speaking, at least listen.
Well, are you making a lecture about Zionism? You don't know what Zionism is.
No, you don't know. I do know. I just named you like 5 people. The leaders of Zionism, and you don't know them.
Don, let's look it up in the dictionary.
People in the Zionist movement.
Don, why don't we look it up?
Created
Shall I read it to you?
The creation of the state of Israel, and you don't know that.
Don't believe me.
You say, I don't know that. I I don't know Zionism.
You don't know what Zionism is.
I just saying the 5 leaders. I'm just telling you what they've written, what they've said.
Yes, people write
but
a lot.
You don't know them. He's saying, I don't know Zionism, so how do I don't know Zionism when I name you like 5
John, you understand
figures
that this man,
from the liberal Zionism, the cultural Zionism, the religious Zionism, from the right, from the left, and I know nothing about Zionism.
You know nothing about Zionism.
The smallest country in the Middle East.
Yes, Don. You don't understand Zionism.
Do not waste your time on El Green. He called Israel the smallest country in the Middle East. When Israel's number 4, he calls Israel smallest country in the Middle East. And now you're trying to make it like a civilized, intellectual conversation with someone about the fucking Zionism.
You don't need to rant like the crazy.
He doesn't even know the Zionist regime.
I understand.
You literally call it the country, so-called country.
This is not all about
This is a man you're talking. This is a man you're debating. The guy has no legitimacy. The guy has no potential to speak about the
and you don't believe that people deserve to have a homeland.
You're wasting your time on this.
Okay,
and you keep giving him all this information about the founder of the Zionism. He doesn't learn. He's not going to get back to you. Thank you, Don, for education. He's not going to say that. He's going to argue.
You embarrass yourself, Don. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Don.
No, but I'm trying to be objective.
Don, are you saying that I'm
this Zionist rat?
I understand for you. So, Don, do you want to start with the definition of Zionism so we both agree? Don, shall we?
Oh my God, this is so childish. If you don't know the key figures in political Zionism,
I do know the key figures.
No, you don't know them.
Yes,
who is Mark Nardo? Name me one book by Mark Nardo. You don't know who.
I don't think you're pronouncing
I can pronounce it better than you. I can say that.
Okay, you can pronounce it better. Okay.
Can you say
so shall we?
Can you say
shall we? So I'm not going to test.
Achad. What does achad mean? What does the word achad mean?
It means one.
Hebrew.
It means one. Now let's have our conversation.
So
you wanted to ask a moral question. What's your moral question, Don?
It wasn't my question. It's these Zionists themselves that were
right. And the moral question.
Your leaders.
Yes, and the answer is yes.
These people who headed the Zionist Congress.
I agree.
They were asking these philosophical questions.
Here's the answer.
Hey, is it a good thing to go and colonize other people's land?
That's not what they asked, Don.
Open about this thing. They were saying we are colonizers. We're going to Palestine.
But they meant it.
They called it Palestine. Now you say there is no Palestine. They say we are colonizers. There's a part, right? They justified it. But you don't know why they justified it. You don't know why.
The reason why is
no, you don't know why.
Don, I'm telling you now. I'm telling you now. Listen to me. Of course, I've read them. The reason why is we deserve to live safely and securely in our homeland, Don. Same as you. Don, do you have a homeland?
Yes.
Don? Okay, what is your homeland?
Israel.
Okay, do you deserve to live safely and securely in your homeland, Don?
Of course.
Okay, so do we. How hard is that? Why is that so complicated?
The thing is, Zionism as a movement, it clarified what they want. But there is a lot of things in the world being done without saying anything. For example, the Arab nationalism, the father of Arabs, Saddam Hussein, what they did. So, in my opinion, it's very clearly Zionism. It's something, you know it, and you know what you're dealing with. But what you don't know is the thing is going on in Syria. There is a people taking out of Saddam Hussein picture as a father of Arabs. This is disgusting. This is they just taking the people, I don't know, nowhere. So, in my opinion, Zionism is very clear. They're saying, listen, even Italian, they has their own country. We deserve one. And even if you're taking the Muslim story, I think that's their land. I'm not Muslim, I'm not Jewish, I'm not religious. But what I'm saying is, if there is a country called Israel now, which there is a one and it's recognized by people, and there is a country like Syria and Iraq and whatever,
It's recognized by the entire world.
Absolutely
No,
not. Saudi Arabia has not recognized this entity.
You won't stop.
Saudi Arabia has not acknowledged.
So Shaha, Saudi Arabia has had to deal with.
Why do you normalize this entity called
Saudi
Israel?
Arabia has had a peace deal with us
You
for
understand
decades.
this regime that you call Israel is not recognized by many countries in the world. I don't understand.
You said
You're begging to be recognized by Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia comes back and says,
Saudi Arabia needs our
Saudi Arabia says not going to happen unless
Saudi Arabia doesn't have any diplomatic relations, but it doesn't.
We have allies with Saudi Arabia for decades.
Oh, look, Jampatinsky. Nobody cares about Saudi Arabia.
Here's what's amazing.
Nobody cares about Saudi Arabia.
Nobody
cares about Saudi Arabia, sir.
I'm talking about Indonesia.
But the funny thing is
Indonesia. I'm talking about Malaysia.
Lash people in public. Indonesia is lashing women in public for having sex outside marriage. Indonesia recognized my country.
Do not recognize this cancerous tumor. This cancerous tumor, we don't recognize this cancerous tumor.
Do you want to know why he's yelling? Because Israel. Hang on, he's shrieking again.
What is Zayd?
He's shrieking again because Israel defends Saudi Arabia.
Where is Israel? What are you talking about? We don't know. Are you talking about Zionist regime in occupied Palestine? Is that by Israel? You mean Zionist regime?
No, I mean the sovereign state of Israel.
Where is Israel? Where's the border? Where is the border of this country?
Okay, this guy.
The country usually have the borders. Where's your border? You don't have a border? Is the open border? The border of Israel depends on one day. Last week it was not. You know what? From last week to now, they actually annexed the Golan Heights, so they're actually bigger in size. So that's the only so-called country don't have any borders.
Go ahead, Don. Let's have a moral discussion. My position is that people deserve a right to self-determination in their homelands. I think you agree. So what's the difference? The only person who doesn't agree is Purim.
You don't agree with Palestinians as a country, El Normagrin. Stop lying.
There he goes.
You said it many times. I don't believe. You don't even accept the Palestinian as a nation. You said there's no nationality called Palestinian.
There he goes again.
You said there's no identity called Palestinian.
There he goes
Stop lying, Mr. Stop lying. You don't believe. You don't believe in a self-determination of the Palestinian people. You said it many times.
You don't believe it for the Kurdish people. You don't believe in the Kurdish people.
You are lying.
You're lying. You should be ashamed
You are a sleazy, Zionist liar. That's what you are.
How many times have we offered the Palestinian people a state? How many times? How many times?
You don't believe in Palestinian.
How many times have we offered
You want to kill them all. You want to kill all the babies.
5 times only? I
Babies.
think it's actually
You
more.
love killing babies,
The League of Nations
You love the
offered.
Palestinian
The
children
United
to be killed.
Nations offered.
You love the
Ehud
Palestinian
Barak
children to be
offered.
killed, Mr.
Ehud
Lomgren.
Olmert
That's really
offered.
sad of you to come to this term.
Even when Jordan and Egypt had control over Palestine, they didn't offer them.
Israel offered something that no Arab nation offered the Palestinians: a homeland.
By the way, this thing when the Arabs say, "Oh, you're all Russians," like the Arabs love the Russians, but when it comes to the Jews, it's like, "Oh, you're Russians, you're Polish." That's why do we hate the Arabs, the Poles and the Russians? Let's be honest.
They have no leg to stand on.
They don't make any sense.
Yeah, they all support Russia like against Ukraine right now. But when it comes to the Jews, like, oh, you're Russians. But I support the Russians in Ukraine.
It's not a coherent perspective. I agree with you.
But I mean, there are Ukrainian
is
Jews also, like
is it okay for Yasser Arafat calling himself Palestinian and he's clearly from Egyptian and we have no problem with it? But if it's someone
the problem is,
themselves Israeli,
the Jews are part of that land, but there's other people.
I agree with you on that.
I don't know what
Israel recognizes that.
Amalek.
I agree with you.
I don't know if they really existed, but what happened to them?
Who's that? The
all the Amorites, Ammonites, the Philistines, like
the Assyrians
that mentioned in the Bible.
The Assyrians, all of these, the Baha'is, all of these people have religious
Yeah, they all
freedom.
have a claim. It's not just you. Just because
They
Yahweh.
all have religious freedom in Israel, unlike they have, for example.
No, but it's not yours. You know what I mean? It's like you are part of that land, but it's not solely just. It's not Israel, right? It's you are one.
Wait, which land are we talking about?
Even Yahweh.
Wait.
Even some language is a dialect, right?
Listen, Palestinians can do what they want in Ramallah. We don't care. Israel does what it does in Israel.
Actually, there is not any country in the world. It's purely American or purely English or purely, I don't know, Kurdish or Turkish. There is none. There is none in the world.
But where is Israel? This country keeps shrinking, or is it constantly expanding? Constantly expanding. In the past 2 days, the size of this country expanded again. It's expanded again.
I would like to speak here.
It's expanded in the past 2 days. They actually
Iran is shrinking, isn't it?
No, actually, Iran is not shrinking.
You don't think so?
Iran is shrinking?
Yes, it is.
It's actually expanding too. But Iran, Kurdish people are from the region, the Middle East.
You better call home for it.
The name of your country is Greek. From Poland.
Iran is a Greek word. The name of your country is Greek, Soren. The name of your country is Greek.
Refugees, or what, the Ukrainian refugees got to do anything with Palestine? That part we don't understand. Otherwise, the Jews belong to the Middle East. No one doubts it. We have lots of Jews living in the Middle East for centuries.
Ukraine belongs to the Russian people.
The problem is these refugees, they came from 1917. They came all the way from Europe. They called themselves apparently Jew, which questionable, debatable. But anyway, they came and took over the land.
Do you think your kids have a right to go back to Iran?
Listen, the problem is Iran exists. Iraq exists. All of this country exists for centuries. This entity called the
Zionist regime does not have any
legitimacy.
for centuries. They do not exist for centuries.
The Zionist regime is a new entity. It's a colonial, project. You cannot compare the Zionist regime with any country.
Why? Is that a human being? Why not?
Because it's a cancerous tumor.
Guys, I would like to speak real quick. The fact of the matter is, some gentleman said, the Jews existed there, and it is part. You guys have part of the line, but other people existed there. It's funny to me that if you were to look at the genetic makeup of people that exist in the land, which is accurate, and these so-called, the people who came, as the gentleman eloquently said, in 1917, 1900s, they have no genetic similarities. In fact, these quote-unquote Ashkenazi Jews are their converts, which is fine. Great. Thank you. Welcome. But at the end of the day, they even say that they're from the tribe of Gomer, which is not connected to the lineage of Shem. And in fact, if anyone looks at genetic testing, there is no evidence that they have ancestral ties to the land. It is all a falsehood. Okay? And so that's what the gentleman is saying. Well, I care, and I'm somebody. So,
Black Hebrew
maybe I'm not a Black Hebrew Israelite. And look, it wouldn't be just because I am a practice Judaism doesn't mean I'm a Black Hebrew Israelite. That's like me calling a white person a Mormon. No, I'm not. That's like me calling a Mormon. That's like me calling every white person a Mormon because he practices Christianity. Come on, dude, get the fuck out of here with that.
Can I say how all these relate?
Make me. What?
So you're saying now
how Ukraine, Palestine, and Israel all relate together is all three of them belong to Russia.
Nobody cares. Israel exists. Deal with it.
It's not about Israel existing. It's about the pretense as to what the state of Israel, particularly the Zionists, claim to be. This mythology. This is political ideology. And that's fine, and that's a great thing. However, the people that are the people that are in power there, claiming that they have a right to the land based off of historical ties is completely inaccurate. I'm talking about the power. Nobody cares. It's inaccurate. These people do not. They don't have ancestral ties. It cannot be proven. It's all made up. All right. So
I think your point is right. But do you think American, the people, the white people, they live in America, they should go back to Europe? I mean, if you take it that way, the Turks should go back to Central Asia.
Well, what do you mean take it that way? I never said they have to go back anywhere. First and foremost, I never said that. I said that their pretense for being there is that they have and the reason why they literally kicked people off of their land is because they said our ancestors were here and we had a covenant with Yahweh and this is why we're here. Well, guess what? Most of them were atheists. Most of the Zionist founders were atheists. They didn't even believe in Yahweh. They didn't even believe in Yahweh.
Do the black Israelites?
First of all, I'm not a black Hebrew Israelite. I'm not a black Hebrew Israelite. Just because I'm black doesn't mean I'm a black Hebrew Israelite. There are plenty of black Jews out there. There are plenty all around the world.
Nobody give a shit what you think. You want to
I'm not a black Hebrew Israelite.
You want to cut.
That's like me calling you a terrorist because of how you identify. So you're a terrorist.
You know what?
Okay, no terrorist. No one gives a shit about a terrorist.
This is my land.
No one gives a shit about a terrorist.
Stop typing behind your phone, you PHI piece of shit.
Suddenly I'm a piece of shit. What about the people that you took the land from? What do they think of you? And what do they think of you? The people that you took the land from, what do they think of you?
I don't care. It's our land now. You want to do it.
You see what happens when you tell the truth? People get upset. People get upset.
Not upset. Just don't care what you
you're not upset because you're using obscenities.
Piece of shit that has no idea what you're talking about.
I have plenty of ideas. In fact, I'm not being sorry. I'm not being sorry. Let me ask you a question. Do you follow the faith? Do you follow the faith?
Yes, I do. So fuck you.
So wait. So if you follow the faith, there's a moral code. No, there is a moral code.
Nobody cares about
there's a moral code. So how do you follow the faith when it's convenient to you?
Stick your shalama one.
You don't act with righteousness. You don't act with righteousness.
Uneducated. One second, guys. Gentlemen. This is you fighting over nothing. Just 1 second. Do you know in Turkey? 1 second, mate. In Turkey, the educational system.
Sorry.
Can I ask you a question?
Shut your mouth.
I think if we
shut your mouth.
Yeah,
shut up. The gentleman is talking. Shut up.
If we talk is better. So in Turkey, the educational system telling the students that the Turks belong to that land and that's their land. It's not just a Turkey. Half of the Syria and Iraq, it's their land. So, I mean, the people, they're living over the stories. And why we have to reject the Israeli people story?
Great question.
But not the others.
For example, great question. Great question. So if I can answer that question,
we are not.
If I can answer that,
Ashkenazi, you're talking shit, man. Nobody gives a shit what your BHI people think.
All right, let Keith respond, and then you can say something, Zev.
It's true, and you know what I would like to do? I will I'll drop a link in the chat where Ashkenazis themselves are agreeing with me.
It's not the question.
I understand that. So let me answer your question.
What was the question?
So
the question is that if people in the educational system in Turkey teaches people that they have the right to the land, and then Syrian and Iraqis teach themselves the same thing, why am I singling out?
Let's clarify the question again. I'm saying is in Turkey, the educational system telling the student that the Turkey it's belonging to the Turkish people, and we know the Turks came from Central Asia 1,000 years ago, and they came to this area, and they took Azerbaijan and a lot of lands in Ottoman Empire. Now they're saying we're gonna go back to that time, and we want to. So it's a story, and I'm saying this story. It's again for American, it's true. This story is right for other people. So why are you denying the Jewish people?
Okay, so may I answer the question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And it was a great question and a very thoughtful question. So thank you for asking. I do want to point out that there are differences in the examples that you gave. You said the Americans. I don't think there's any rhetoric that says that Americans were from this land. The whole idea about Zionism is we have ancestral ties. The only thing I'm arguing, I'm not denying anything. I'm simply pointing out that it is an invalid argument that there's ancestral ties that these people have. That's all I'm pointing out. I'm not denying shit.
Right,
I'm simply telling the truth.
Credible challenge to this. There's no credible challenge to our ancestral homeland.
Yeah. Come on, dog. I dropped. El Domo. I was in this conversation earlier today, and you know what I love? How people automatically, because I take this position and I have a difference of opinion that you guys
don't have a position. Just deny other people's identity.
No, I'm not denying it at all.
Position, your stupidity.
I'm not denying anything. I'm saying they have no ancestral ties.
How about that?
It's just not denying your identity. What they are, they have nothing to do with the false history.
You're incorrect. That's been settled.
Okay.
There's no credible
it has not been settled whatsoever.
Yeah, it's been settled in every way possible.
No, it has not, dude.
Yes, it has. Archaeologically, genetically, historically.
No, it has not. No, it has not.
It's settled. There's not even a question anymore.
Really?
Whatever you're talking about is not nonsense, flat earth, BHI conspiracy nonsense.
Do you see the red herring? Do you guys see the red herring? The classic red herring here.
I'm addressing you directly.
El Normo, you are.
I didn't say you were GH. I said the theory is BHI.
Well, what you did
There's no credible challenge.
My friend. Okay.
Once again, I'll say this. There's no credible challenge. Anthropologically, archaeologically, genetically, historically, I know the history books have been written. No geology. The history books have been written.
I will drop a study from Harvard. I'm going to drop a study from Harvard. I'm going to drop a study from Harvard here.
I can ask you a question.
Proctology.
Yeah, so I can ask you a question that I think this doesn't matter anymore. For example, the third generation of the people born in Israel, they are young people. They're even not believing in God. They even don't believe in Zionism. I'm going to ask you a question. What are you going to do with these people? They're a young human being. They've been born in Israel. What are you going to do with them?
Why is it relevant?
Nothing.
Why is it relevant?
We have the same problem, Bruce. I can tell you.
Israel exists.
No, we have the same problem in the United States of America. We call them dreamers. We call them dreamers in the United States. I'm pretty sure El Normo knows about dreamers. Do you guys know about dreamers?
Do you know about dreamers, Bruce? Do you know about dreamers? Doesn't matter.
Do you want to look it up what it means? It's dreamers. Dreamers, you know what? It's called dreamers. They don't have any status because of the parents' fault. dreamers do not understand. It's really sad. We have a dreamers in the United States, and we have a dreamer in occupied Palestine. Okay, Joe, I answer your question. You asked a very legitimate question, Mr. Shaw, and I'm willing to respond to your question very eloquently, Shaw. I mean, the question is communist. You ask about the what are we gonna do about all these people that born I mean, it is very legitimate question. You're asking a very important and significant question. You know what? We have a lot of these Zionists actually born in so-called Israel. And what are you going to do with them? This is a question. I mean, none of them actually had got something to do with that. And you're rightly points out, some of them are actually atheists. They don't even believe in God. And they might even disagree with the Zionist regime. So the real question is that they did not basically migrate to occupied Palestine. They were literally born there. And that's a good question. But you know what? This is the same issue that we have in the United States. It's called dreamers. If you looking at the dreamers, they're actually born in the United States with no status, meaning that their parents illegally came to the United States. And they we call them dreamers. Hey, show me a genetic study. Show me a genetic study.
There's 1,000 of them. There's literally 1,000 of them. It's been studied 1,000 times.
Hey, drop the study.
In the United States. Your passport is rejected by the civilized world.
Basically educated.
So, here's what I ask you: are you practicing Russian?
Help them.
How's your Russian come?
I'll give you 1 second. I'm going to ask a very important question.
You're going to need your.
I have a one important question.
That we are chosen with their superior. Remind them that we are all
from the Iranian people.
And
that's the same thing.
Sir, 1 second, Please.
You're living there, cleaning toilets and in
You're
going to have to answer.
Just 1 second. Can I ask a certain question? He said, we should. Yeah, okay. He said we should remove the third generation of Israeli people to somewhere else.
That is not
He never said that.
That is not
What did he say?
He never said that. It comes from the genocidal regime.
Oh. 1 second.
Legal settlers, the same way we have to deal with dreamers in the U.S. Do you know what?
I agree. I agree.
Can I ask you another question?
I agree.
That's a question. That's a
Can I ask you another question then? Can I ask you another question? Do you do this same to Turks?
With Turks?
Remove them to
we don't
Central
necessarily
Asia.
need to remove them. We need to give them the right education.
You have to explain to him. He doesn't know what a Turk is. He doesn't really speak English. He just screams like a girl at the top of his lungs.
We can give them an option to stay, but if they need to stay, they need to drop off this Jewish state.
Concentration camps, basically. I got
Of course they can stay. There's no issue.
I got a small sentences if you let me.
But they are welcome to stay, but they need to abide by the rules.
He's the most irrelevant person in the room, and he has an illusion.
I'm sorry, we have to kick them out. There's nothing superior about them.
In Animal Farms, it says, George Orwell, he says, everyone is equal, but someone is more equal. So I'm asking you again.
Yes,
I'm going to ask you again.
We don't want animals. I mean, it's true.
No, I mean,
we need to remove the animals and we keep the human beings. Whoever believes that is superior, we call it animal, we remove it from the land.
You are the animal.
Yeah, and if they believe that they are equal,
That's right.
you know what? By the way,
So that's the goal.
My friends, it's been going on for generation, they really believe that soldiers are gonna they've been through the indoctrination process. We need to help them.
Could make terror in other lands.
Yeah, they've been indoctrinated in their schools. They're under this delusion that they are superior. They are somehow God out of
Sorry, why? Sorry.
Like, imagine how deep the ideology.
The hierarchy.
Imagine some people that live in China, some people in Africa, some people are Aboriginal of Australia, some people are Arab, some people are like Malaysia. They really believe that the God out of 7 billion, 8 billion people decided to only
study Russian.
Why?
As if like
Please.
Not the idea from older schools.
Why Israel has the right?
People that are Nazified. We need to.
How's your Russian?
We provide some sort of education about history.
When is your family gonna?
Yes, of course. If they believe in that,
are you gonna live next door to Assad in Moscow, Soren?
We must remove them. Yeah.
Soren, how's your Russian cousin? Are you gonna live next door to Assad?
Why? It has nothing to do with the Jews, sir. Can I ask Soren another question?
Absolutely.
Why?
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah. Why? Republic of Iran can exist in Syria against the.
Because
I didn't finish my question. So the question is why for last 40 something years.
Yes. Why Iran was there? Yeah, clear. Because of the Assad government.
No. I didn't finish my question.
Because they are
colonizers. No.
Shut up.
Can I ask my question fully? Against the Syrian willing, they were there because Assad family they are a minority in the region. But this is the question.
Okay, but
why?
Okay,
why Israel doesn't have right to go to Syria?
You asked me the question, I'm going to answer.
The Persians thought that they could use the Arabs.
This ideology
Yes, and I'm answering for you. The Persians think they're better than Arabs. They're better than Arabs. They're better than everybody.
You're not responding to the question.
Syria's head is Islamic Republic of Iraq.
We cannot let this animal
I don't even know what the question was. Syria's head is Islamic Republic of Iraq.
He feels like obliged to answer. This feels of entitlements, like superior.
Because you're better than the animals, right, Soren?
This is spirit.
Right, Soren?
This ideology
You're better than the Jewish animals, aren't you?
That must be removed from that region. Now, to answer your question, why Iran was in Syria? It's very simple answer. So, you got to understand that Iran and the axis of resistance, they were fighting with Daesh, with ISIS in Syria. I don't know if you remember, the ISIS controlled almost half Syria and half Iraq. They had their own caliphate, and we had the obligations to come in and fight with the terrorist Daesh. Unlike the Zionist regime, it's providing them with medical treatment according to
they were treating them. They were treating ISIS.
So we had every single right and duty to interfere this poisonous cancer called Daesh. And we helped to overthrow that, and we're not shy about it. Unlike
you didn't. The Kurds in America. No, you didn't.
This cancerous tumor. So it's the same thing. By the way, ISIS is called Islamic State, and Israel called Jewish State. Don't you see the similarities? Jewish State, Islamic State sounds the same, isn't it?
What is Persia called? The Islamic State? Even though you're not a Muslim,
Islamic State called Daesh, called ISIS, called
the revolutionary state.
And now Israel calls itself a Jewish state. It's very similar, isn't it? Ironic.
Islamic Republic. What was the Islamic Republic?
ISIS branded itself as ISIL, and then later on,
first of all, sorry, let me ask you a question.
But we know it's called Islamic State.
Sorry. Hold on. Who sent the ISIS fighters to Iraq?
Well, who sent the ISIS fighters to Iraq?
Before they were called ISIS, they were Al Qaeda. They were.
Yes. Jeff, I don't know what you're talking about. It was a combination of the Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and sadly by some European countries too.
No, that's true. But who else? You're missing someone vital.
Who brought all these jihadis from Europe
to the Middle East?
Not Europe. From Arab countries. You mentioned some Arab countries.
Tunisia.
No. You missed one vital. Assad was sending suicidal bombers and jihadis because he wanted to destabilize the American project. That's what he did.
Well, there's an argument to make on
No, that's not an argument. That is fact.
Well, I understand where you're coming from with that. Are you saying that Assad was benefiting from the creation of ISIS?
Yes, he released all these prisoners. Even Al-Julani, the guy now who's leading these terrorists, he admitted it.
Tell me,
he said, I went to Damascus. I took a bus.
But hang on a second. Tell me why President Trump says that ISIS was created by Hillary Clinton and Obama?
That's true. The Americans support him, but so did Assad, so did the Iranians, so did the Israelis. Everyone did.
You know what? They bombed. They actually 20% of this ISIS.
The thing is, right? Wait, listen. Let's take into context. When who was the president? Bush W, right? When he said the axis of evil was Iran, Iraq, Syria. So Iran and Syria actually collaborated to destabilize Iraq. So don't act like you are morally superior to the Israelis.
Iraq, North Korea. It was not an indication of fear.
No. You destabilized Iraq. You still destabilize Iraq. Shut up.
I know, but he said Iran, Iraq, North Korea. He didn't mention Syria.
Syria was part of that.
Because at that time, Bashar al-Assad and his wife was back in power. They were having a deal with Queen Elizabeth.
This
they
guy
were the good guys
what
back
the
then.
fuck he's talking about. The fact that he said that Bush said it. You can look this stuff up. See, this is what I'm talking about, guys. People spew this rhetoric that's so incorrect, and they stand on it as its truth. Bush
Nobody cares about BSI.
The axis of evil is Iran, Iraq, and Syria. It was Iran, Iraq, and North Korea. Anyone that has a fucking brain.
No.
And this guy that basically said that is
that's a fact.
He's not that educated.
Syria was on the list. You're an idiot.
Believe that proves.
No, that is like undisputed thing.
Shame on you, El
Jake, you're an idiot.
Shame on you, El Noro.
Jake, you're an idiot.
I'm an idiot, but
I don't know what you're thinking. That is like fact. Not like the sun shining. You don't know Syria was on the axis of evil?
Tidman blocked me.
Philosopher.
Tidman blocked me.
That's real cool, right? Why do you think Assad was sending suicidal bombers with these guys? Now the Jihadis have turned around, right? And they fight against their monster. They're like Frankenstein's monster. He created a monster, right? Because he thought he was next.
Maybe you don't know.
That's why I love you, and that's why I respect you, my friend. Because
he created a Frankenstein monster, and now the same monster he created are fighting him in the ass, and they took him out.
And I appreciate that. You're a great attorney, one of the best in New York.
Yo, what is this guy doing here anyway?
So
he doesn't understand what we're talking.
Yeah, he's an idiot.
He's something which is done said.
Iraq,
in 2000, Bashar Assad deliberately he was moving this ISIS fighters from Chechnya in Russia to Syria.
Ski resort in Utah, but they're famous for it, and this shit is fire. So, but I do think the secret to this, it's got leeks, Anaheim peppers, red peppers, lots of onion, garlic, cumin, chili powder, oregano, a little bit of cayenne, black beans, turkey, chopped up turkey. I bought a whole turkey breast smoked. I think the smoked turkey breast too is part of it. It's got corn, and then you puree some corn. It helps thicken the chili.
But you know what I noticed? You know why I know some people do? Like, you know, they little model pictures they make a beat down looking good. Some of them girls just have those nice ass pictures, and then every day is not that nice ass day. So it's like, okay. That's why people like one girl. You see how girls would come for the nigga, like, take your hat off.
At all, like they might look like they fit.
Yo, word, two girls want somebody to take my hat off when they see me. Take your hat off. Like, why? And I still take it off. I'm like, fuck you.
Welcome back to Los Angeles,
bro.
It's been a long time. We see him once a year before the new year.
No, I'm coming back for a while. I'll explain it in a smaller room later by a break. But it's good to see you guys. I think you're right?
Yeah, I used to be like Ooga Booga sometimes.
Oh, it's so good to see you. And walk on water. Okay. Yeah.
Used to be Muslim boy, remember?
You're a Muslim boy?
Yeah, man.
Oh my God! I'm so glad you're making rooms because there's Clubhouse is kind of dead, and like unfortunately the old Clubhouse is coming back where they have these like, very lowbrow Islamophobic rooms.
Yeah.
I'll send you a private message. There's one in particular. I don't want to mention the person, but
yeah, no problem. Man, I'm glad to hear you, man. I'm glad
to hear you too, man. I missed you guys. Very nice, bro.
Same here, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, Anthony, I just followed you back.
All right.
Thank you, brother.
Surah 5113. And on Judgment Day, God will say, "Oh Jesus, son of Mary, remember my favors went upon you and your mother, how I supported you with the Holy Spirit. So you spoke to people in your infancy, and
I'm smoking. The doctor, you know I'm not a drinker like that.
Absolutely not. We are not taking lemon drop shots for Don.
It's Don's birthday. Oh, that's the fun ride.
The worst day in the world.
I'm getting ready, Don. I'm about to eat.
We're not taking no shot on Don, pussy.
Yes, we are.
We don't see no gay asses. He calling out here. What hater?
Why you so mad?
Because you're gay.
Because you going to sleep alone.
We all hate it.
Which is still insane. Pretty cool, though.
That's fucking insane.
How does that work? What? When you say printed, like manufactured?
You know the 3D printers? They 3D printed a silencer.
Additive manufacturing goods.
Fuck.
That's crazy. When you hold me, this is a mixed bag because it's like because of what it is, and it's the CEO of an insurance company.
One thing, at that time, it was not the Syrian people wanted the removal of it. It was not only some people, it was also the Qataris, also the Turkish, and also Saudi Arabians, also the Zionist regime. All of these people were on board, sadly, with some groups in Syria to remove Assad. And that's why, because they wanted to change the geopolitics of the region. Many actors, including, was not okay with that.
After 13 years, they become.
That's not. Listen, I'm not here to defend what Assad did internally. Of course, what he did internally, the management, the corruption, these are all the cases need to be made, and no one's here to defend that. What I'm saying is that